Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LEGO Stars: The Complete Saga LTA tournament. I don't know about you guys, but I am super excited for this. My name is Steve Fresh, and here I have Chimkin with me.
Hello, I'm also super excited about this, and I know everyone is excited to get started, so I think we're going to turn it over to the runners who are about ready to start their first runs. All right, we got quite the collection of runners out here today. We have six different runners participating in this LTA. You can see them all ready to go there on the home menu. The runners are ready to start. We can go ahead and just get started here. I give you a countdown if you'd prefer.
Yeah, let's do a countdown.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. All right.
Let's do it. 5,
4, 3, 2, 1. All right. And we are off. So this is an LTA tournament, meaning that there isn't like a race going on or anything necessarily. People are allowed to reset whenever they would like. But the fastest time at the end of the block is the winner. And that is pretty exciting. So we have, I think, about, 8 hours today to get some runs in here. So we're going to see how many runs we can get in between these 6 runners.
I guess something we can just go ahead and talk about real quick. You're going to notice it. You've probably already seen it, but they will actually be playing with 2 players for the majority of the run. So that is definitely something that is unique to LEGO games, the drop-in, drop-out mechanic. It's quite heavily used.
Yeah, and especially in this first level, we're going to see a ton of it right away. They already all have both players in, just to help clear out the enemies throughout this first level and advance as they can there. One thing that's big in this first level is they're going to want to try and get 0 studs. So you're going to see players are collecting some studs as they go along, but there's a couple of intentional deaths they can take later on in the level, which saves time just in this first level. It's definitely one of the parts of the first level that makes it a little bit reset heavy, but we'll see if they can manage to keep everything together. So far it looks like it's Jared taking a reset off of the beginning here. No big deal there.
We still got like 4 runners chugging along, so we'll see how this goes for them.
Yeah, hoping for at least 1 runner to get out of episode 1 here relatively early. We'll see how that goes.
Frost got a good death.
Mm-hmm.
EJP got a good death, but Zach didn't pick up some studs, so we'll see if he's able to lose those.
Yeah.
I think Frost should be able to get out with no issues.
Frost is in a good position here. Ginger as well, getting out on first try there. Looks like Zach got out too. He may have had a little 10 studs on player 2 though. I'm not sure if I saw that right. And EJP Man's also out.
Yeah, Ginger got a pretty solid 209 negotiations.
Mm-hmm. One thing that's pretty new actually in this game. This game is going off of a loadless timer now. For a long time it was timed RTA, just with loads timed in, but recently in the past couple months we've been transitioning to a loadless timer since that helps balance runners across different powerful PCs. So we are using the loadless for this LTA, so if you see timers pause, that is the reason why.
And it looks like Zach did have studs, so he did reset.
Yeah.
That loses around 7-ish seconds with only 10 studs, but...
Yeah, which is quite a time loss just for the first level. People really are trying to avoid something like that right off the bat. Going into Invasion here, we have the first big skip of the run. We call this Invasion Cutscene Skip, or ICS. So you see Ginger and Frost both attempting it, trying to jump off the tree here. And they're going to alt-tab out of the game, which resets the refresh rate to a different value. It's a pretty technical trick, but basically you need to have a 50 FPS to get up the tree, and 60 FPS to clip under the ground. So now they're running at 60 FPS. They start the run at 50, just so they can do that trick. And both of them looks like they got it pretty quickly, and EJP Man as well. So all 3 of them are off to the second room of Invasion here.
This room has a couple of pretty tricky charger jumps to save a couple of seconds, so we'll see if they're all able to get those. Let's see, Ginger's coming up on the first one right now. He is able to get it.
Yeah.
And there's a next one coming up. Frost having a little bit of trouble with this first one.
Ginger landing the second jump there, yeah.
EGP got it as well.
Looks like Weesu might be having some technical issues here, so hopefully we'll see him getting into runs here momentarily.
It looks like all of them got dirty jumps first try, so that's pretty nice.
Yep, good to see. Those are pretty, they don't save too much time. They all only save about 2 or 3 seconds, but missing them is pretty costly since the death usually loses upwards of 5 seconds. So it's a pretty big difference in time if you don't manage to get them.
Looks like Ginger's on a pretty solid run right now.
Yeah, I think he's happy with that exit. So a little bit about our runners. Zach Muffin is the current world record holder, first place on the leaderboard. We also have the 4th place runner right now, Wee Super, 5th place runner, Ginger Legend, 6th place runner, Jared, and we have the 10th and 11th place runners, Frostbite and EJP Man. So we have a lot of high-end competition here at the event. It's definitely going to be a pretty competitive one. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what all the runners can pull out today. And I know a lot of these runners have been prepping quite a bit for this, so I think there's definitely potential to have a PB out of at least someone in here. We can hope for the best. Obviously, with such a long category that has so many execution-heavy points, PBs are never guaranteed, even with long sessions like this, but perhaps, definitely a possibility.
Looks like Zach and Jared are still stuck in 1-1, but we do have 3 runners who are out of that, so that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
So Escape from Naboo is a pretty simple level. It's just a lot of taking good lines and not taking deaths. There's a trick in the last room, but the runners shouldn't mess that up, but we'll see how that goes for them.
Yeah, probably the most straightforward level in the game outside of the auto-scroller, but that's a lot later. This one coming in so early, it's more just a thing you have to get through. Certainly kind of a cool level. It's definitely cool to be able to play levels like super optimized like this, because this is probably the most optimized level in the game. But
sounds like Justin's issues have been fixed.
Yeah. Hopefully he can get into runs here pretty soon.
We got Ginger chugging along here.
EJP and Frostbite neck and neck here as well. All right, so like T-Fresh alluded to, Ginger's coming up on a cutscene skip here. So normally when you touch the button in the center of this room to open the exit to the level, a little camera pan plays. But if you tag in player 2 and you swap right as they go off camera, it skips the cutscene, which saves a couple seconds. It's the main time save of this level other than the clip in room 1. Other than that, it's a pretty straightforward level, not a ton of puzzles in your way. So not a lot of opportunities for time save there, but definitely a lot about taking good lines.
I think EJP and Frost were tied to the frame entering this room.
You do see that sometimes in this game. I know in the past we've had some tied to the frame moments like late into the run, which is always pretty cool to see. We'll see if we get any of those today, but we'll have to see about that.
So I guess one thing we can also talk about is they are save canceling, and they will be canceling saves all the way up until the end of episode 4, and then they will save so they can reset the game and skip the final story cutscenes.
Mm-hmm. And that the reason they do that is because it saves a couple seconds, about 2.5 seconds per time you do that. So it ends up being optimal to do that for the first half of the run, and then after your save, you're able to start restarting the game to skip cutscenes, which is useful in the second half of the run. Looks like Zach is out of negotiations here. You might notice that people, the ones that are resetting, they restart the game every time they reset a run. And the reason for that has to do with RNG manipulation. So about 40 minutes into the run, there's a level that has a lot of RNG, and you can actually manipulate the values of the RNG that is used for that level, and that's pretty relevant for the run. We can talk more about that when we get there, but part of setting that up is you have to have a brand new instance of the game running when you first do your first run. So that's why people are restarting their game every single time they reset. Doesn't actually take that much longer than exiting out and going back to the main menu, so it's not too much of a downside of doing that, but it is something that they have to do.
Yeah, and I guess one thing we should mention is the room Zach's in is actually like the most important room for the RNG manip.
Yeah.
So it looks like he got up the tree relatively quickly, so he should be fine.
Basically how it works is there's a bunch of rooms throughout the game that use the same memory address, and various actions change the value of that memory address, and one of them is in that second, or that first room of 1, 2, every, I think it's 0.3 seconds, 0.4 seconds, the value changes. So you have to play that room relatively the same every time to get the same value. It's something that is definitely very important for people that are going for that RNG manip about 40 minutes into the run.
We have multiple runners here going for pod fraud.
Yeah, the big lap skip and pod race. Looks like
Ginger got 0 death.
Yeah, the fastest variation of it is called 0 death, which takes the minimum number of deaths needed to cross. You see Frost is doing it right now. So you take that 1 death that you can't avoid, and you take 0 extra deaths after that, hence the kind of misleading name, 0 death.
Looks like EJP and Frost both get it also as well with no issues.
Yeah. It's not a trick that's missed that often. Runner's been going for that for about 2 years now, and it's definitely something that people are pretty good at. But occasionally, small mistakes do result in a failure of the trick, and that's one of those tricks that if you miss it, you pretty much have to reset. Otherwise, you're going to lose like 40 seconds or something. So, especially early in the game like that, it's definitely a obstacle you have to get past in order for a run to really be alive. But it's not one that's particularly hard to pass.
While we have a bunch of cutscenes coming up here, I'll read a couple donations. Here we have a $15 donation from Hoppa Nails. There's no comment. Here we have another $20 donation from Beat It. It says, "Good luck, boys. I can't believe people speedrun Lego games."
Oh, yeah. Definitely is a pretty active community, especially for this game. This is probably, I think it's definitely the most active Lego game, but it's cool to see all the runners getting together, especially something for this. This is our first in-person event like this before for the community, so it's really cool to get to showcase all these fantastic runners and their gameplay here on the big screen.
Looks like we got one more donation from Chesswiz. It says, "Good luck, all runners. May the force be with you all."
Indeed. All right, so it looks like we still have the 3 runners heading into Feed Palace here. Zach is into Escape, and it looks like Wii Super has gotten his technical issues resolved. He should be good to go now. And Jared is in negotiations, hoping to get out relatively soon.
Oh, we did take an unfortunate death there.
Yeah, runners tend to be pretty strict with their first couple levels, just because, a 2-second time loss in the first level feels a lot, it is a lot more impactful on the percentage of the run that you've done so far than, say, a 2-second time loss in the late game. And you want to really minimize those early game time losses as much as you can so that you can save as much time to be able to have some buffer for the later, harder levels.
Zach took an unfortunate death there, but it looks like he will keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Here we have a bunch of runners coming up on feeder clip.
Yeah, you can clip through the wall with that speeder there. And since this is Feed Palace, we call it the theater clip to not be confused with the speeder clips that are later on in the run. Saves a couple seconds. It's a pretty cool trick, though.
Ginger got it with no issues. It looks like EJP is opting to not go for it.
Yeah. Like I said, this only saves about 2 or 3 seconds, so it's not something that's required for a really good run. But I do believe most of the runners will be going for it.
Ooh, Ginger is not having a good button room. That's okay.
It looks like that Droideka got really far to the right for him. EJP looking to have a much better button room.
Okay. Fairly clean from EJP, and Frost is having a couple issues, but also not bad.
Still pretty close together for these 3. They're all in the same room right now.
Curious if any of the runners are going to go for the left side. Ginger might.
Yeah, so there's a couple different routes they can go for through this room. It looks like Ginger will be going for the left side route. So the left side route is the fastest. It saves a couple seconds over the elevator route. And it involves going over here and doing some pretty tricky platforming with both players. Doing this with just one player isn't too bad, but doing it with both at the same time, definitely pretty tricky. But he gets through it just fine without issue. EJP Man also doing left side. It looks like Frost will be opting for the elevator route here. The elevator route involves going back here to this elevator that R2-D2 is supposed to ride up, and you use that to get up.
Looks like EJP Man fell down.
Yeah.
Ginger had a pretty clean Feed 1 room.
And now he's on to Feed 2, which involves this out of bounds using a transition skip. You can force one of your party members to phase through the transition when they respawn by killing them in a specific spot, and then use all the janky out of bounds collision to get to the end of the room. It's probably a good time to talk about the out of bounds collision mechanics in this game. So any place that has a solid floor has a long layer of collision underneath it. It's kind of, you can think of it like a hamburger, a bunch of stacks of different things all up top. And all of those are treated the same as if it's just like a floor. So if you're standing anywhere inside the collision, you can just walk freely as if you're just on the floor. But if you stop moving, you start to fall, which is pretty broken. That means that in a lot of rooms, if you can just get out of bounds, you can skip a lot of things. And we do that all the time throughout the run.
We have Ginger here doing hanger shots. You can do a couple of just tricky shots to hit these droids without having to go through all the puzzles.
There's a really nice auto-aim feature for the blaster characters in this game that if you're far enough away, you can just shoot things from so far away. It's very nice that they did that, since otherwise there'd be a ton of puzzles you have to do in this room to get all the pilots rescued. Looks like all 4 of these runners will be continuing into Darth Maul, the last level of Episode 1, and this is a great time to talk about the route. So there are 6 movies in this game, the original trilogy as well as the prequels trilogy, and when you first start the game, there's only one episode unlocked, which is Episode 1, so you have to start with that one. But after that, all the episodes unlocked, which gives some flexibility in the order in which you want to play episodes, but the route is pretty strict due to a couple of different factors. For one, there's some unlockables throughout the game called red bricks that you can pick up in levels, and those are used in pretty specific ways. We unlock 5 of them throughout the run, and the order in which we play episodes really does depend on where those are. So the most important red brick is in Episode 2. It's called Exploding Blaster Bolts, and it makes your bullets explode out of characters' blaster shots, which is super broken in every episode after that. So we go to Episode 2 after Episode 1. I'm going to pause what I'm talking about for a moment because we're on to the Darth Maul fight skip here for Ginger.
Ooh.
Just a little off of the collision under the lamp there.
Okay.
There we go.
Second try is not bad there.
Yep, and that does save quite a bit of time. It skips a whole boss fight there. Does not get the cart movement, unfortunately. We'll see if Frostbite and EJP can have slightly better luck here. Looks like Frost
gets it.
Yeah, first try from Frost.
Oh, nice.
Backflip off the top. At least he got up on the first try there and gets the respawn.
Yeah, pretty good save there from him. He bonked his head, but he was able to get back to the collision.
Mm-hmm. So like I was saying, you start with Episode 1 and then Episode 2. And after that, we want to go to Episode 4 due to the red brick fast force, which makes the force for Jedi slightly faster for the rest of the run. So the first 3 episodes played are 1, 2, and 4. And then 6 is played next, and then 3, and then 5. 6 and 3 are played in that order just because 6 is harder than 3. Other than that, they don't have any red bricks that affect each other. But 5 has to be played at the end. For one, because every other red brick collected affects Episode 5. And also because the end cutscene of the last level, Episode 5, is the longest, and you want to end on the level that has the longest end cutscene, since the timing for the category stops when you lose control of your character, and so whatever the end cutscene is, that gets timed out. So it's beneficial to end on the longest one. Looks like every runner is at least into the 3rd level right now. Zach into Feed, and we Super and Jared both in Escape from Naboo. as well as our 3 up top that are in Darth Maul room 3 here. Got a pretty precise trick coming up in the last room. Darth Maul has a couple of phases to the fight at the end of the level, but if you can land 2 hits with each of your player on the same frame, you can skip some of his cycles. So we'll see if Ginger's able to do that. Gets the first one, gets the second one. Excellent.
Those are actually very difficult.
Yeah, that is a frame perfect trick. Does have to land on the same frame. If you miss it by 1, he will jump away from you and then jump back, and it loses a few seconds. So definitely a good result to get both of them back to back like that.
See if Frost is able to get them. Oh, I think he hit the jump button instead of the slash button.
Yeah, miss input there. See if you can back it up.
Nice, okay.
Gets the second one. Let's see how EJP Man does.
Ooh, a frame off.
Yeah, just 1 frame off. Missed that one as well. Not the end of the world. You can still keep going with the fight regardless, but just loses a bit of time. Right, and looks like all 3 of the runners will be on to episode 2 after this, into the level Bounty Hunter Pursuit. So this game is a remaster, or more or less a remaster of the first 2 LEGO Star Wars games that TT Games put out in the early 2000s. And the one probably most notable difference is that the level Bounty Hunter Pursuit was not in those, the original game. It was a new level just for this game. It's a pretty interesting one. It introduces a lot of the vehicle mechanics that we'll see throughout the run. But this is our first taste of that.
I guess I can take a couple seconds to read a couple more donations. We have one from Hopster for $20. It says, great to see the complete saga in a big event. Good luck to all the runners. We have another one from Senor in the amount of $10. It says, someone tell Jared this is not a 1-1 IL LTA. Good luck to these insane runners at such a great event.
Well, it looks like Jared is not in 1-1 right now, so I think he got the message, which is excellent. Looks like Wii Super is going to be coming up on Pod Fraud here in a moment.
Here we have Ginger about to do Bounty Hunter Pursuit, which is the infamous Ginger Legend level. He actually revolutionized doing 1P2C in this level. We used to play this level almost entirely 1 player. And then he came along and showed everyone how it's done. So now we all have started doing 2 controllers here.
Yeah, definitely one he revolutionized. Very difficult 1P2C, especially for people that are not very comfortable with it. Vehicle levels kind of have weird mechanics where even if you're not holding forward, your characters still go forward. And the difference there versus them just standing still is really hard to grasp in the head when you're doing 2 different characters at the same time. It's definitely one of the harder early game levels to learn. But at the top level, you see runners just flying through this level pretty consistently. Unfortunately, it looks like Wii Super did miss the lap trigger for Pod Fraud, so he might have to reset there. We'll see if Jared can hit it here. He got the first trigger. He just needs to hit the second one across.
I know he's having a couple issues with it yesterday, but hopefully he's figured those out.
Looks like that'll be good. Just needs to get across and hit the mid-lap trigger there.
Okay, that should be fine.
Yeah, should be able to hit it here. Excellent.
All right. Here we got Ginger doing light room 1.
The purple balls in the vehicle level are proton torpedoes, and they are used to destroy heavier objects that your blasters can't destroy. And a lot of the levels are built around collecting, or a lot of the vehicle levels at least, are built around collecting those and using them to destroy things. And this level is a great example of that. You need to get them off of the center dispenser, like what Frost just did there, so you can destroy the pylons that are holding the doors open.
Looks like Dak did take a death, but he is chugging along through Maul. I saw he got DM1 first try as well.
Right, into the last room of Bounty Hunter Pursuit for Ginger here. Very similar to the earlier room, except it doubles the number of pylons. But the main goal here is to hit all of the lights on the floor. There's 4 here. And that spawns in the torpedo dispenser, and then using those torpedoes to blow up all the pylons. Little trouble hitting one of those there, but not too much of a big deal. See how this goes for him.
I think his torpedoes are not targeting correctly. Okay, there we go.
Torpedoes are a little difficult to target unless you're facing directly in front of it with no issue with the angle. They can go very wild and lose seconds, and you can see that happen for him there. Especially in the later vehicle levels, that happens all the time.
Yeah, we'll notice later on there's one particular spot where the torpedoes are not very friendly.
And there is a blink and you'll miss it boss fight here. We can see Frostbite doing it. If you just spam attack with both players, since vehicle levels don't have a cap on the spam rate of attacking, you can just kill the boss from full health before the transition is even finished, and definitely the fastest boss fight in the game. Pretty funny, honestly, that you can do that. It's fortunate the boss just spawns right in front of you and the bullets just target it. Looks like Zach just got the double frame perfect there on the Darth Maul fight, which is awesome. I'm sure he's happy to see that.
Yeah. We got Ginger coming up on R4 fly. Pretty difficult fly here with R4. Let's see if he's able to get this quickly. He's going to do a camera setup with player 2 to make it a little bit easier. Let's see. That should work. Yeah. Okay.
So that is a little harder than it looks. You have to fly around the kill plane, and they put the kill plane there specifically so that you cannot do what he just did, but it's not quite big enough to fully block you from being able to fly around it, but it is still pretty precise. And this level as a whole is actually full of pretty precise punishing tricks. It's definitely one of the heavier reset points in the run. I'm sure we'll see some runs die here today. And he's on to the next big trick here. This is the button skip, and this involves a super jump, which is a piece of tech where you can set a character's respawn point, move them around a wall, and then get them stuck somewhere. And the game will try and pull them out of that stuck position to prevent a soft lock, and they'll send it to the last respawn point they stood on, and that can sometimes pass through, like a direct line there can pass through a wall. And with a droid and a Jedi, you can actually interrupt that movement by forcing the Jedi, or the droid, excuse me. You can see Frostbite doing it here. If you do it at the right time, I was a little bit late, unfortunately. But if you do it at the right time, it can cause them to get deactivated out of bounds, and then they can fly around the room. Just skips a cutscene and a little puzzle. This is definitely one of the harder tricks in this level, and it's one that loses a decent chunk of time if you miss.
I think he actually got no deactivate there.
Oh, did he?
I don't think he realized, but I'm pretty sure he did.
All right, he gets it second try there, and it looks like EJP gets it first try. Jared onto D2 here, getting through that cleanly, and Zach is into Bounty Hunter Pursuit. I didn't see what his episode 1 exit was, but
yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a low 21x, but I could be wrong.
It's definitely something he's probably pretty happy about. All right, Ginger is approaching the last big trick of this level.
Oh, wait, what happened to EJP?
I think he might have had some issues with the movement.
Yeah, the movement is also pretty tricky. So one thing, another thing is that Ginger needs to be paying attention to how many droids he's killed. I think so far he's killed 2 of them. This also affects your RNG manipulation in Jedi Battle. I think now he's at 3.
Yeah.
I missed how many droids spawned in Maul. That's another way to tell. Oh, Wendy, it's the cutscene.
Yeah, so the intent there with that that clip with the blocks is that you fall under the floor and skip this cutscene entirely. Unfortunately, he just barely hit the trigger to start the cutscene, so he was not able to skip that. But he's still into the last room here, into the boss fight. And EJP Man's coming up on another skip here. This is a drop-in warp. You can confuse the AI and make them think you're in the next room, and R4 will drop in despite the fact that the there we go. Despite the fact that the door is still closed, and that skips a whole encounter with Django Fett. You'll see Frostbite doing the clip here. See if he's able to get it quickly. Yeah, that is what it's supposed to look like. You go under the trigger to the cutscene, and then just go straight to the boss fight.
I think he was trying to kill a couple more droids there. I saw him trying to run into them with R4.
Yeah. The RNG manip we talked a bit about earlier does affect a lot of the early game. Not only does Invasion Room 1 affect what your RNG seed is, but like T-Fresh was saying, the number of droids you kill there also cycles it, which actually gives you a little bit of manual control on it. If you have a slow Room 1 invasion, you can correct for that a bit. Or I think it's actually the other way around. If you have a very fast one, you can correct for it a bit.
Yeah. See how Jared can get DM1. Nice, gets it first try.
Yeah, it's a nice clean one there.
No cart movement, that's okay.
Yeah, it is pretty difficult to get all the way to the door with that cart. It doesn't save very much time, but it is faster than walking.
EJP is not going to do Camino clip.
Right. Honestly, not a big time loss. If you don't commit to it, it's probably only loses about 5 seconds or so.
Yeah, it's not very much.
Yeah. But, you know, those seconds do add up. It is something that a lot of runners, I imagine, will be going for. But like we were saying earlier, Camino is a big reset point, so some people might just want to bypass a couple of the harder tricks just to get runs going.
Looks like Zach got a 24:41 BHP exit, which is actually pretty solid.
We'll see how his Camino goes for him. Ginger and Frostbite both are into Droid Factory now, which is actually a level that has, I believe it's the newest skip in the game that was discovered. I don't think very many runners will be going for it, but there is a new skip that was found here that does save a few seconds. It's pretty difficult. I know at least Zach was practicing it a bit.
I think they all decided they were not going to go for it unless they discovered something within the last hour.
Okay.
Yeah, Droid Factory is a level there's usually not a whole lot of variance, it's just a lot of execution. So we'll see how this goes for the runners here.
There is quite a few of those levels throughout the game where it's less based on getting tricks first try every time and more based on just solid execution, 1P2C, good lines, good clean gameplay. Droid Factory is one of those levels. Secret Plans is another one, which will be coming up in the next episode.
Looks like Freddy was kind to Ginger there.
Yes, Freddy the droidica. We do like to name our droidicas since they can be a little annoying, and it's good to know, who's being annoying to you, you know?
Yeah. Looks like Jared did miss the first cycle skip. See if he can get the second set. Okay, he was able to get one of the two, so.
Zach does land the Camino button skip there.
Did he get first try at R4 fly?
I wasn't watching, but I assume since he's still going, he probably did.
I missed how Ginger's 1P2C went.
He had the Anakin there at the end, so it couldn't have gone that poorly, I think.
Yeah.
That is a pretty tricky 1P2C in that room. Oh, he got the soft lock.
Oh my gosh. That's probably 1 in 500 soft lock there.
You know what's crazy? That happened in the practice room to Jared yesterday.
Yes, it did.
Yeah. So very rarely some forceable objects can load in without the force property. And this room is impossible to beat if you don't force that thing around. So if you get that soft lock in that room, you just, that's the end. It loses 2+ minutes. That's crazy. Was not expecting to see that today. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, that is not something you see very often.
No, like you said, a 1 in 500 soft lock. That's
yeah,
not great. Well, It looks like it didn't happen to Frostbite, so that's good. Frost will continue onwards here.
Looks like we have another donation from King J. This is his $27 donation from his Celeste run. His comment says, "Here's my donation of $1 every death in my Celeste run. Thanks so much for having me. It was super great to show off my favorite game of all time, and I'm very happy with how I performed. Trans rights. Please play the game if you haven't."
Thank you very much, King J. Looks like Zach is going to get the cutscene skip there. He'll be into the boss fight. And Frostbite's doing a bit of a drop-in warp here to get 3PO closer to the panel. Unfortunately, the Droideka is being a bit aggressive today, and 3PO was the one that took the brunt of the aggression, but not too much of a time loss.
Yeah, we haven't actually named those Droidekas.
No, we haven't. Maybe another time.
Yeah.
All right, EJP also did not get the soft lock. That's great. I'm hoping that's the only time we see that today.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
So here, Frostbite, this next level will actually be the Jedi Battle level that we've been talking about for RNG Manip.
So there's 3 parts to the level, and the second part involves running around a big arena full of droids and finding specific kinds of droids. And the positions where they spawn is dictated by the RNG seed that you start the level on. So depending on how you played Invasion and Camino earlier in the run, it heavily dictates how the droids are spread out in this room. So once he gets to that, the runners memorize a number of different seeds so they are aware of where they spawn. And based on the spawns they get, they kind of figure out where they need to go and what route they need to take. So we'll see how that goes for him. But first he has to do the first part of this level where he rescues the various captives here.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to see if he even got Manip. So I guess we'll see how this goes for him. Looks like Zach also finished up Camino, and Jared's in BHP. So Jared actually doesn't do this whole level 2 controllers. He drops out for parts of it.
Yeah. These long sections between the torpedo rooms, they don't actually have an advantage to playing them with 2 players. The main time save is just from not having to drop out, since the extra menuing does lose a bit of time. But it only really saves time if you can take good enough lines with both players at the same time, which is kind of tricky, harder than it sounds.
So there's the final pillar for Frost. We'll see how his seed's looking.
Yeah, there should be one up on the left if he's on his seat. He's looking for... There
Okay,
is.
so there's that one.
Yeah.
He only had one on the left, so...
Yeah, there's usually 2 there.
Well, some of the seeds only have 1,
Yeah.
but I don't remember enough about the seeds to know which one he's on.
Yeah, I'm far from an expert on the full breadth of seeds here, because there are like a dozen that are relatively close to the ones you can get. We'll see how the second half of this goes. This is the one that has the second wave, is the one that has the more variants. It's got 3 off the bat on the right there. And looks like just needs the one last one here. Ooh.
See, this guy can sometimes spawn like in the center of the arena, which can make it pretty hard to find.
Yeah, this... Okay, there he is. Not the greatest result he was looking for there, but it's all right. We'll see how EJP's seed goes here.
Okay, looks like maybe on a similar seed to Frost.
Yeah. We'll see where the second one is.
Okay, yeah, he might be on the same seat that Frost was on.
Yeah, it's definitely very similar. Jared is into R4 fly here. We'll see if he's able to land this.
Yeah, he's on the same seat.
Hopefully EJP manages to find the last guy a little bit faster.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty solid.
They do wander a bit from where they spawn, so sometimes they're not quite in the same spot, and it looks like EJP had a better final spot there than the one that Frost had. But Frost is on the gunship cavalry here, and this is a notable level for a couple reasons. One, it introduces a new mechanic, which is the towable bombs and vehicle levels, and you see that those being used especially in the last room of this level. And two, because it has the red brick, the first red brick of the run. We'll see him pick up here in a moment. Right here on the right. Looks like he's on a good heart count here. Should be able to get through this without a death. They'll do the second barrier skip here, which involves dropping in a player on top of the rock, and that completely bypasses the need to pull 2 extra bombs around.
And he did get ghost hearts, so I guess we can talk about that for a little bit.
For sure.
So basically, if you die at the same time that you hit a transition, you have ghost hearts, meaning that the game still thinks you're dead. So you're essentially invincible, which is very helpful for this end section.
Yeah, since all of these various enemies do deal damage to you, but it doesn't actually damage you if you have 0 hearts. It's used a couple times throughout the run. It's actually less useful than you might think because it is kind of situational when you can set up ghost hearts, but gunship is one of the places where it's pretty easy and fast to set it up, so it's nice to have it for this last room.
See how EGP does.
Looks
Ooh,
like
okay.
that works. Slightly different setup for the barrier skip there, but still gets it first try.
Looks like we have Zach coming up on Jedi Battle here.
Yep, we'll see how his RNG seed is. We super nailing pod fraud this time. All right, Frostbite is into Count Dooku, which is a pretty important level. It has a skip that saves 15 seconds, but it is a one-try trick, meaning that if you miss it, you can't do it again. And missing it does lose like 30 plus seconds versus getting it, since you have to complete the room casually after spending all this time setting it up. But fortunately, it is a trick that's pretty consistent. You go out of bounds using the barrel, and you lure player 2, who's not called in, through a big trigger for the first encounter with Dooku. And when he's walking into the transition for the second encounter, you call him in. The issue with that is that if you call him in the wrong time, he'll trigger the fight prior to hitting the transition, which causes the door to shut, and then you have to play the room casually, which is the big failure state there. But most of the runners are pretty consistent at that, so I don't imagine we're going to see too many issues with this trick today.
Missed it, but Jared reset in Camino.
That's unfortunate. Like we said, that is a big reset point, definitely something that we'll probably see a decent amount of today.
Looks like Zach is on a different seed than Frost and EJP were on.
All right, EJP lands Dooku skip just fine. We'll see how Zach's seed here goes. 2 guys there on the right.
Let's see.
Hopefully he can find these last 2 quickly, and yeah, there they are.
Nice. Pretty solid Jedi Battle.
The back half of Count Dooku is just a fight with Dooku, which is a pretty scripted boss fight. It's more about doing all the actions as quickly and close to as early as you can to save as much possible time as you can during that fight, as opposed to actually trying to skip things. But it is a boss fight that has a lot of micro-optimizations in it that the runners like to focus on.
Looks like Frost did get a 42-57 episode 2 exit, so that's pretty solid.
And he'll be on to episode 4, but first he has to go purchase exploding blaster bolts, which can be done in the main hub shop.
Yeah, this will be the first instance of him going to a separate episode rather than following the linear order.
Yeah, since the first two are played in chronological order, but we don't play episode 3 until much later.
Looks like Justin died when I'm going for theater clip. That can happen sometimes.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate since the speeder itself is not a respawn point. Oh man, this is a little rough.
Yeah.
This does happen sometimes. But since the speeder itself is not a respawn point, and you ride the speeder from the beginning of the level, if you do end up dying on accident, you respawn all the way back at the beginning, and then the droidekas can get in your way, and just it's not the greatest time. All right, and Frost will be entering episode 4 here.
Looks like Justin will be resetting to that.
Yeah, I don't blame him. That is, if that does end up happening, you get a little too close, because there is a big explosion there that's just like a hit scan kill plane that instantly kills you, and if you get too close to it, that's what happens. It is pretty hard to back up. Looks like Zach is finishing up Gunship here. This is a pretty cool room. It doesn't have any skips, but it does have a pretty optimized route for towing all these bombs into the laser guns so that you can destroy the pylons surrounding the ship. Definitely one of the most optimized levels, I think, is Gunship Cavalry. There isn't really too much as far as new strat potential here, since you skip pretty much everything in Room 1, and Room 2 is a very optimized route that doesn't really have any room for improvement. We've seen that level get very optimized down to the fractions of a second in recent times. Frostbite will be entering Secret Plains here, which is a pretty cool level, not because it has a ton of skips in it, but more because it doesn't. This is the ultimate test of 1P2C ability in the ground levels, since you play such a large percentage of this level with both players in, doing all sorts of small time saves 1P2C, like building objects or shooting at characters. One other character gets this power up here. Very cool level, full of tiny optimizations.
Zach nails Dooku skip there.
Yep. Good to see. I hope we have a day with no missed Dooku skips. That would be awesome.
That would be awesome.
That is a pretty huge time loss if someone does end up missing it. It's not something a lot of runs survive.
Another thing we can talk about is the runner's input devices. So I believe everyone is playing controller player 1, keyboard player 2, except for Wii Super. He is mainly playing player 1 and player 2 on keyboard. It's a tiny bit slower in the first couple levels, but it ends up not really mattering overall throughout the entire run. He will be forced to use control in a couple spots for a couple of required tricks, but for the most part, he's going to be playing on both players on keyboard.
Yeah, so whenever you drop in a character, you can either drop them in on keyboard or on controller as long as you have the devices plugged in. So you don't really have to commit entirely to a specific input display, setup, which is why you're able to freely switch back and forth. But the big advantage of controller is, on top of the fact you have access to more angles with a control stick, you also have the camera stick, which is there is no equivalent to that on a keyboard. Keyboard just has no camera control binded at all. So any trick that requires the player to change the angle of the camera, which there are a few that do that, you need to play on controller in order to do those. And so we'll see that throughout the run, I'm sure. But
Frostbite to do Super Crane, one of the only tricks in this level.
Yeah.
Nice.
You're not supposed to be able to grab 3PO from there because the crane intentionally does not go far enough to reach the original area. But if you just walk off the edge and lower the crane at the same time, you can pick him up right as he dies. And that does actually give ghost hearts. You'll see on player 1 there. Excuse me, he didn't get it from the super crane. He got it from walking off as he went in the next room. And that's useful here just because the exploding blaster bolts that he turned on earlier in this level, it does kill you if you get too close to him, because obviously it's an explosion. It kills anything in its blast radius instantly, which is useful for enemies, but absolutely hazardous to your health if you're too close. And being at an invincible health total, that doesn't actually matter since you can't die. And it's useful for the close quarters at the end of this level.
Yeah, you won't see the runners here die very often to exploding blaster bolts, but to someone who's newer to the game, you will definitely see them take a lot of deaths because it takes quite a bit of time to get used to.
Yeah, especially in the levels that are a lot of close quarter hallways, which we see quite a bit of in episode 4, actually.
Yeah. I missed what Zach's episode 2 exit was, but I believe it's a low 41, just based on him entering 4-1.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
And here, Frostbite is now coming up on Junlin, which arguably is it's not the hardest level in the game, but it's definitely one of the hardest levels in the game. Mm-hmm. Very trick intensive, and every trick is fairly difficult.
Yeah, I think most people would agree it's probably the hardest level in the first half of the run.
Yes.
It also features the newest trick that is actually being used today by runners. I'm not sure if everyone is going for it, but I know for certain some people will be using it, and we'll point that out when it comes up.
Yeah.
Looks like Zach will be entering Secret Plans here. Just a little bit behind EJP and Frost as far as the stream is concerned, though I do believe he's on a bit of a better pace out of the first 2 episodes.
Yeah, I think he's about a minute ahead of Frost pace.
Mm-hmm. That sounds about right.
Let's see if Lee Super's able to get out of negotiations here. Looks like he should be good.
You almost got killed right there at the end, but
yeah,
managed to get by.
All right, let's see how this gentleman goes for Frost.
Yeah, so like T-Fresh was saying, very trick-intensive level. We're going to see a lot of skips, and they start off right at the beginning of the level. This is also the second level in the game that has a red brick we're going to pick up, and that's in the first room as well. It's the main trick here in room 1. So towards the end of this room, we'll see an out of bounds from him to get to the red brick, since you're not supposed to be able to pick up that one in story mode. It's intended to be collected on a second visit, but fortunately we are able to get it in a quick manner in story mode. So we'll see how he does that here.
So this goes for him. It looks like he's not going for the new out of bounds, but
yeah, so
he's only a couple seconds slower.
Mm-hmm. This was the original method found for the out of bounds a couple years ago when this was first implemented in runs. You can use the satellite to jump over the transition and then get out of bounds from behind and walk over to the sub area over here to get the red brick from the little cage here.
Nice.
And then once you do that, you can death warp back to where you were, and that saves a lot of time on movement there, and be on your way.
So here we can just do a couple jumps, just poorly spaced from the developers. And then coming up here, we have a pretty hard trick. We'll see how he's able to do with this.
Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of puzzles you're supposed to do here, but there's a trigger in the vacuum on the bottom side of the sand crawler, and you can just barely get a pretty tightly spaced jump and then a slam to hit the trigger with your upward momentum, just like that.
That one is actually pretty difficult. It took runners quite a long time to start implementing that into their runs.
Yeah. That was a strat that was known about for a long time. It wasn't really done in runs.
Yeah, it was known in like 2018, and it wasn't until like 2021 that I think we implemented it like heavily.
That sounds about right. Pretty tight frame window on that. The angle's also a little weird. Looks like EJP had no problem getting the red brick as well. He'll be on to the box to jump here in a minute as well. Zach will be into Junland in just a moment.
Ooh, almost first try for EJP. Pretty close. Okay, nice. Second try.
Good second try. Second try is totally fine for that trick. It doesn't really lose that much as well. It's not a very punishing trick to miss once.
Yeah, and here in the Sandcrawler, this whole section is deceivingly hard. It's definitely one of the harder 1P2Cs in the game, especially to do fast.
It's a lot of using both players more just to like save a second or half a second like a dozen times as opposed to using it to save like a dozen seconds once.
Yeah. And here we have Frost doing the quicksand skips. He did get quicksand 1 pretty quickly, and he got the fast version as well. EJP having a little bit of trouble with the buttons there. See if he's able to do quicksand 2. This one is significantly easier than quicksand 1. Ooh, almost slides off. That's okay.
Yeah. The quicksand there, it's supposed to kill you, but there's a little bit of a lip on the outer ring of it that you can walk on without dying, and that allows you to pretty much just skip everything that you need to do there. Since you can do that whole room with only Obi-Wan, you don't need to bring any of your other party along for the ride. So not a bad Junlin for Frostbite there. Cool to see 2 runs into the mid-game so early here, especially from Frost and JP Man. Frost especially is the newest top runner of the game. He joined the community earlier this year on the back burner of the Summoning Salt video that was made about the game. And he's definitely the runner from that wave that has had the most success so far. Obviously, he's here, which speaks for itself, I think, on its own. But yeah, he's made it all the way into the top 10 from, probably about 5 or 6 months of playing, which is really cool.
Yeah, he's definitely insanely talented to be able to rise to the top 10. And, I mean, it's only been 6 months since the video came out, so. See how EJP is able to do with the speeder clip. We also have Zach doing the new out of bounds. I'm pretty confident that he'll go for it.
Yeah, this will be exciting. So this is the new trick that Zach's going for here. It's very similar. It's just a faster way of getting out of bounds. So instead of forcing the satellite and going on the left, there's a small area he can go out on the right, get out of bounds here, and then hit some collision under the floor, get a jump, and get back in bound. Nicely done. First try there. That is way harder than it looks.
Yeah, it is very difficult.
There's a lot of factors there in avoiding like slipping into the abyss and actually hitting the collision to get a jump. It's very tricky, which is why it took so long to find. It was just found a couple months ago. Frostbite is into spaceport here. EJP Man will be following him shortly.
Frost having a little bit of issues hitting the... I'm not actually sure what those are called, but they're blocking the droids from following you, so you destroy them.
I'd like to think that they're magnets, since it keeps the droids back. It's like a
That's probably right.
repulsion thing. I know it's a reference to the movie in that the droids aren't allowed to go into the cantina, but I don't think something like that was certainly not in the movie.
Yeah.
Looks like Ginger's powering through Darth Maul here, hoping to get back onto a run in the mid-game after that unfortunate soft lock earlier. And Jared is starting up another run here, back into negotiations.
See if the speeder clip goes for EJP here.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to talk about this when Frost got here, but much like the clip in Theed Palace, there is if you get the character... Ooh, wow, that was like a YOLO clip there.
And he even had civilians in his way.
Yeah. Usually you have to do a bit of a setup to actually land that clip, but he was able to just clip in without needing to do that at all.
Here he's going to do a de-aggro, so basically player 2 doesn't... There's like a enemy trigger that if player 1 never crosses, the enemies just don't spawn for some reason. So what he does is he keeps player 1 in, because if only one player is in, it will still activate. But if player 1 is in but hasn't crossed it, then it doesn't count. So he's able to just skip all those enemies that normally pour out of the cantina.
Yeah, bit of a complicated thing, but it saves a couple seconds just to avoid having to kill all those enemies.
Here we have Frost doing spy fight skip. So
nice.
A lot just went into that. Basically, there's a massive trigger that you're trying to avoid, which spawns a boss fight. if your player's not called in, you can't trigger it. So he forces R2 out there. He's trying to do it extremely precisely because he doesn't want to deactivate R2, which loses around 8 seconds. So he's forcing him out there and then has to call him in at the right time to make sure he doesn't deactivate and also make sure he doesn't hit the trigger and trigger the boss fight, which loses around a minute.
Yeah, it's definitely a tightrope walk there. You want to force enough to get past the trigger, but not so much that you deactivate. Though, given the choice between hitting the trigger and deactivating, it's definitely better to hit the trigger. Or sorry, nope, that's not right. It's definitely better to deactivate, since that only loses 8 versus the minute that loses if you trigger the boss fight.
So I think Zach is only 4 seconds behind best jump and exit.
Oh, wow.
So this is a pretty solid run.
Yeah, that's definitely a pretty solid run from Zach.
I believe the best jump and exit is a 52.43, and I think he's getting a 47 or a 48. Yeah, he got a 48.
All right.
So,
Definitely a pretty solid run right out of the gate here then.
yeah, very solid run for Zach here.
EJP Man is coming up on a spy fight skip. We'll see how it goes for him. I'm confident this will go well. Yeah. Kind of cut it a little bit close there, but I had the confidence. So.
All right, here Frost is on Rescue the Princess, which is a very interesting level. The developers did not code Obi-Wan's AI very well in this game, or in this level, and it can cause a lot of issues. So we'll see how this goes for him. It's going to depend on a couple of factors, which we'll talk about as he's getting there. So first, he's going to do this cutscene skip. That's a lot harder than he makes it look. You're trying to essentially hit a piece of collision, but there's a wall blocking you, and you can't just hold into the wall until the collision's there. You have to kind of fit into a little gap, so you have to know when to hold into the wall.
Yeah, kind of have to thread a needle there. And he's going to go for a red brick here, so hard to see since it's out of bounds, but basically you can use the collision of that pipe to hop through the ceiling and jump into the sub area behind the wall, and it just so happens that the red brick is right behind that. So you can pick that up with barely losing any time here.
It's also important that he gets that quickly because, like I was talking about, Obi-Wan's AI, he will just like not show up on this bridge. So he gets stuck in these barrels that are blocking him from the hallway that you can't see to to build the bridge for you. And he really likes to get stuck there.
Yeah, fortunately that was a pretty fast Obi-Wan there, so no problems. And that red brick won't be used for a while, but it is used in episode 6. We'll talk about that when we get there.
And so here we're introducing a new mechanic, helmets. These are very important. You can't take any damage or you lose them.
Yeah.
He just lost his helmet.
Fortunately, this is not a terrible place to lose a helmet. There is another dispenser right up top. Losing it in the room right before this, though, is pretty bad. You have to backtrack a ton to get that.
Yeah, and you'll see it matters even more on the next level, Death Star Escape.
We'll see how this works. So all the enemies de-aggro when you have a helmet on, and it's a little finicky sometimes if you lose your helmet to know if they're aggroed once again, but it looks like this is fine, because after this it doesn't matter if he has his helmet anymore. So, but fortunately that worked out okay. It's definitely the sort of situation that you don't really know exactly what to do, since it doesn't happen very often, losing your helmet in specific spots. So that was a good backup from Frost there. EJP just grabbed the red brick. We'll see if he's able to get good Obi-Wan here. Obi-Wan's already there. He's way ahead of him. Well, that's fortunate. Zach will be in a princess here in a moment, just finishing spaceport. And we super onto left side here. We'll see how he does with this in feed. I know he was practicing this a bit recently. That's pretty good, yep.
So we'll see if EJP can manage to keep his... Oh, he got the random aggros, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's really bad to lose your helmet in that room just because it takes so long to go back and to the last helmet dispenser. It's like well over 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's pretty costly to lose your helmet there.
Yeah, but fortunately, no helmet lost. That's optimistic.
Yeah. That was
an optimistic jump. I'm not sure Chewie has the leg power to get through there.
Yeah. Well,
that's also a little optimistic.
He might have.
I think
aggro.
it'll be okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay.
It's all good. But this is what we're talking about. Situations like that when you don't have your helmet, it's really like it's kind of a rare gameplay experience. Like you don't play it like that very often. It's hard to actually know like if this is going to be a problem in the next room, if they're going to aggro or not. But
Yeah.
usually they're fine. In both cases, they were fine. Right, looks like Ginger is having a pretty decent BHP right now. We'll see if he's able to finish it up cleanly here, get through Camino after that. Wii Super will be on the Mall, hopefully he's able to clear through that as well. Wii Super definitely the runner out of this pack that's been around longest. He has been running since late 2018 actually, and definitely one of the runners that has had the biggest impact on this game. He's had the record something like 26, 27 times, which is, I think, more than anyone else.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, and he's still top 4 after all this time. Still keeping up with all the new guys. It's cool to see that.
So here, Frost is going to have to be extremely careful to not lose his helmet. If you lose your helmet here, it can quickly devolve into you losing a lot of time.
Yeah, that right there is probably the easiest place to lose it, where he just killed those guys, and he made it past that. So
from here on out, it's just if he gets extremely unlucky, he could lose his helmet and it not be his fault.
There is some random spawns in this next room, so everyone is de-aggroed right now, which is good. But once you start building things, the characters will start aggroing on you, which does matter.
He's going to turn EBB off, and that's for a couple of reasons. One, because if they do aggro, he doesn't want to accidentally blow himself up and lose his helmet. And also in the coming rooms, there's a mini kit, and if you have EBB on, you actually can't avoid getting the mini kit, and it plays a little camera pan, which ends up being slower.
And just for clarity, EBB is exploding blaster bolts, the extra that makes your bullets explode. So that is what we're referring to.
Looks like he had a very clean. We like to call that Ripmore.
Yeah, the name of that room is Ripmore. That's a really old name. Back in the day, that room killed a lot of runs, so it was called Mount Ripmore due to the fact that it's vertical. And the reason Frostbite is backtracking here is pretty technical. There is an invisible line on the floor right next to where that helmet dispenser was that he touched. And if you load the grapple swing room here and then head back past that invisible line, it actually loads the last room and then deloads it. So it takes it out of memory, and then when you come back here, it's going to put it back into memory again. And that's important because there is one piece of the last room that is not reloaded when you do that, and that is all of the enemies that spawn right at the end of the intended gameplay of the last room. That's important because the trigger to end the last room spawns in when all those enemies die. And if they are despawned and don't respawn, the game just thinks they're all dead, and then it spawns in the end trigger, and you can skip the entire casual sequence in the end room, which otherwise would not be possible to skip. It's definitely one of the most technical tricks in the game, and it's pretty cool that we are seeing, or that we're able to skip this. The day that was discovered was a really interesting day, since there was so much trial and error that was needed. You see him hit it right there.
Zach also just got Best Princess exit.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Zach's on a very good run here.
Zach is officially on the best pace anyone has ever been on. Oh, EJP got an aggro. Let's see if he's able to... What?
I don't think I've ever seen that before. So
I have never seen that before.
All right, let's explain what just happened there. So if an enemy has their gun out and then gets de-aggroed and they're standing on a panel, they will use it. And as he was using the Imperial panel, another enemy spawned in right on top of him and immediately got de-aggroed and also used the panel. I didn't even know that could happen.
I did not.
That might be like a frame perfect thing. That's crazy.
Yeah, you can't use a panel after someone else is using it unless you use it on the same frame. So that was frame perfect de-aggro. And I don't even know why he de-aggroed.
Yeah,
I'm
speechless.
Blown.
Honestly, didn't know that was possible.
Wait, he still lost his...
Yeah, he just lost it right there when he was building.
Missed that.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing.
Oh, okay. No,
Oh no, he's fine. You gotta have confidence.
was not really paying attention to if Zach went for trash skip or not.
He did not.
Okay. I was pretty sure he was not going to.
Yeah, so just for the audience's awareness, there is a skip at the beginning of this level. It is also a one try, so you only have one attempt at it, but you can very precisely position a character to clip out of bounds using the platform you build in the first room. And if done correctly, it does save like up to 20 seconds, so you can go out of bounds and skip that whole room. But the clip is hard, the out of bounds is hard especially, and even the 1P2C just to do it correctly is also very difficult. It's something it's pretty hard to go for, and it's also, even if you get the hard part with the clip, it's still pretty hard to save time with. So I don't blame him for not going for it on such a good pace.
Yeah, it's a frame perfect one try.
Yeah.
You need to basically hit up on player 2 exactly a frame. It's either the frame before or the frame after Han starts building.
Yeah, they have to be one frame apart for the setup to actually work. But I'm sure we'll see someone go for it today. I know at least Super and Zach have both been playing around with it a lot, and they've been doing it in runs, though. Like I said, Zach did not go for it in this run, mainly I'd assume because the pace is pretty good.
Yeah. Zach will go for it, but on a pace like this, he's not going to risk it, because it does lose a couple seconds to go for it.
Yeah. And Frostbite is blazing through Rebel Attack here. Just did the out of bounds in the third room, which is a pretty neat little out of bounds. Most of the time, we don't really have a lot of ability to get out of bounds at vehicle levels, but conveniently, there's a small gap in the collision of the wall in Rebel Attack in that room, and you can just fly right through it and get out of bounds and just fly to the end of the room and skip the whole torpedo section in that room, which is pretty convenient. Shoutouts to the developers for leaving that gap there.
EJP is now loaded into the level.
This is a pretty cool vehicle level. So we've talked a lot about these torpedoes, and you need a ton of them in this level. But the second player, which is the Y-Wing, can hold up to 5 of them, which is more than the default 3 on most other vehicles. And as a result of that, you can have up to 8 at once, which is pretty nice because this level has a lot of torpedoes in sets of 8. So there's like 2 sets of 4. Like this room requires 8, so having the total 8 is very nice. But a lot of this level is just really good 1P2C and positioning characters correctly to optimally take out all these torpedoes. And then, of course, the out of bounds in the third room that we were talking about a minute ago.
Yeah. Looks like Jared is still in episode 1, but he is at 1-1 now.
That's good. I'm sure he will make it to episode 2 on this run. I have the utmost confidence in that happening.
Looks like Ginger is finally back to Droid Factory, so we'll see if he's able to avoid the soft lock again.
Surely it doesn't happen twice.
Occasionally in this game, you can get a recurring soft lock, and if that is the case, he would have to reinstall his game.
Yeah, but that happens if there's like a corrupted file or something, which does happen, but it's incredibly rare, and I don't think we're going to see that problem
today. We're going to pray that's not the problem.
Yeah. And Frost just saved the game and restarted, which is what you do at the end of episode 4. He's going to be on to episode 6 here in a moment, which is officially, at least by the number of levels, the halfway point of the level. It's a little bit before the time-wise halfway point, I believe, if I'm doing my math correctly, but that really is about the halfway point from what we say, the end of episode 4. And episode 6 is next, which is a bit of a doozy. There's a lot of tricky levels and tricky skips in that episode, so we'll see how those go for the runners today.
It looks like, did Frost get a mid 111?
Yeah, it looks like that is the case.
It's pretty solid.
Yeah, I'm sure he's happy with that.
Looks like EJP should be getting a mid 113, looks like.
I think a low 113. It's a 45-second cutscene, I believe. Yeah, it's like a
113.22.
Yeah. Did you see what Zach's exit from the last level was?
I did not.
I guess we'll see at the end of this one then.
it looked like the level went pretty well for him.
Yeah, I didn't notice any major problems, so I'm sure he's still on a pretty good pace here.
He got first try room 3, does a little bit of a faster setup there.
Yeah, definitely a harder setup, but it does save a few seconds versus the easier setup that we've seen some runners do.
Oh, yeah, he is on 108 episode 4 exit pace,
Oh,
which
wow.
is, yeah, very, very good.
Yeah, this is a really good run. Right out of the gate, too. Like, we could start with a really solid run, but don't count our chickens before they hatch.
Yeah.
Episode 6 is very difficult, and it's not just that. Episode 3 has some pretty difficult levels in it. Episode 5 especially has some pretty difficult levels in it.
Yeah.
It is absolutely not over until it's over. There's a lot of run left.
Yeah.
Right, and we super into Camino here. We'll see how this one goes for him. I know there's a couple runners that have been having some issues today. Oh, and it looks like EJP accidentally forgot to save the game after episode 4. So he's watching a rare cutscene here we usually don't get to see. The celebration cutscene after blowing up the Death Star.
That's okay. He'll make up a little bit of this time lost by getting the extra save cancels.
Yeah, I think that reset only saves like 10, 15 seconds or something. It's not that big of a deal, but it's more just like a smack your head kind of moment, like, ah.
Yeah.
So Frost did purchase the 2 extras that were picked up in episode 4 there, the Fast Force and the Tractor Beam, which was the one that was purchased in Rescue the Princess. So we'll see those being used here. More notably, the Fast Force, you'll see just whenever there's a force, it's going to be about, take like half the time it would normally take, or something like that.
Tractor Beam is used only in one level.
Yeah, and that'll be the last level of this episode. We can talk more about the effects of that once we get there. Is this going to be a 108 for Zach here? It's pretty close to it.
Wasn't paying attention.
I think it's a little bit over, just barely a 109. No, this is a 108. This is a 108. 108.56, it looks
Nice.
like.
So,
Yeah.
that's only +2 on the best episode 4 exit either. I believe that might be the 3rd ever 108, maybe 4th. There
Yeah.
has not been very many of them.
Definitely a great run from him right now. And Frost is coming up on an out-of-bounds trick here. We call this Droid Avoid, since this is the room where you're supposed to rescue the droids, and you avoid doing that. And we're a fan of alliteration. But you can just clip Chewie out of bounds there with that droid piece on the ground and walk straight to the end of this room. Jabba's is kind of an interesting level in that regard, since there's 2 of these clip out of bounds, walk to the end of the room things. You actually spend like not quite half the runtime of the level, but a lot of it just out of bounds under the floor.
Yeah.
Probably more so than any other level.
This skip saves a lot of time, not only just because you're skipping this room, but because you're also skipping the next room and a cutscene.
Yeah, so the layout of these rooms, you can...
Ooh, I didn't think that worked.
Yeah, he did get out of bounds there. The layout of these rooms is they're physically located right next to each other in the map. So you can walk along a piece of collision here and get to the next room. And there is a unused trigger under this grate here. I believe it was intended to be used, but they changed their mind on how this level was going to be laid out. And if you hit that, it takes you to the last room of the level, but it skips the cutscene that would normally play when you rescue Han from Carbonite, which is the intended way to beat that room.
Yeah, I think all in all, it's like it's almost 2 minutes, right? 2
Yeah,
full minutes.
I think the out of bounds plus the cutscene. This is
the Rancor is being a little bit.
he's having a little dance party there.
Yeah, so this fight can be heavily manipulated to make him move in the straightest line possible to the next box, but sometimes his AI still just like freaks out on you.
Yeah, it depends a lot on where he picks up the Gamorrean guard.
Yeah.
You can kind of manipulate it with Luke's force ability, since he has a force choke on that enemy type. And that's the end of that one. But yeah, definitely one of the biggest skips in the game in that level. It's a pretty cool one too. All right, and Frost will be on to probably either the most or the second most infamous level in the game, the Great Pit of Carcoon, where runs go to die.
It's the thing about Carcoon is it's not just one trick. It's not one room. It's every room has something that can go wrong, and it's not your fault.
There's a lot of variance with the enemies. There's a lot of areas where you can either take a death, or if you get a bit lucky with the patterns on the enemy shots, you can completely avoid a death. There's some hard tricks. There's some very precise tricks. It's just a lot going on. Very hard 1v2C at the end as well.
Yeah.
EJP and Zach both cruising through Java's Palace here. We'll say EJP going for Spiderless here in a minute, which is the trick with this out of bounds.
And I guess one thing we should mention, the reason why it's called Spiderless is you used to have to get on that spider that we saw right at the beginning of the room to clip out, because we didn't know that you could clip out with just Chewy.
Yeah, because if you wedge the spider between this and the wall, you clip out very easily, but the lineup to get Chewy to clip out is actually very precise.
Yeah, I'm not sure how big it is exactly, but it is extremely small.
We use a lineup with textures on the character versus textures on the platform or against the wall to line that up. There's a couple different setups for it that runners use, but it does make it so that it's a little bit more consistent, because when that was first found, there wasn't the setup. It was just like a shot in the dark. Looks like EJP should be avoiding having a little...
Oh, Ginger missed Goose.
Oh, no.
It looks like he was on a pretty good run, too, actually.
It looks like he might just play it out.
Yeah, he should. He might be able to get a really low 42 even with that, so that's not bad.
This is some gameplay you don't see all the time, and that runners don't play all the time. But these buttons are a little annoying that he's going to deal with here. It's normally you skip this room, but that is a one try like we mentioned earlier, so if you do mess up the trick, you can play the room casually.
I missed how Zach Spiderless went, but I'm imagine fine.
Yeah, it looks like this is going all right. And Frost will be powering through the first room here of Cartoon. Unfortunately, he barely shorted that jump and hit the sliding collision on the edge of the skiff there, but not too much of a time loss here.
This room has a lot of variance with enemies, and then it also has a trick coming up called, we call it topless. And the reason being is because you avoid going up to the top of the barge to pull the extra lever. Because you can actually just make this jump. Took us an embarrassing amount of time to figure out that you could just jump this gap.
Yeah. It is a harder jump than it looks. There's more going on to this than just like spacing a jump. There's some weird sliding collision you have to avoid.
We hold a very particular angle, or either that or we use the D-pad.
Yeah.
To make sure you don't slide off.
But it does save quite a bit of time, since getting the middle lever is quite a bit longer than getting the other two. You need to do a whole puzzle to get up to the top.
So here we can actually skip this entire room just by doing a double jump slam. As you see here, we just didn't quite get it.
It's very similar to that skip outside the sand crawler that we saw. If you do a slam, you gain a little bit of extra height. And now we're on to the infamous disco skip.
Infamous disco.
Oh boy, oh boy. So you need to position Luke 50% into the speaker right when it builds to clip out. And it looks like he gets it first try. That's
nice.
Very happy to see that, yeah.
Yeah. That is a trick that usually is either, so there's like a camera in that room, and that kind of determines whether or not you're able to get clipped out. And if you don't get it first try, it can quickly get up to like 6th or 7th try, and you're just kind of sitting there waiting for it to finally work, is what it feels like.
Yeah.
It looks like Zach did actually get best jobless exit again, so he is back on best exits.
Yeah, he is in a very good run right now.
We'll just see if he can get through this level relatively quickly.
Yeah, like I said earlier, this is where paces go to die, so we'll see if he's able to keep it alive here through Cartoon. This is a very tricky level to get a good split off.
I also see on this end platform, this is also heavily, there's a lot of RNG here with how enemies spawn, and he also tried to get a power-up, which despawned, which is not your fault.
Yeah.
If it clips into the floor, it's just gone. There's nothing you can do.
But the types of enemies and where they spawn is variable there. And if you get a pack of Gamorrean guards on you, they just go to town and you can't move until you deal with them, and they are harder to kill than most of the other ones.
They can also just like not spawn, like nothing can spawn sometimes, which
Yeah.
is really nice.
Yeah.
It saves a lot of time.
Looks like EJP missed one of the levers there, wasn't quite standing in the right spot.
Looks like Zach had a pretty solid Boba fight.
See a topless attempt here from EJP Man. Just a little bit off on the spacing there. Sure.
Yeah.
All right, so I believe we're going to take a short little break from commentary here. So we'll see you back in a few minutes.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
Yeah, so far today we've actually had quite a few pretty interesting runs throughout the day. Zach particularly has been on a pretty good pace, though it seems that during our break he had a bit of an issue on Cocoon, and his pace has cooled off just a little bit. Besides from that, we have EJP Man and Frost partway through the runs, if we want to go ahead and take a look at that. They're both, all three of them actually are in Endor right now, which is a pretty skill-intensive level, probably one of the most skill-intensive levels as far as just straight execution goes. Not a ton of skips in this one, but there is a lot of small optimizations, and that really is the name of the game. So what did you say Zach's pace was out of that, T-Fresh?
I'm not sure what his pace is to his PB, but he was around plus 45 to best exit, so it's definitely still recoverable, but he could definitely still close out a pretty solid run here.
For sure. Remember, you don't have to actually PB or anything to win this event. It is just the best time at the end. So despite the time loss, he is still on a really solid run. I'm sure he's pretty happy about that.
Definitely has a pretty solid chance of, I think, beating most of the other runners' PBs, so they would have to PB to actually beat him.
Yeah, that would be pretty impressive to put up so early on in the day.
Yeah. We do still have quite a lot of time left.
And catching up on some of these other runners, Ginger and WeSuper are both into the mid-game here in episode 4. They're getting pretty solid runs going along here, aside from Ginger missing B2 skip, which I'm sure he is not thrilled about, but he's still continuing just for the sake of it. It's not something that absolutely kills a run, it's just a pretty chunky time loss that I'm sure he's not thrilled about. EJP is actually on a pretty interesting skip right now. This is another super jump, and you can set a character's position on top of the bunker and then bring them down in front of the transition, and when you go to push them into the glitched state and they try and jump back to that respawn point, they'll intercept the transition and you can switch to them and immediately enter the next room without opening the door. Pretty cool trick there.
Looks like Jared reset in episode 2. Not sure what happened.
I know he was on Camino recently when we were watching him, but I'm not sure if that was the cause of it.
Yes, it definitely was. This time it was at 27. I guess I can catch up on a couple of donations here. We had a donation from Carcoon. It says, "Good luck, runners." We had another donation for $25 from GF Goth, just the heart emoji. We had another $15 donation from Rad Keys with no comment.
Thank you everybody so much for all the support to charity. We really appreciate it. Yeah, and just a reminder that donations for this event do run into or get piled into a raffle. So if you donate $25, you get put into a raffle for a Nintendo Switch giveaway. And there's also a raffle for $15 for a signed SM64 game cartridge. So those are two raffles that are running right now. Incentive for donation on top of the wonderful cause of supporting a great charity. All right, so Frostbite is going to be entering into the Death Star here in a moment, the last level of episode 6, and that is the level that the extra tractor beam affects. So that was the one that we picked up in episode 4, and what it does is it makes it so that enemy ships that fly near you get caught in a tractor beam around you, and they kind of get gravitated towards you, which isn't useful in a lot of situations, but in that specific level, there's one room where you're trying to get a bunch of torpedoes from ships, and if you get them gravitating towards you, it makes them a lot easier to kill and a lot easier to cycle through the ships that are not the ones carrying torpedoes. So being able to kill ships faster there does end up saving about 10 to 15 seconds on average, which is worth getting.
We have EJP also on 6.5. This level has the least amount of gameplay of any of the levels. It's really short. It's supposed to be a long, drawn-out boss fight, but it's the only boss in the game where I think it's the only boss in the game where if you push him off the edge, instead of just jumping back up, he actually just dies. Not sure if that was left in intentionally from the developers because, as you know, Darth Vader throws him into the pit. And that's what ends up killing Emperor Palpatine. So we'll see him try and do this trick. It is actually kind of difficult. And we also have Frostbite here on the RNG section of 6.
Yeah, you can see the tractor beams coming in clutch, but he's also getting really solid variance here with the torpedo drops. It's about a 1 in 3 for any given ship to spawn with a torpedo on it. Yeah, he only needs one more, which so far so good for him. It's been a lot of spawns here. There's the last one. Yeah, he's got one for the road as well. He's not even going to go for that first one. Yeah. I'm sure he's happy about that. And you get to see the tractor beam in full effect here. Those blue beams that go towards anyone makes them a lot easier to kill.
So if you just push that boss off the edge, it just ends the level.
Only about 15 seconds of gameplay on that level, which is pretty crazy given the fact the split is like 2.5 minutes long.
A lot of cutscenes.
A lot of cutscenes, yeah. And speaking of cutscenes, every single player is in a cutscene right now. Kind of the nature of this part of the run, like the episode 4, episode 6 part, when everyone's around that point in the run, it's just a lot of cutscenes. But fortunately, Frost is here to save us with some actual gameplay. Oh, actually, like 3 people at the same time all enter gameplay. That's even better. I believe he's going to be going for the newer out of bounds as well to get the red brick. So we'll see how that goes for him. Ginger's doing the she's tagging Obi-Wan. All right, we'll see how Justin goes here. Again, an unfortunate death to the Tuskens. Sometimes those guys can get a bit aggressive, and it makes it hard to force the ramp. Just barely missed the collision there.
Did slide a little bit there.
We'll see if the second try works. Looks like that. Yeah, there
It
you go.
should still save time over here.
Yeah, it does save about 5 seconds or so.
Yeah. Solid red brick round from Ginger.
Yeah, Frost is going to be entering the core here in a second. And there's 2 main objectives in the core. There's obviously beating the level is important, and to do that, you need to destroy all of these tractor or defense shield things on the wall. And then after that, you needed to throw a torpedo at the core in the center of the room. And the other objective is to collect the red brick in the room, which is off on the left. And normally what runners do is they'll throw a pair of torpedoes at this, they'll run back to the center, throw a torpedo at that, and then in the time it takes for the core to blow up, they'll go and grab the red brick like that. It's a little bit riskier to do it like that, since if there's some issue with opening the door, you can actually end up not collecting that red brick.
Actually did happen yesterday.
Happened it?
Runners had a race yesterday. His torpedo blinked on one of the targets there and did not get IT, which unfortunately loses quite a bit of time later on.
Yeah, and that red brick is infinite torpedoes, which gives you an infinite number of the torpedoes behind your ships, which is very useful later on. It would be awesome if it was available in this level, since you wouldn't have to do all of the nonsense in room 1 to get all the torpedoes, but unfortunately they put the red brick in this level, so it's physically impossible for us to have it for that one. But still very useful for the last big level we play later on. Looks like Ginger lost his helmet in the Princess room here, which is unfortunate. We've had a lot of issues with helmets in Princess today. A lot more than you usually see. It looks like Ginger had a pretty bad loss as well, because he already had the panel all the way built. That is unfortunate.
Zach just got 15 torpedoes.
I'm sure he's thrilled about that.
Finished this one up very quickly.
Yeah. Sometimes you can just get really good spawns, and sometimes you get really bad spawns, but fortunately the tractor beams kind of help lowers the variance, since you can cycle through so many enemy ships that it's pretty likely that 8 different torpedo ships will show up eventually, even in a not very long period of time.
EJP did double target. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, fortunately it doesn't matter if you don't have any torpedoes going into this room, since there's another dispenser right there. that he can fill up on. And you only need 5 for the last part of this level. So he actually has an extra one here, which is pretty common since sometimes a torpedo can blank, and it's pretty bad if you do not have enough torpedoes to finish the level. Ooh. That is, well, he still has 2, which is...
He just needs to wait for one
Yeah.
at the end.
Yeah, the core spawns extra torpedoes after it opens, so he just needs to wait for 1 extra, which sometimes doesn't take very long, but sometimes takes quite a while. Hopefully, 1 comes out relatively quickly. Okay. I was a little worried about that, but that was fine.
Okay.
Okay, that didn't take that long. All right. Not a terrible backup from him there.
Okay.
And Frostbite is into the auto-scroller battle over Coruscant here. The main cool thing about this level, and it doesn't look like Frostbite's going for this strat, but I'm sure some of the runners will. If you tag in both players and you go into the corner with both of them, you can wedge one player in front of the other. And if you maintain that position with one player wedged in front of the other, it actually makes you go ever so slightly faster around some of the corners, which ends up saving a couple of seconds throughout the entire level. It's kind of tricky though, since there's pilot controls, so you have to not only be 1v2 seeing both players, but you have to do it with pilot controls, which, at least for me, it messes with my head quite a bit.
Yeah, especially when you have one player on keyboard and one on the controller, so you're having to do, it just doesn't, it's not intuitive.
Yeah, not at all. But while they're doing that, looks like Ginger is on his way through Death Star Escape here, and Justin just got the speeder clip at the beginning of Spaceport. We'll see how the rest of these levels go for the 2 of them. Ginger is maintaining his helmet so far.
Justin gets the Diagra, no problem.
Right into the Ritmore room here for Ginger. Hopefully this will go well for him. I don't think we've had a problem here so far. Everyone has had... Okay, that was interesting levers there, but I don't think we've had a problem here today. Everyone has made it through this room without having a helmet disaster so far, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's right.
We did have that really interesting double spawn from EJP Man when he opened the door, but other than that... Ooh, this looks a little tricky. Ooh, expert dodge there.
Yeah.
He does manage
nice.
to keep it. Okay.
Oh, but they still aggroed.
Yeah, they are still aggro, but it looks like he should be able to.
Yeah, he's fine. Okay.
Yeah, that's fortunate. Because it doesn't lose as much to lose your helmet in that room as the previous one, but it is still annoying. You have to go for a backup that you otherwise would not need to do. I think they would be de-aggroed now. Yeah, you should be able to do the rest of this without a problem. And just as a reminder for anyone new, the reason he's backtracking here is due to a trick that skips the last room of the level by deloading a part of memory that stores some information off the last level, which then spawns the end of level trigger, which saves like well over a minute. Pretty big deal. And Wii Super is going to be coming up on the spy fight skip here in a moment, where you can skip the encounter with the spy by forcing R2-D2 across a trigger for the fight. So hopefully he'll be able to do that without deactivating R2, which is the ideal way to do that. And he does get that. All right. Frost is coming up on the end of the auto-scroller here as Zach is just entering it. EJP is probably about coming up on a third of the way through it, maybe more like a quarter.
Yeah.
But fortunately, we're about to have some real gameplay again, which would be great.
As of right now, everyone's either in a cutscene or in the auto-scroller, so...
Yeah, but that will end here in a moment as Frost is about to enter the second level of the episode, which is a pretty interesting level, Chancellor in Peril. Has a relatively new skip in it with the Dooku fight in that level. I believe people started implementing that about 6 or so months ago, and it's a pretty neat trick. We'll see that later on in the level, but in the meantime, we have a couple of rooms with a lot of enemies in it, and usually when there's a ton of enemies you're trying to ignore, there is some amount of inconsistency just because of the way they attack here. But fortunately, at least in this room, you're able to complete it pretty consistently. This one, though, this one's a bit tricky since all the enemies really like to try and get you down to low health as quickly as possible. We'll see if he's able to do this without a death. He is dodging pretty well right now. Maybe he'll be able to avoid a death here. Yeah, it does look like he will be able to. That's actually kind of rare in that room. I'm sure he's happy about that. Exploding blaster bolts there does make short work of the droidicas, which is pretty fortunate. He's able to get rid of the rest of these droids relatively quickly with some force pushes. Pretty powerful ability from the Jedi, especially on droids, since force pushing a droid into another droid will kill the second droid, which makes it pretty powerful for knocking out a big group of them. And he's going to set up his characters here for a drop and warp at the top of the elevator, which will allow him to get R2 up here quite a bit faster. And then he'll be going on for the big skip I was alluding to earlier. So normally you're supposed to fight Count Dooku in this room, but there is another super jump you can actually do with R2-D2 and get him out of bounds. And it's a pretty interesting skip. So first you have to clear out all these enemies here, because if they're shooting you, you cannot actually do the trick very well. Now he sets his respawn point over there on the right and puts R2-D2 here in this corner, and by walking into him, he triggers the super jump animation, cancels it with a force, and then there's some collision out of bounds. He can barely ride up the pop in bounds.
Very clean.
Yeah, that was a super clean skip. That is not an easy skip. It's definitely something that takes a lot of work to get good at.
Probably the hardest skip in episode 3.
Yeah, it's definitely up there. Pretty funny drop and warp here. If you fly into the sky with Obi-Wan, you can drop in your other player at the end of the room.
It's very close to being a hard lock.
Yeah, you can hard lock while doing that. If you pause on a specific frame, your game inputs get hard locked and you have to restart the game to fix it. That actually happened yesterday in the practice room as well.
Yeah, it did.
But shouldn't happen today. I think it's a pretty rare thing for that to happen.
Yeah, it is frame perfect. So
Yeah.
you'd have to, you have way too many frames to pause, and there's like 2 frames that you can hard lock on.
Yeah, so it's pretty unlikely to happen, especially if someone is going out of their way to avoid it.
Yeah. And he just queued 800 by 600, which I guess we can talk about real quick.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see it here in a minute.
Yeah. So...
Oh, wait, what are we looking at? This is the command prompt.
That's not good.
Is this game still open?
Yeah, his game's still open.
Okay, well, we're looking at the command prompt right now. Well, I guess we'll talk about EJP's run while that's happening then.
Yeah.
So EJP is now entering the later stage of Chancellor in Peril here. He's going to be going for that trick here in a couple rooms as well. We'll see how that works for him. I hope that doesn't happen for everybody with the 800 by 600, because the reason that is switched is because the next level after this, General Grievous, has a trick that works quite a bit better on 800 by 600. So I'm hoping that we actually get to see that level and that doesn't happen for everybody, but we'll see. Sack and EJP, man, kind of neck and neck right now.
Very
actually
close together.
in the same room right now. We'll see if they can both get good Chancellor fights here. Wow, that droidica really did not want to fire, did he?
I guess we'll see if Justin goes for trash skip here. It'll be the first time I think we've seen anyone go for it.
Oh yeah, Justin, down in the bottom middle. This was the trash skip we were talking about earlier. It's a, you have to hit 2 buttons exactly 1 frame apart for the setup to work. And we'll see if he's able to get it. There's a 1-try clip out of bounds using this buildable right at the beginning. Ginger just finished up episode 4 as well. He's going to be on to episode 6 here in a minute. Looks like Justin is going for it. We'll see if he gets this on the right frame. Just a little bit off. So he's going to do the level the intended way, at least for this first room now. Not a huge deal. The trash skip only saves about 20 seconds, and it's a thing that is not actually gotten all that often. So it's not even like it's an expected result to get it just yet. But we're seeing 2 runners onto the Dooku fight skip here. And it looks like EJP gets it pretty quickly there. We'll see if Zach's able to replicate that. They do it on different sides. It doesn't actually matter which side you do it on. It's mostly up to preference from the runners. It's the same speed, but I know it's a pretty even split between right side and left side here.
So Frost just finished Grievous, I can see. I'm curious if that fixes game. He just swapped it back to 1920 by 1080.
Yeah, let's see if that fixes his game.
Although, based on what I'm hearing, yeah, it looks like it did.
All right, I guess we'll see if that happens for any other runner here. Hopefully not.
Yeah. So we'll see. EJP should be queuing it here.
Yeah, so
Hopefully this is not a recurring issue.
oh, I guess he doesn't queue it right there just yet, but we'll see Zach do it here in a moment.
Looks like we just got a $5 donation from Anonymous with no comment.
Thank you so much for the support. We appreciate it.
Oh,
all right. So we're looking at
looking at the desktop.
some desktop.
Zach.
Well, we're actually looking at EJP Man play the last room of this level since we haven't seen this
Yeah.
yet. This is kind of a tricky room. It's pretty simple, but you can have some issues with the Magna Guard since they're very difficult to kill and they are pretty relentless on their attacks. But fortunately, he didn't have an issue there. We super powering through Death Star Escape here, going for the Falconless backtrack here, which will despawn the last room and spawn in the end level trigger. Ginger is on to Jabba's palace here.
I must have missed it, but it looks like Jared has started doing attempts again.
Yep, he took a quick
pod
break
race.
there, and now he's into pod race once again. Hopefully this one is the one that goes the distance.
Yeah.
All right, and EJP into General Grievous. This level has a pretty cool fight skip. It's more of a fight cheese, though, hence the name of the skip, Grieve Cheese. So what he does here is he's going to play through the beginning of the level just a bit, do the first two cycles of the level, and then he's going to skip the third cycle using the strat called Grieve Cheese here. We'll see later on, but first he needs to do through the first two cycles. This level's broken up into a couple different cycles where Grievous is on the middle of the platform, you attack him, and then he jumps to a place further on above you, and you have to go and attack him there, and he comes back down here. But
Yeah.
now that he's at half health, after 2 slashes here, oh, it was supposed to be 2. I think he may have made a mistake there.
Yeah, so we have to finish the fight casually.
Yeah, so he'll go ahead and do that. I haven't seen this in a while, so we'll see if he remembers how to do this.
Yeah, I don't think I remember how to do this. I don't. Yeah.
All right, yeah, that was a
This'll
smart
work.
play. This was a good idea. There you
Yeah,
go.
there you go.
All right, so that is the General Grievous level the intended way. Did he make that jump all the way down? I'm not sure how Obi-Wan ended up over there, but
That's okay.
Ginger's on to Spiderless now.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can get this relatively quickly. He did a really quick setup there and was a little bit off. We'll see if he can get this on the third try here. He does. He does some very fast setups there, Ginger, which even though he got that third try, because he was so fast in the setup, it didn't even lose that much time to do that.
Yeah. Looks like Justin's in Rebel attack.
Yep, just about to enter the gameplay here.
Ginger hits that no problem.
It's pretty rare to see the people, the runners here, miss the trigger at the end of Spiderless. It does happen occasionally. Unfortunately, there's a backup for it, but not really a thing. It's a pretty big trigger, so people don't really miss it all that often.
Yeah. We have EJP going through Kashyyyk. So I assume he did not do 800 by 600.
No, he didn't, because he just played it casually.
Okay.
Not sure if that was an intentional choice because of the tech issues with the other two runners, or if that was just his plan from the beginning. But
Yeah, it might just be what he's comfortable with.
it's not a strat that saves all that much time, so it's not a big deal to miss it, or choose not to go for it, rather. Kashyyyk is a level that really benefits from the fast force ability. All these extra forces that you have to do with Yoda take easily twice, maybe even 3 times as long without the fast force extra. It's definitely a level that I think saves over 10 seconds with it,
Yeah.
which is a pretty chunky time save for basically not having to do anything in this level. It's just free time save.
Yeah. It also just makes certain sections easier.
Yeah, for sure. Like that one that he just did with all the clone troopers behind you. That is quite a bit easier to do fast when you don't have to worry as much about the time it takes to force the objects.
And also right there.
Yeah.
Because those guys, if it takes twice as long, obviously you have to body block for longer, and those guys generally can hit you before you can finish.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure if if the last Wookiee will follow because he didn't kill the okay, he did.
Yeah, and we do have Zach back now. Zach into Kashyyyk here. He's just a little bit ahead of EJP Man in the next room.
We also have Frost back in the corner.
Oh, yes, we do. That's right.
He's in Ruin of the Jedi, about to do the infamous library skip.
Yeah. It's not really new anymore. I think it was found about 2 years ago now, but still feels new. It definitely is a pretty tricky skip. It's another drop and warp where you can put one player in a specific spot and force the other player to spawn in a spot they're not supposed to be. But there's a lot of factors that affect it. Your camera position, you can kind of skew the camera off to one side accidentally if you take a bad line here, and the timing on the drop-in is very important. So we'll see. He's trying to take as good of a line as possible here to not mess up the camera. We'll see if he's able to get this first try.
Let's see.
A little bit off. We'll go for a backup here that tries to adjust the camera just a little bit. Still a little bit off. Very tricky skip. One of the reasons it took so long to find this was because people tried this a ton, but they didn't have their camera set up quite right, or they missed the timing on the drop-in, and that's one of the reasons why it took so many years for that to be found.
It is quite precise, although it is, for whatever reason on console, it is very, very easy.
Yeah, just a random console difference. All right, and EJP and Zach will both be entering Ruin here. We'll see if their library skips are any better or worse than Frost's there. Frost's wasn't terrible, though I'm sure he was hoping for a better one there. I think he got a third try.
Ginger's here on Carcoon. See how this goes for him.
Yeah, and we Super will be entering episode 6 now as well. We officially have 5 runners into the second half of the run, which is the first time we've had that so far today. First try on topless there for Ginger is good to see. And Frost's actually doing a pretty interesting drop-in warp, very similar to the one in Chancellor in the elevator room. This one warps the player to the end of the room, and then if you drop into a specific point, you can just warp all the way there and be able to skip that room. Kind of a weird mechanic with the way those work. The running away from some danger rooms, it just kind of warps players to the end of the room once they go off screen.
That's kind of similar to some of the other tricks. It's been known about for a while, but it took a while for it to actually become consistent enough for runs. That's something that's relatively newer.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the newer tricks that started getting implemented, that drop and warp there. All right, we'll see. Zach's about to enter the library here. Unfortunately, it looks like EJP forced the wrong door there and did not get the cutscene skip in room 1. He's not too phased, though. It's not a huge time loss. All right, it looks like Ginger got Disco pretty quickly there. I wasn't exactly watching for the attempt count, but couldn't have been that many given where he is right now. I would guess it's probably first or second try. All right, we'll see if the library goes well for Zach here.
Nice.
First try. Love to see it. I'm sure he's happy about that.
Yeah.
See if EJP can do it as well. He is stretching his camera a bit with how far away these characters are. I'm not sure if that might affect something for him, but we'll see. All right, we'll see how the rest of this goes. Keeping a good line here, which is very important. And he gets it first try. All right.
Nice.
Good to see. And these two players will both be entering Darth Vader here. Well, Frost makes his way in episode 5, the last episode of the run.
Also the hardest episode of the run.
Yes, widely considered to be the hardest one. Definitely has the hardest level in the game, and it has a lot of levels with high amounts of variance as well. The 2 vehicle levels in that episode are pretty variable. 2 of the levels that are considered to be RNG levels in the game. Not that they're entirely based on RNG, but their times are heavily influenced by it. Zach gets that drop and warp just fine. Ginger's actually entering into a level we haven't talked about yet, which is Speeder's Showdown. And that's the level that has the biggest skip in the game. I think that's certainly worth talking about, especially considering how easy it is to execute. It's actually not that bad. It certainly isn't like, just free thing or anything, but it is something that runners pretty much get first try every time, the barrier skip here with the speeders. So
Yeah.
We'll see him do that here in a minute. So normally this level takes...
What's going on with... Oh, EJP was...
Did he have an issue with the drop and warp there?
It looked like he was trying to do the Anakin deload.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. All right. Well, he'll just make his way through this, I guess.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Taking a death in that room, actually taking a death in any room of Darth Vader causes you to respawn back at the beginning of that room. It's a unique mechanic of that level. It's not a thing that usually happens, but if it does happen, it's pretty costly.
Yeah.
Especially in this last room that Zach's in right now. If you short that jump off of the tower, it can lose almost 30 seconds.
So see here, he's just switching back and forth to have this other player damage him, because it doesn't actually matter which player dies, just one of the players needs to die. And he calls in player 2 to make sure that it actually is one of the 2 active players that dies. And he's just switching back and forth to get rid of the cooldown that players have on their attack animation.
Yeah, because the third attack in a cycle is slower than the other 2, so making use of that is pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's a pretty cool stretch to look at, too. That's unfortunate. EJP jumped a little too early there, taking an extra death here. Not the greatest Darth Vader for Mr. EJP, man.
Yeah.
But Frost is into gameplay in Hoth Battle now, and this is a pretty interesting vehicle level. It's very similar to Gunship Cavalry in that your character has the towable bomb ability, so a lot of this level is based around towing bombs into things, though we can skip 2 of the barriers you're supposed to tow bombs into right here at the beginning. This first one here, you can drop in player 2 at the top of your 180 there, and it spawns them inside the collision of the barrier, and they can go around it. Second one's a bit less complicated to skip. You can just do a little barrel roll up the side here and go right over it, because it's much shorter than the first one.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Zach's on solid like 223, low 224 pace here, so definitely a pretty solid run, especially for his first run of the day. To put up immediately, that's very impressive.
Yeah, definitely something that will be hard to compete with later on in the event. All right, and Frost is in the arena of Hoth Battle, and the main objective here is there's 4 different waves of enemies you need to kill. The red brick that was picked up in the auto-scroller Battle over Coruscant is called Vehicle Smart Bombs. And what that does is if you press and hold the special button in a vehicle level, it shakes the screen and it drops an airstrike, I guess, on every enemy on screen, which is pretty broken for this room specifically because the advancement through the level is based upon killing enemies, and all the enemies on screen die, which is way faster than shooting them manually.
Definitely shout out to Snowed Ice for asking what that red brick does exactly, and that's how he figured out that it saved so much time in this level.
Yeah, for a long time we've just assumed it was useless. Like, we didn't really understand what it did, but eventually, after a query from a newer runner, we were able to figure that out, and it got into the run because not only is it useful, but it's also super easy to pick up without losing any time. Very convenient that one's in the auto-scroller. Pretty solid level so far here for Frostbite. Just one more wave. And EJP Man's entering into the episode now as well. Ginger and Jared both in, Ginger and We Super both in the middle of episode 6. That was an unfortunate death We Super took there. Unfortunately, a lot of these skips don't have respawn points on them, so taking a death in midair there gives a pretty bad respawn.
Pretty solid Boba fight, though.
Yeah, very solid Boba fight.
Frostbite finished up off.
And Zach is entering the arena. We'll see how his RNG here goes. So far, not amazing, but that's probably about an average result there.
Yeah.
The first couple waves don't matter as much to the time as the later ones. It's more just about not losing a ton of time. And fortunately, the vehicle smart bombs helps alleviate some of the RNG from the spawns on these. Not the greatest wave 2 either. And that last one's straggling as well. And it's all right. It's not the end of the world, but it's definitely not what he was hoping to see, I bet.
Yeah. We'll see if he's able to get the double spawn.
Sometimes, depending on your position that you end the last wave in, you can get 2 spawns right by the entrance here with AT-ATs. Unfortunately, he did not get that. But he can still do some 1P2C to bring a bomb over here while he's towing the AT-AT. He's able to find the other one pretty quickly as well. Had a little issue finding the bomb, though. Frostblade is into Echo Base now, which is the second level of episode 5. And this is another level that doesn't have a ton of skips in it, but it does have a lot of 1P2C and micro optimizations, which are pretty cool.
Yeah.
And there's also a lot of waiting in this level. You do a little puzzle and you wait for a door to open. Common thing in Echo Base.
Yeah. See, Zach is finishing up Hoth there. Looks like he's going to be getting a low 2 of 3 exit. Pretty solid. We got Justin finishing up Carcoon here.
It looked like that was a pretty good disco skip. I didn't see if it was a first or second try, but it was definitely pretty quick.
Looked like a pretty solid ending to the end platform. I'm not actually sure how the beginning of it went, but the end of it looked pretty solid.
Frost doing an interesting drop and warp here. So if you just go near 3PO, he automatically joins your party without having to actually tag him. And then you can go back the other way with Han and drag him much faster onto the screen, because 3PO is a very slow character normally. Another skip here using this box. You can push 3PO up onto this ledge and skip the whole nonsense with using a cart to get him up there instead. That's actually like a super convoluted room casually, so it's fortunate that we don't have to do that.
Took an unintentional death there, but that's okay.
This next room is pretty cool. So we have a set of 5 buttons that we need to hit on this slope, and with some proper 1P2C, you can get all of them in one pass with the 2 players. It's not possible to get all of them with 1 player just based on their orientation, but we'll see these 3 get hit with Han, and then Leia will go down and hit the other 2.
Looks like, unfortunately, EJP died while he was almost done finishing towing the AT-AT.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you do die mid-tow, it does reset your progress all the way back to the beginning, which is not what you want to see there, because those take quite a while to tow. Another quick skip here from Frost. Get on top of that. Falcon saves like a minute versus the casual strat, but
Yeah.
it's honestly not a very difficult trick. It's kind of cool when there's things like that exist. Huge time save that's actually pretty easy to do.
The next level Frost will be going into is Falcon Flight, which is the whole reason we even grab infinite torpedoes.
Yeah, that's true.
And it has the infamous boulder at the end of the level.
Yeah, which is a giant spinning rock in space that eats torpedoes and gives you time loss.
Yeah.
But occasionally it's very cooperative and people get insane times there, but we'll see how that goes for him.
Yeah, it looks like Zach's power-up spawned in the middle of these those buildable pieces, which causes it to despawn.
Yeah, that is a power-up that actually despawns relatively quickly, or frequently, excuse me. Like we said earlier, those power-ups, if they spawn inside of something else, they just instantly vanish and you can't grab them, which is a little annoying since the angle and speed that they get shot out of whatever they spawn inside of is random. So there is an aspect of variance there.
Seems like a bit of an oversight from the developers, but you know.
I suppose they probably weren't testing that all that much.
So Frost just queued 50 hertz, and that's for another trick later on that he's going to be doing in Dagobah. We'll talk more about that later, though.
Yeah, in the meantime, he's going to be showcasing the power of infinite torpedoes because in the casual playthrough of Falcon Flight, you're supposed to blow up all these rocks to get torpedoes to blow up the barriers, but when you have infinite torpedoes, you can basically just ignore all this stuff in your way and just hightail it to the end of the room, which makes the level a lot more simple than the casual experience. EJP Man is making his way into Echo Base now. Looks like Wii Super's just about to start Endor as well.
Like Frost did blank one of his torpedoes.
Yeah. Fortunately, when you have infinite torpedoes on, that's not a huge deal as far as torpedo count goes. It's more just the time loss of actually blanking.
Yeah.
And that happens usually when a torpedo gets stuck. If you shoot it at a certain angle and it gets into a wall that it's not supposed to be inside of. Just the unfortunate AI of torpedoes. They're not exactly the greatest projectile in the game.
But to be honest, none of it really matters. Boulder is the ultimate decider of this level anyway, so.
That's true. It's more of a minor time loss versus the variance at the end. One more barrier. Unfortunately, he got a double target on that first barrier, and it looks like he got another double target there. Not the fastest, because the big advantage of having two players here is you get to target two at the same time, but it's a little tricky to do that last one. And this is a really slow boulder. That's usually not what you want to see. Usually you want to see like a medium speed one, quite a bit faster than this.
It's like that one blanked.
Yeah, that first torpedo definitely blanked.
This should get it, though. Oh, he actually hit the one on the side, too.
Okay, I think he's at 3 max.
Yeah, he should be a 3 left.
One's not
That one
hitting.
did not hit.
Ooh, this is just glacial pace right now.
Okay, he's got 2 left.
So that one's just getting stuck on the side. I don't
Yeah,
think I've
not
seen-
sure.
Okay.
There's the last one.
That one should be easy to hit here, but the last
So we have
one
one
is
more on the
just-
back
oh,
side. Okay, it came around the front. Okay, so that's not
like-
terrible.
Yeah, not like a lightning speed boulder or anything, but that was all right. For the speed of that boulder, that's actually a pretty good result, all things considered.
Because sometimes the way the boulder spins is RNG, and also how fast it goes is RNG. So you can get some that are going really slow and also spinning in a way that the last target's on the back and never going to come to the front.
Yeah, and you can only hit them when they're on the front, really. So,
Yeah.
and especially boulders that are that slow, you can really have some ones that are pretty terrible. So that, all things considered, not the worst boulder in the world there.
Yeah. Sorry.
And Frost will be making his way into Dagobah, which is a pretty cool level. A lot of interesting strats, and one of the bigger time saves in the run as well, in the middle of it. Zach will have his own boulder encounter here in a moment.
Oh, looks like he blanked one of the torpedoes on a TIE
Yeah,
fighter, but
yeah.
it ended up not mattering.
Interesting. I don't think I've seen a TIE fighter blank right there.
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often.
No. This is also not very fast. It's a bit faster than Frost's, but it's a bit of a better rotation here at the beginning. That's
Sometimes
3
it
right off the bat.
does like to speed up, so we'll see.
Yeah, oh, it's 4 right off the
4.
bat. That's a really good start. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
That's not good,
Yeah,
And there's one more somewhere as well. There
they're
it is.
both on the back.
Yeah.
This is not exactly ideal. That one,
Oh, that's
Not
just going to
quite.
keep getting rotated at the back. That sucks.
this is
Um,
not. This is what we were talking
Yeah, this
about.
is the sort of thing that can happen with a slow boulder. Oh,
Okay.
that one actually got hit. Okay. Just
This-
one left here. He's going to throw some Hail Marys here so they can make their way
Yeah.
around. Oh, it looks like
Okay.
it's going to make it anyway.
No.
Oh, no. The tees. Oh, this is so sad.
Yeah, and this is just a classic example of just a boulder just
Yeah.
absolutely
Okay,
ruining.
surely this time. Surely.
please.
Dude.
Dude.
You've got to be kidding me.
Wow, that is just.
This is like worst case scenario boulder.
Yeah.
All right, there
Wow.
we go. All right, Frost is on his way to hut skip here. There's a trigger to the Jedi training room that is like inches in front of him, but by standing on top of that rock, he forces R2 to path through the swamp to the other side of the trigger. And then you can drop in R2, drop out Luke, and completely skip the point of the level where Luke learns how to use the Force. And then once you just enter the next room, you just suddenly have that ability, which is great. If you didn't, that would be a problem. But that's hut skip, skipping the Jedi training sequence, and that saves a solid minute 15 or so.
Unfortunately, I think that boulder killed Zach's chances of getting a 223, but he can definitely still close at a 224 here.
Yeah, it is a bit tricky though. He does still have Cloud City Trap left to go, which is definitely a hard level.
Yeah.
But I think you're right about the 224. With a good CCT, that should be possible.
Yeah.
And that was a terrible boulder. It's really hate to see that.
Yeah.
Let's see if EJP's boulder is any better.
It actually is pretty rare to get that bad of a boulder. Like, that is.
Yeah, that was a spectacularly bad variance there. Usually it's something like losing like 10
15,
to 15
20,
seconds
yeah.
or something. That's a pretty common boulder. But that was probably more like in the 40 range, maybe even higher.
Yeah. I think I heard a number out there of 45 or something.
Yeah, that's definitely not what you want to see.
Looks like EJP's boulder is not very good either. Oh, okay, he hit a couple on the back.
He's got a lot left though still.
He's hitting a lot of them on the back. He's only got 2 left, I think. I think that's the last one.
Maybe.
Nope. Okay, he does have
Okay,
one more.
yeah.
Yeah, that was actually not bad.
All right.
I think he hit 2 of them on the back there.
Yeah.
That's pretty rare.
Zach is actually doing another relatively new skip here. This is the Dagobah button skip. So there's a bunch of buttons that are under the water.
I think he pushed R2
Yeah,
off.
he did. But there's a bunch of buttons that are under the water that normally you press that button there to make them come up. But you can actually still stand on them and not die from touching the swamp water by standing on them. So if you know where they are, you can jump between them and skip that whole section without having to do it casually. And it's worthwhile because you can't actually do hut skip if you start the button sequence unless you finish the button sequence. So if you start building them and start pressing on them, you're committed to doing that in order to do the bigger skip after it. So it's kind of an all or nothing thing.
Yeah.
Which does make it kind of tricky to learn the Dagobah button skip there.
Here we have Frost about to enter CCT. This is the first time we get to see CCT at the event. For anyone who's seen the Salt video, you know it is a very, very difficult level. Definitely the hardest level in the game.
Absolutely. Loaded to the brim with skips that are very tricky, frame precise, and complex. So we'll do our best to cover them all as we go along here. There's actually also a relatively new strat in there. I'm not sure if all the runners are going for it, but it saves a couple of seconds in the second room.
Yeah.
So we'll see if anyone's doing that.
I know Zach's doing it, and EJP and Justin should be as well.
Yeah, so we'll definitely get to see it here. But There's also it's not new, but it's in the last 6 months, a newer strat found in room 1. It's another super jump. Those have been getting a lot of love lately, just people finding more ways to implement them. But this one's actually, by far, I think the easiest one in the game.
Yeah. You don't even need to... Yeah, it's really simple.
Yeah, so he's going to set his respawn point right about there and fly around here to behind the trigger where the mini kit is. And then by dropping out, R2's going to try and path to him, and he's going to get stuck. And then he's going to fly and get stuck in the transition, and calling him in just instantly ends the room, which is a solid 5-second time save.
Looks like Frost did not opt to skip the power-up.
Yeah, the new strat is skipping the power-up there. It's a little bit harder, but it does save about a second or so. That's not the main part of the level. Now we are there.
Yeah.
These are the actual boss fights with Darth Vader that we get to skip. So here is the DV1. And a lot of runners are opting for a version where they keep Luke up top here to avoid aggroing Darth Vader, because otherwise you need to slash Darth Vader to get him to aggro off of you. But it's a little bit faster if you leave him far away so he doesn't lose his helmet. So you need the helmet to end the room here.
So that was DV1. So here coming up, as you probably guessed, is DV2.
Yeah, this is probably the hardest trick in the game. I think most people would agree with that.
Yes. There's a lot that goes into this trick. It matters where R2 is positioned on this elevator. It matters where Luke is positioned on the panel as well, and it also matters the height that the elevator is at. So it looks like, yeah, that was just, I think R2 is a little bit too high there. So he's going to try and line R2 up in a very specific way, also line Luke up in a specific way, pause buffer, and also not fall off the panel with Luke until he gets to the correct height.
Yeah. And this is also cycle-based, which means every missed attempt is like a set amount of time loss.
Okay, there we go.
It does get that. I think that was the fourth
out of bounds
cycle
movement's
there.
also fairly difficult, so we'll see if he's
It's
able...
a little bit low. Oh, just high enough.
Nice,
Okay, yeah.
nice.
It's a little bit risky to do that without being able to see the lightsaber, but you can still make it there. See if you can get the DV3 here.
Yeah.
This is one of the most precise jumps in the game. You only have a couple frames of leeway
Nice.
here.
So we had DB1, DB2, DB3, and now DB4.
All right. Cruising through here. Gets both of those pretty easily. Honestly, this isn't that bad of a CCT.
Yeah,
Fourth
this is,
cycle on DB2, but other than that, it was pretty solid.
I'm not sure if it's quite sub 4, but it's probably around there.
Yeah. All right, and this is the strat we were talking about, the power-up skip here that Zach is doing. Unfortunately, he accidentally killed R2 with his deflect. The deflects are random, like the exact direction it goes is not controllable, so sometimes you end up with a result like that where you kill a player that you're not meaning to kill, but it is a bit faster than getting the power-up on average. All right, and we'll see how his DV1 goes here. Looks like this should be just fine. Yep. All right. Pretty solid DV1 there. We'll see how the DV2 goes. Zach is a pretty consistent runner when it comes to DV2. Tends to not have too much issues here, but it is still a very difficult trick, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Looks to be okay.
That should work.
Lineup.
Oh.
Slid to the right there off the panel. That's
Yeah.
unfortunate. That's not on.
Not gonna work. We also have EJP finishing up Dagobah and going into CCT as well.
Yeah, we'll see how he goes here as well. It's cool we get to have a trio of CCTs
Nice.
all right in a row. I think that was third cycle, right, on the elevator?
Either third or fourth. Okay. Oh.
Ooh, that was frightening. That's the, I mean, surely.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, we'll see how DB3 goes here.
Okay. Nice.
Whew, that like just barely made it. That was
Yeah.
like a max number of leeway frames used there.
Yeah.
But that's, close does count. Close enough, at least. It's not too shabby of a CCT. Obviously, the third cycle DB2 is not amazing, but definitely good enough.
Yeah, looks like he should be closing out at 225 here, assuming nothing like absolutely crazy goes on in Bespin.
Looks like Frost should be getting a sub 230 here as well.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure when he exited CCT.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how much time is left in the from this point, but
I'll know when he hits the next room, I think.
yeah. Ooh, almost got the first try there. I need to do a setup attempt here, and then I'll get it there. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. I think if he plays really well, this can be a 228, which is what his PB is.
Yeah, Frost is definitely primed to pace a PB here.
Yeah.
And wouldn't be surprised if he has another run that could be close to PB again. Maybe even gets one beneath his PB, which would be pretty cool. It'd be awesome if we got to see someone PB today.
Yeah, I think 228 is actually kind of hard, but I think he can get it still.
Oh, we actually have some 800 by 600 footage on Ginger Legend right now.
Oh, okay. Well,
It is being blocked by Live Split, but yeah, we have been having some technical issues with that. But the whole point of that is to change the classic.
yeah, so basically in the Grievous fight, we haven't actually been able to see it yet. We'll get to see at least a part of it here. There's a platform where I think EJP went for it earlier. I think he just accidentally slashed Grievous too many times. But you need to jump to a platform, and you kind of lure Grievous over to the platform, and then lure him back to the center, and then you spam shots at him. And we're not really totally sure what makes the shots connect versus what makes him deflect the shots. But for whatever reason, if you play an 800 by 600, the shots connect a lot more. We think it has to do with like lag and how good your PC is, because it seems like people with worse PCs seem to get it a lot more consistently.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that's still a bit of a mystery we're still trying to solve.
Yeah.
All right, that's a good box flip there from Frost. Yeah, this should definitely be a sub 230 here.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely a really low 229, it's looking like.
Just has this last two rooms left to do here, and that'll be the end of his run. And Zach is not too far behind him.
Yeah, and a reminder, this is Frost basically did a no reset right after the beginning, so to get only within, probably within a minute of his PB is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I believe this is his actual first attempt.
Yeah, EJP is also on his first attempt.
Yeah, both of them did not reset
It's like Zach
negotiation
is
at all.
getting beamed by civilians. But thankfully, we didn't see any Zach dives today.
Yep, all right, so that's door clip. Wasn't too bad, though the civilians were a little bit annoying there. I don't think that's enough to, like, put him out of the range he was hoping for here. He's still pacing, what, like a 225,
225, yeah.
And Frostbite is closing out the end platform here. Definitely 229 looking like here.
Yeah.
Couple enemies left to kill. Probably a low 229 1x, I think. There might be a little more of this than I thought. Definitely a 1x though, I think.
Yeah, well, it should be 1x, yeah.
All right, looks like that's a
229.18. Nice job.
Good job, Frostbite. First completed run of the event.
Yeah.
And looking like we're going to have two more completed runs here in the next about 6 or 7 minutes or so.
Because we also have EJP entering Bespin here.
Yep. And Jared is starting up another couple of attempts here in the beginning of the game. And we super cruising into episode 3 here. We'll see how the box clip goes here for Zach. Should be good here. Zach is a person that's very experienced with box flip, and he's figured out a lot of stuff with backups. There are a couple ways you can mess up that trick and accidentally end up under the floor, but Zach's got some backups for those.
There's a lot of experience with that.
Yeah, he does. All right, so yeah, definitely looking like a 225 from Zach here, based on the rest, or how much time is left here.
Yeah, and maybe a 235 or 234 for EJP.
Yeah, hard to say. Right now, there's a lot of level left for him, but we'll see where that ends up. He definitely had some issues earlier on. Definitely a run that he can for sure beat, since that's a decent chunk off his PB.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes later on for him. All right, and Zach rolling into the end platform here. Honestly, it's really nice that we end on this episode. All the other episodes kind of have much less interesting, like, final rooms than this one. This one's kind of hype because you get to, like, kill all the enemies. It's actually, like, pretty skill intensive versus, like, the trench run or ripple attack, or just like the minute-and-a-half auto scroll at the end of into the Death Star. Those would be a lot less interesting if we had to end on those. So it's kind of nice that it worked out like this.
The music on the end platform is also absolutely amazing. Definitely a banger.
Oh, I wouldn't know. I don't play with music on.
Ah.
And that's a 225.29.
Nice.
Nice job, Zach. So that is looking like our top time of the event so far. Pretty solid run, especially such a short number of attempts so far. That's only, what, about 2.5 hours into this?
Yeah.
All right, and we'll see how EJP finishes up here.
Yeah, and I mean, Zach's run, he lost around 40 to Boulder and then around 45 to Carcoon. I mean, that right there gives him the 223. So I definitely think we could see him get a better time today.
Yeah, for sure. Though we'll see how strict he is with his resets from here on out. Now that he has an established time on the board, he might be trying to go for a really good early game, or he might be just trying to play out more runs, get more runs in the late game.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right, it looks like we Super still in Chancellor here. We'll see how the fight skip goes a couple rooms from now.
It looks like EJP grabbed the wrong droid.
Oh yeah, he's a little bit off there, and that's 3PO again. There he is.
There's R2.
Yeah, you don't actually need 3PO for this section. You're supposed to need him, but you can skip the 3PO door with the box clip.
Yeah.
All right, so Justin heading into the Chancellor fight here.
Oh, looks like EJP Man's going for the...
Oh, he's going for this strat. Oh, this is hype. Okay.
This is pretty hard.
Yeah, so this is not a strat seen all the time. He actually found this a while ago, but basically the way this works
and he
is...
did the auto drop out.
Yeah, you can do the auto bounds with Chewbacca here. And there is... It's a very tight jump. You have to kind of do like a blind jump right off the edge of the collision here.
Let's see if he gets it. That should be good.
That should be good.
Nice. Let's go.
That is very difficult. The angle is pretty precise. The timing of the jump is pretty precise. Definitely not an easy strat, but it does save a couple of seconds because Chewbacca is quite a bit faster than R2-D2. Pretty hyped to see that in the event.
Yeah.
The big downside is if you whiff that jump, you spawn all the way back by the box and you lose like well over 20 seconds. So it's a very high risk, low reward strat, which is why it isn't done all that often. But
Yeah.
it's super hype when you do pull it off. All right, and into the last room here. This is looking to definitely be a 35. I don't think a 34 is possible.
Yeah.
It was very close, but it's just barely out of the realm of possibility, I think. This is definitely going to be a 35.
Yeah.
So he's doing the Chewbacca strats. Chewie has a slightly faster shot.
Wow, that's actually really close to a
that was
234.
that was a really good last room, actually.
Yeah. Nice
All right.
job, 235.03.
All right.
Good job, EJP Man.
Yeah, that's 3 runs finished so far. And hopefully with a couple more on the way. So currently, Zach is in the lead with a 225. We have Frostbite with a 229 in second, EJ Piran with a 235, and we have a couple more runs that are finishing up right now. But we'll be back in a few minutes. We'll see you guys later.
And welcome back, everybody, to the LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga LTA event here at PACE 2023. I am Wes Dog, joined alongside an anonymous source here in the booth. And Anonymous, I gotta say, we had a wicked set of first runs there. What do you think?
Yeah, it was pretty exciting to see the action going, and it was good to see multiple runners finish their first runs. I mean, when you don't have to finish, these runners will find any excuse to reset, a lot of them. So it was good to see some people finishing out, and like Frostbite especially coming pretty close to his PB was good to see.
Mm-hmm. And one thing that's not finishing up either, guys, is, of course, the giveaways for the Urban Arts Foundation. You can make a donation to the Urban Arts at !donate in the chat. You donate $25 or more, you can enter for a chance to win a brand new Nintendo Switch. And you could also have a chance to donate for a chance to win not a LEGO Star Wars Boba Fett fighter, but not just any LEGO Star Wars Boba Fett fighter, but one autographed by all your favorite LEGO Star Wars speedrunners you're seeing here today. Whoa!
And you could also enter for a chance to win either a Mario 64 cartridge or an SMB1 cartridge signed by the runners of those LTAs. So plenty to try to win if you want to donate, and it's also for a great cause.
Mm-hmm. As we hop back here into the runs, we're seeing Ginger at the farthest right now here, just wrapping up Hawk Battle, as Justin Wii Super is closing out 3-5 right now.
Yeah. And it looks like Jared doing the classic Jared thing, stuck in episode 1. Did he miss Arch Clip? That's quite a funny way to end. You don't see them resetting on this room very often, but you know, Jared will reset anywhere.
One thing you gotta just love about speedrunning is just the beginning stages become imprinted in your memory. Me coming from a Mario 64 background, I know for anybody out there that's Whomp's Fortress, I can't imagine how much trauma the Phantom Menace must cause for all you Star Wars specialists out there.
Yeah, the good news is it's the easiest episode, or one of. So once you get past, there's some reset heavy points in the first 2 levels, then you usually are cruising. A couple spots at the end of the level are hard, or the episode are hard, but these middle levels are a nice break where you can actually get a sizable way through the run without worrying. Yeah, it looks like Ginger is going on through Echo Base. Pretty complicated level. This is a level that doesn't have a lot of like super hard tricks. You won't see noticeable huge time losses, but there's a big difference in how you play just on how good you are at 1P2C. This is one of those levels that I think really separates the top runners. You're going to see, you know, like someone who's not as good you could see them make no mistakes, but they're going to lose like, you know, 10, 15 to what a top runner would put up just because they're not playing as fast.
Yeah, it's more than just about nailing the tricks and whatnot. You also got to have good movement here. Something I've just come to admire the more I watch this game is all the skills it takes for the movement. Like we're seeing here, just Han jumping, diving, rolling out, the tight corners, being able to just navigate away through all the deaths. Unfortunately, almost commentator cursed there, but I didn't get the words out of my mouth, so it has yet to spawn. Oh, but Jared is now switching over to LEGO Indiana Jones. What an audible there. Looks like this isn't LEGO Star Wars, this is LEGO Lucasfilm.
Yeah. Fun secret, you can watch the trailer for LEGO Indiana Jones in the game. This will unlock Indiana Jones. Perhaps he's doing an Indiana Jones % run. That's a category we have. Wii Super finishing up episode 3. His pace looks pretty solid. Certainly could get second place. I don't know. Not certain if he's on could get first, but he's not far off.
I don't recall the exact time Zach got out of episode 3. I want to say that was also a mid 1.5x, so he is on par, at least between Frostbite and Zach for the time being, and only just a couple minutes off of his personal best pace from what it's looking like.
Looks like Ginger, I don't know why Leia is going to the far button. I don't think that's the common strat. Usually would want to send Han farther for the jump rolls, but didn't lose any significant time as he's going to go up to the Falcon jump, which is the last real anything in this level. Pretty easy. Rare to see that one missed, but does happen. And he's going to make it out pretty clean echo base for him. As now, both of our runners in real runs are in cutscenes. Jared is doing gonk percent.
Gonk percent?
Yes. You have to get 3,000 studs, buy the gonk droid, and switch to him as fast as possible. It's about a 30-second category. Jared did not succeed at that.
Looking like he was trying to go for that sub 30. Unfortunately, just missing 1,550 of the required 3,000 studs.
That's good. Any one of these runs, any one of these times he loads in the cantina could be a real run, but not this time. He's gonna go. This is a recent innovation on gonk percent, this 1P2C, where player 1 is gonna go and collect all these studs while player 2 builds the fan thing, which gives you most of the studs. He's not doing it so well. He needs to be waiting by the door with his other player. That's going to lose him a bit of time on movement. There, he does get gonk bot finally. Now it's RNG waiting for him to show up at this door. Not going so well for him. You can tell he's not a very experienced gonk percent runner.
Man, I hate to see it. Even in such a short category, you hate to see a good run just completely busted open by RNG.
I wouldn't call that a good run, but he's back at it. He's determined to do gonk percent. Let's see.
All right, but now speaking of back at it, we see WeSuper back at it now, closing out his run here in episode 5 now on Hot Metal. We see Ginger. As we see Ginger navigating the asteroids, we've seen so far Frost and Zach have quite horrendous boulder RNG. Let's see if maybe Ginger is willing to turn it around.
As WeSuper is doing the barrier skips, at this point you wouldn't see a top runner really miss it, especially the second one's the easier one. The first one I have seen people stuck with for periods of time. But he's going to get through just fine, calling in player 2 to get ready for double VSB in the arena. As Ginger is just kind of flying through the void. Player 1 is quite a bit behind player 2, must have bumped into a rock.
Seen WeSuper take a little bit of time to take out those enemies. Not sure RNG was kind to him there, but has finally got them all gone as we now see the walkers making their way.
Yeah, much faster looking start to this wave 2. If he can get those last 3. I've seen a couple of them on screen. All right, yeah, slow finish to the wave, but you're not going to lose. You're not ever going to lose too much time in Hoth Arena to RNG. As you may lose too much time to the boulder, though. Let's see for Ginger. Good start. Getting 3 clean ones. Ooh. The boulder's rotating it. Okay, wow. Targeted on the back. That's a great boulder. As WeSuper had some trouble with this double wrap. Trying to coordinate wrapping both of these at the same time is very tough. He ended up kind of running over the AT-AT, the wrong one, and that broke his tow cable. So that's going to lose quite a bit of time. What normally would have been good RNG, getting those 2 AT-ATs right next to each other. Now into the last wave, finds the AT-AT pretty quickly. I believe he's not super close to a bomb dispenser, but that isn't a huge deal.
We see Ginger now crashing down into Dagobah. We saw, I want to say, a little bit of trouble there navigating through the swampy mess with the button skip. Ginger's already had a good start with boulder RNG. Let's see if Marathon Luck can keep up with him.
I would say Dagobah is almost the easiest level in this episode. It's your one chance to breathe before the end of the real gauntlet at the end of the run. But it's another one of those levels that you have some pretty clear like disparities in time between top runners and lower level. But usually, whatever time you're going to get, you can get that pretty consistently. Yeah, slight bit of trouble on ramp skip, but not a big deal.
Good room 1 skip there from Ginger. As we're now seeing him going for the buttons, and he's over.
Yep. Pretty, oh, stuck with R2, okay. Does eventually get him up. That'll cost him a few seconds, but hopefully he has everything in place for hut skip. And there it is.
Now I have wondered, just watching through hut skip, is there do you have like a little timer, like do you have a countdown? How do you know when to drop in for R2 to successfully pull off hut skip?
There's a sound cue. You can hear R2 coming out of the water. He makes a little noise, and that's usually when runners will call in. This is the one level where it really helps to listen to audio. Like, I think Wii Super does not, like, he doesn't have his headset on now. I think he only puts it on for Dagobah and just doesn't the rest of the run for that one little sound cue.
Good to know here that Wii Super does not have the headphones on. We'll try to keep the trash talking to either a minimum or a maximum. Just depends on what kind of mood we're in here in the booth.
Yeah, yeah. I don't mind throwing a few shots if they're warranted. As Ginger comes up on the Vader fight, one of, I think, the coolest rooms in the game, where you see they have this trick where they can force the boxes to keep movement inside of these cutscenes. So you'll see after he gets that second shot, he's going to be forcing that box with Luke, and that is why he's able to move up and be right ready to hit Vader when the cutscene ends.
Yeah, one thing I love about watching the LEGO Star Wars runs is just reliving my favorite parts of all the movies, like when Luke and Yoda came together to take out Darth Vader. Absolutely a magical moment in that movie. I'll never forget that.
Almost as iconic as, on the other side, the time where Han Solo rolled down the hill to get all the buttons.
True.
Yeah. He could never forget that.
So many buttons. George Lucas really was ahead of his time. Nice rolling there from Han and Leia.
So yeah, pretty clean Dagobah from Ginger. Couple small issues, but certainly nothing that's going to kill the run. I believe we're looking at a clean second place in the event pace, like maybe a 26 or 27. But obviously, a lot to be determined in the next level, CCT. This is the moment you practice for right now.
You should be interested to see. I know this is LRT, so it's not compared. So looking at Ginger Legend's personal best, I guess for anybody who, I'm probably not going to do this justice, honestly. So for anybody out there who may not know, Anonymous, you want to explain the recent change in timing methods?
Yeah, so for the entire game's history up until recently, we've timed on real time, which obviously it includes loads, and there's not a ton of variance on loads. The bigger thing is when we reset the game to skip those finished story cutscenes, there can be like up to 10 seconds of variance, even on pretty normal computers, and then you'll get some people that have extra long loads. So we have recently developed a load remover, and we're in the process of transitioning over. A lot of these runners, their PBs were done when we still used real time, so it's not the easiest to kind of compare their splits and stuff, but we have retimed all of their runs, so we have, the PBs you'll hear us say are their load remove time, which is what we're using for the event.
Exactly. So on that note, nice transition. Ginger Legend did get out of Dagobah. Compared to the LRT timer we see on the screen right now, only a few seconds behind his RTA PB. And so honestly, there isn't too much difference between RTA and load time. So Ginger Legend is still on a pretty decent grip within his actual personal best.
It's definitely less than a minute. And I think the PCs they're playing with are pretty good, so there's not long loads at all.
Right, and now we're coming to what separates the legends from the what-ifs here. It's time for the series of DV skips, as we're seeing Luke decide to hang back with his Stormtrooper helmet. R2 gets a clean fly passed over to activate the panel.
Yeah, that 1P2C that he did, keeping Luke back, saves quite a bit of time, like 7 seconds, and it really cuts down on the time save that there would be from doing the harder fast DV1 jump. So that's where you're going to see that panel fly from pretty much everyone, and that trick is probably the easiest major one in this run, or in this level, I should say, and here is the hardest, DV2 skip. Looks like his positioning is good. I believe that's the height you want, yes.
He's in. First try DV2 skip.
Well, hold on. Gotta make it across here. This height is really precise. He almost popped back in, pretty close, but when you see the lightsaber, then you know you're good. He got it. First try. Very good.
Of course, once you hit the hardest trick, just getting the jump across has got to be, it's just right there waiting to taunt you.
Yeah. Ginger has famously had a lot of very good CCTs down the run. Can't quite live up to his legendary potential here, but this is quite solid, I think, especially when he didn't need anything great for any barrier. I think you're just happy to get out without incident.
Looks like Wii Super's Boulder RNG was a little bit finicky there, but is finally through.
Yes. Yeah. So, yeah, Ginger looks like he's pacing pretty easily to get a 226. So that'll be a pretty close second for him. That's also less than a minute off of his PB. So that's a very good run that he's on, assuming nothing terrible happens in Bespin. And as for Wii Super, he is, I would say, about 2 minutes behind his PB. So that'll be, it'll be, I think, about a 227 pace. Maybe he can get a 26 off of this. So we're going to see pretty close bunch of times towards the top, which is really exciting. It's good to see some real competition for first.
Mm. Loving the chance to see all these runners are coming together. If you guys have seen in the background of Wii Super's camera, we've got all the guys just chilling over each other's shoulders, just encouraging one another and talking to each other throughout the runs. Honestly, one of the things I love about the LEGO Star Wars community is you guys are very tight-knit. All positive, all great influences on one another, and always looking for one way to encourage each other and help get your game up to the next level.
Yeah, and I've been able to experience this firsthand. Everyone in this community is super helpful, super welcoming to me when I first started, and like anytime I need help with a strat or something, I can just like talk to Zach and he will, tell me everything he knows about that trick. Like there's a lot of knowledge out there, but we're super open, and it's really easy to get the help you need if you're struggling with anything at all, and that's really cool.
All right, as Wii Super unfortunately missing one of the platforms here for button skip, slipping off into the water. All right, third time is the charm there, as we're now seeing Ginger in the home stretch now.
Fairly clean Boba fight with the double hit.
Wii Super does look like he has hit Hut Skip and is now going to be going for Pickle Jump. Now, something I have noticed as well in this level, you guys are changing your refresh rates from 50 to 60 hertz. Is a beautiful door clip there from Ginger. I've seen the window resolution change for Grieve Cheese, but what's the refresh rate change all about?
Well, when you have a lower refresh rate in this game, R2-D2 can slide up surfaces easier. So for the fly at the end of button skip to get back onto the mainland, it helps to have lower refresh rates that you can actually get up. I believe it is technically possible on 60 hertz, but that is super hard and unnecessarily so when you can just change. As yeah, Ginger's Bespin off to a great start with that door clip. Once you get up that elevator, there's not really anything that's gonna stop you other than a missed box clip, which is quite rare, though has happened on some record pace runs in our history. So this Ginger should be in the clear from here.
Ginger, the man so bold enough to call themselves legend in the same name, perhaps might get a legendary finish here and shake up these leaderboards. He's just got one more trick left to go, and that is box clip. What appears to be one of the more easier tricks, honestly, in the run.
Yeah. You really wouldn't see a world record level runner mess it up unless that runner is Zach. So I think we're pretty good on Ginger.
Ooh, shots are fired here in the booth.
I may not have said it, but it's happened twice. You gotta mention it.
Oh, as Leia's getting shot up by the Stormtrooper, just able to clip R2 through right before the death.
And we tend to say that the run ends about a minute and a half after the auto dropout, so that's going to give him a 2:26.30-something, though plenty of seconds to be fought for on the end platform.
I wonder if this is what it's like to be a celebrity here, just having a whole group of people just following you around everywhere. It seems uncomforting.
It's the victory walk. You need it. You couldn't have it any other way.
Ooh,
oh, what a surf.
Gets the glide
Incredible.
over the switches.
And a huge second surf. Now, that one actually doesn't save time. It gets you farther from the lever, but you don't need time save when it's surfs. It's about the style, and that was incredible style.
Always a fan of the swag points. And here we go, the conclusion. Ginger Legend is looking to solidify a second place finish here as long as there's nothing majorly catastrophic or there's a sudden glitch in the game that causes infinite Stormtrooper spawns.
That would certainly be a new one. Would be kind of funny to see, though. I think he's good. That's the Beach Trooper. That's how you know you're towards the end. Pretty clean end platform and a very solid run for Ginger. 2:26.35.
Well done, Mr. Legend. That does beat his RTA PB, but of course comparing to LRT, that was about a minute off of his personal best. 2:25.33 is his PB, but hey, first run of the day to finish within a minute of your actual personal best. He came and he showed up.
Yeah, and I believe that was essentially a no reset other than the soft lock he had. So it's really good to get that on a no reset. Those are often pretty bad. No, they can be. Though Wii Super coming up now on CCT himself. I think he will be going for Fast DV1. He tends to, I think he's the only one that consistently goes for it, unless he has switched with the new 1P2C.
It looks like he was trying to signal maybe no. I did see something.
Oh, no, he's going. Yeah, he sets R2 up to position the camera. And yeah, that jump is only a bit more precise than DV3, but the reason people don't go for it is when you miss it, you got to go all the way back. And you see R2 is positioned in a very specific spot. That's because Justin, playing on keyboard, putting R2 in that position sets up the camera where you can just hold up left on the keyboard. and get the exact angle he wants.
Now, to my
The
understanding,
timing-
if you get that first try, it does save a couple of extra seconds on top of
Yeah.
DV1 already, but having to go back and get the helmet every time, I believe that's costing, what, 10 to 15 seconds?
Yeah, so the old measuring stick was that when you would get it first try, it saves 15 to regular DV1, and then second try broke about even. Though with the new 1P2C for regular DV1, it's shifted about 8 seconds back. So he would have saved like 7 or 8 if he got it first try, but now he's losing 15 for every attempt.
You just gotta respect the grit. Just refuse to settle for safety and move on. He does get fast DV1, albeit not so quickly, but
Yeah.
gotta respect the effort. Let's see if maybe it all balances out here with a quick DV2.
Positioning looks good on both players. He's got Luke well set up on that panel, and very few pause buffers, and he gets it. And that height looks good, but you can't see the lightsaber. Hard to know. Yeah, he got it. Very clean. And very little time taken for setup, too. That was very impressive.
Let's see how DV3 goes. Does not get the double jump off, unfortunately.
Pretty good. Okay.
Yeah, We Super, to my knowledge, still has the community best in a 5-5, so is very familiar with this stage. Known to actually be one of the rare cases where his good side of the run is on the second half, is where you see a lot of runners flourish in the early game.
Yeah, you'll see. I mean, he has been around forever. With tricks like DV3 that have always existed, he is going to feel very comfortable with them after how many years he's had running the game. He also just doesn't reset quite as much in the early game as some other runners, so he gets to this part of the run very often. He has, I think, by far the most completed runs out of anyone. I think it's in the hundreds, I think. Yeah,
being the longest active runner right now in the Star Wars community, speedrunning since, I believe, November of 2018. And, of course, always showing up to every LTA event possible. He just finishes run after run. It is just like, it's built into him at this point.
Yeah, he's a machine, really, more than anyone else.
Guess that's why he is We Super and not just We.
For sure.
You know what also is super anonymous as we're waiting for Bestman to start up here is, of course, the Urban Arts Foundation, guys. Urban Arts is a program dedicated to serving the underprivileged youth and giving them an opportunity to learn the arts of computer science and video game development so that perhaps the kids of today can go on to be the next major game developers. Excuse me, a mosquito just flew into my mouth. Of tomorrow. You can help support the Urban Arts today by making a donation with the link at !donate in the chat. And if you make a donation, you have a chance to win a signed Nintendo or signed Mario 64 cartridge, a signed Mario Brothers NES cartridge, a brand new Nintendo Switch, or of course, an autographed Boba Fett Starship Microfighter Lego set. Only 85 pieces too, so anybody can pick this one up.
As We Super getting out of the cutscene right about now. It looks like he won't be able to get second place, but he can put himself pretty far ahead in third with a good Bespin. It doesn't get any early hits on Boba Fett, but that is... All right. Oh, double shot, that's good. All right, that'll be a pretty solid fight. Getting the character management necessary.
Right, let's see if We Super is able to come back to life and get this door clip. Oh, height wasn't quite there on the jump.
All right, nice. First attempt, you're almost always going to miss the first attempt for just to get the setup right, but then after that, he's going to get it pretty clean. Not too big of a time loss for him.
Lando just taking a beating out here. The Stormtrooper's just ready to go.
Yeah, this is one of the spots where it's really hard to fight enemies without blowing yourself up. One of the downsides of exploding blaster bolts that you will inevitably kill yourself a few times. He's going to go through this platform pretty clean, opting to do it with only one player. That's pretty rare at the top level. Most are going to call in player 2, but if you can be on the shots every time, as they spawn in, you aren't really losing time with one player.
As we are awaiting to see if EJP will return and increase that audio volume from 1 to 2. All eyes right now should be on Wii Super here on the right side of the screen as we're getting ready for the final box clip.
Only at 2 hearts, 1 heart now. I think he rushed it because Leia had 1 heart, and that caused him to not quite be ready to fly. Just takes that safe death. Now he's able to get it cleanly. He maybe had an outside chance of getting a 26 before that, but now he's squarely looking at a 227.
See, one of the things I need to learn when I play through this game is just understanding how out of bounds works. I always just kind of assume when you guys go out of bounds, there's still a floor somewhere below to go on, but just as you're watching DV2 skip, and apparently even with Box Club, I didn't realize that out of bounds had its limits and you could just fall into the abyss.
Yeah. Well, on Box Clip specifically, the problem is that R2 can't really jump out of bounds. So you can't go below the floor on Box Clip with R2, otherwise you're not ever going to get back up.
As we're seeing Super Lando land directly in front of the switch.
That was insane. Beautiful, beautiful second surf. And another interesting thing to note, you can see R2 kind of wiggling back and forth. That is a keyboard line certified. Wii Super, one of the few remaining pure double keyboard runners. One of the downsides is you have to kind of take indirect lines and do that kind of shaking motion, though it doesn't lose all that much time throughout the run, especially if you're super comfortable with it like he is.
We're seeing all the troopers apparently trying to gang up on Leia and Chewbacca. No one's showing any love for Lando as the beach trooper finally spawns. And now is the door.
Oh, he got cutscene movement.
Whoa!
Jumping off the platform with Leia. When you die during a cutscene, you can get some movement. So he jumped off the platform with Leia right before he killed the last Stormtrooper, got cutscene movement into the Falcon, saved a couple seconds there. That's a fun one. You don't see that one very often. I think people at that point are just ready to be done. So it was cool to see him do it. He's the one who found it. I think he takes some pride in that strat.
Just further showing how much of a machine he really is. Doesn't matter if you're at the beginning of the run or at the very end, just looking for every optimization possible. And a very solid 2:27.08 there from Mr. Super to conclude his run.
Yeah. And I believe on that note, we are going to take a short caster break as all of our runners are out on a lunch break, essentially. Though Wii Super may be getting back into it, but we are going to go to break. Stick around, though. There is plenty more time for some great runs to come.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
And welcome back, everybody, to the LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga Lifetime Attack event here at PACE. I am Wes Dog, joined alongside an anonymous source. And we're now about halfway through the event as we've gotten our first set of runs completed by a good number of the guys here so far. Anonymous, what have you thought about these runs?
I've been pretty impressed with, especially that second wave of runs we saw with Wii Super and Ginger both finishing pretty close to their PBs. They're also, those two are two of the better runners at the event, and they're really giving Zach a good push. I think within a minute of his time, at least Ginger is. So I think it is a good sign for the competition we'll see going forward that we'll have some real drama towards the end here.
Yeah, we did hear Zach talk in the background about how, while 225 does have him sitting in first place right now, is that if Ginger or Wii Super could be on PB pace, they're in position to bop that 225. So Zach is ready to jump back in here as soon as possible. But speaking of jumping back, even when we left, Wii Super just being an absolute machine and just is still in the middle, is still doing run attempts right now as we see him getting ready for the pod race.
Yeah, he took zero break at all. Everyone else went and ate lunch except him. He was the last one here and the first one back doing runs. Quite impressive to see that endurance from him. And that's something we've seen from him before, though. He is famous, for example, for his 100% runs, which in this game is like a 10-plus hour category. That's really what got him like a ton of followers on Twitch and stuff early on, was his big 100% runs, and he will not be at all phased by the length. He can just sit there and grind for all day and have no problem with it.
My God. The man just lives, breathes, and dies by the LEGO Star Wars. And something even interesting, I don't know what it's like in many of the other LEGO games, but I noticed there's a lot of intertwining going on with the LEGO games. Not people, when you coming from a Mario 64 background, when you see people playing a Mario game, they typically tend to stick to that one game, with the very rare exception of people going multi-Mario. But in LEGO games, seems like every LEGO runner here today has delved into other LEGO games, whether it be Pirates, Indiana Jones, Harry Potter, and they've all like grinded multiple categories in them as well. I guess where I'm getting at, Anonymous, is what are some similarities you see in these LEGO games compared to Star Wars?
Well, I think the biggest one is that all LEGO games have 1P2C. That's not just a LEGO Star Wars thing, and it's the same quick drop-in, drop-out co-op. And I think that's the biggest skill, that you can come into a different LEGO game and you already know how to do the hardest thing. And I think that makes it pretty easy. Also, all of these games were made on the same small number of engines. So if you're playing LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga, you can go play LEGO Indiana Jones 1 and you already have a good feel for all the movement because it's the same engine, same mechanics mostly. So it's pretty easy to cross over between them and hit the ground running if you have experience with just one LEGO game.
So we're now switching focus here onto Zach. Always love negotiations.
Yeah.
All those guys, we've already seen a couple of resets here, but Zach fortunately able to get in there cleanly with 0 studs and getting out of there with a low 2-1X exit. What is that going to be? Maybe like a...
I think it's a 208.
Oh, yeah, with LRT, 208.
Yeah, that is just about a second second and a half off of best ever. So you're always very happy to get that kind of an exit. Meanwhile, Wii Super, though, doing pod fraud. It looks like just the lap 3 fraud. He is into the clean here and going into Theed now. Certainly gets going on a good run already.
First of all, pod fraud. Love it when things rhyme. It makes it very catchy and easy to remember. But the first pod fraud, as compared to what we just saw there, is the reason why the first pod fraud is very crucial to a run is because you're skipping lap 2 in the process, whereas this just gets you to the finish line. What's the major time save difference between the two different pod frauds?
Yeah, well, the main pod fraud saves, I think it's like 45, 50 seconds, and that last one is only like 2 or so. Really, I mean, the point of pod fraud, it is a lap skip, and initially we didn't have that lap 3 fraud, but then runner named Zentorian found a different, much easier and also much faster setup for pod fraud. And that's when we realized, like, hey, we can also just do this on lap 3 in the same thing, and it'll get that same speed boost, and we can finish the lap a couple seconds faster. but that one's very much like a footnote compared to the main pod fraud.
Which, considering it's only a couple of seconds, it seems very risky to try to go for that kind of a setup just in the name of a couple of seconds.
Well, yeah. I would say that one you're not really going to miss. There are a couple problems that can happen, but it's usually a quick backup. You don't have to do the real hard parts of pod fraud in that setup. So it's definitely worth going for, especially early in the run. It doesn't even matter if you mess it up like 1-2% of the time.
Now, any Star Wars aficionados out there has got to be loving what we're seeing on the screen here. 5 instances of the Phantom Menace, truly one of the all-time classics in the Star Wars saga. Anonymous, of all the Star Wars movies that have come out, what's your favorite?
I think I am an Episode 3 fan. I'd be a bit of a prequels defender. I think when you can just get past all of the bad of the prequels, which there is plenty of, I think you can appreciate that there is actually an ambitious goal there from George Lucas, and you can just start to admire the story that for what it is. And Episode 3 is, I think, the best example of that.
You know, it's the ironic thing. With the release of the Disney trilogy, I think everybody has come to realize there's just flaws in every Star Wars movie, whether it's the quote original trilogy or the prequels trilogy. All the movies have got their flaws, and I think that's kind of helped warm people back up to the prequels. I'm noticing people of our generation seem to lean towards Revenge of the Sith as kind of their favorite movie, whereas people older than us or even slightly older would favor more towards Episode 4 or 5.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense that like whatever came out as a kid, you're going to be drawn towards. So,
The nostalgia hits hard.
Yeah, of course.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. You were going to finish.
No, I didn't have anything. But yeah, we Super coming into Theed 1 room. I believe he's going to go for the left side strat, which is a pretty recent development in the route. This has been known about forever. You can do this complex parkour. You got to hit a couple like precise pixels. And the thing that really makes it hard is you have to do all of this with 2 players at once. So that's why it took a long time to be implemented, even though it's been known about. But it does get you there a little faster. Okay, well, not if that happens. Yeah, this is a pretty clear example of why people were so hesitant to implement it. But especially this early in the run, people are really looking for any few seconds they can save. And when in Episode 1 also, you play that so much that you will eventually get it down no matter how hard it is. Even if this is still obviously going to happen, and it's going to be a reset after the missed box jump. Though we see Zach moving through Escape from Naboo. This is, I would say, one of the easiest levels in the whole game. Just really, though, there is still stuff that matters. You want to take as precise of a line as possible, just direct point A to point B. And in this level, you're not going like in any cardinal directions. You have to really focus on it, like watch the lines on the floor to kind of try to align yourself. It is a pretty meaningful thing, at least as meaningful as it gets in this level. It's a good few seconds. You have to really focus on where you're going. And the cutscene skip here, really the only trick of the level. He's going to nail it pretty cleanly, and that's going to get him onto pod race.
I was about to say, when I first started watching these speedruns, I honestly didn't even know that was occurring. It just happens so quickly you don't even realize he's dropping in and dropping out of player 2 instantly, and that just completely skips a in-level cutscene. So I know there's the first one there that we just saw now in 1.5, but how many more of them are there scattered throughout the run?
It would be hard to count. That's like one of the few really recurring pieces of tech. There's, just estimate like at least like 20 different in-game cutscene skips, but we do them with all kinds of different methods. Like you see Frostbite on the bottom is skipping a cutscene just by jumping over the trigger, or there's some we skip by dropping out, some we skip by switching. That's one of the most consistent. Like if there's an in-game cutscene we can't skip, we're immediately thinking like there's got to be a way to skip this. How do we do it? And that's gotten us pretty far.
We see Frostbite, unfortunately, after that skip, taking yet another reset. So we see Ginger does get the arch skip. Now, we saw maybe like someone's screen frozen earlier. Arch skip looks relatively simple. You just got to jump up there and clip through the arch. Is it a precise trick?
It's not that precise. I mean, you don't have like a huge radius you can stand under, but it's really arch clip is given as an example of like a super easy. It's the prime example of an easy skip in this game. You just have to walk up to the door. But it's not so generous that you would never miss it. Like, you do have to be paying attention, and I would assume that a lot of runners, when they get to escape, they kind of zone out for a minute, and that could lead them to miss it.
Now here's maybe a cutscene. Well, I guess since this isn't an in-level cutscene, have you guys ever looked into figuring out how to skip past the Tusken Raiders?
Yeah, well, yeah, that one we wouldn't be able to use the same methods. I guess you could maybe get out of bounds and go around the trigger. That's not something we can do. I'm sure it's been looked at, though, with how much pod race out of bounds was looked at before we found pod fraud eventually. I think that has crossed the mind, certainly, of someone.
I imagine just because it's so short, it's probably not worth the most amount of time unless somebody discovers something completely mind-blowing and game-changing.
Yeah, that's something where, like, anything that there's very few like actual long rooms we can even skip anymore. So now is sort of the time where stuff like that gets really looked at, because even a 15-second skip at this point is huge.
You see great lap 2 skip there from Zach.
At this point, he is in the clear pretty much for this level, as Ginger will be getting into pod race. So we have, hopefully, at least one of them gets out of episode 1. We can follow one for a marathon. But do have a few other runners getting at it in 1-1. Surely it won't take too long to get a good variety of points in the run again.
Well, with our top 2 screens now focusing in on Pod Race, we'd like to welcome in everybody to the Nintendo 64 Star Wars Pod Racer LTA, truly an all-time classic. We're trying to see how fast everybody can race around the track here. It's looking like Zach might be able to take first place if he can get through this lap 3
ran
skip.
into the wall. What is he doing? Oh, okay.
Oh.
So that is the one risk you do run when you go for that lap 3 fraud. Sometimes the player 2 you're sending to the end of the lap doesn't pop back in bounds like they're supposed to. So you have to realize very quickly that that's happening, and you have to just hold right and go back in bounds manually. It can be, I mean, I myself, I've missed it just because I've once I am moving fast, I'm just like, okay, the level's over. But you have to still be attentive, and thankfully Zach was. He was able to get that right away and didn't lose any time to it.
Just trying to creatively think of a way to throw in, now this is pod racing.
Yes. As yeah, we have Ginger now approaching pod fraud himself. Yeah, I would say it's definitely the coolest trick we have, so I'm glad it exists for that reason alone. Even if it's at this point it's not even that hard to do, like with these modern setups, but it never fails to look really impressive.
As we're seeing Zach getting ready to take on or start up the Gungan battle. As commentator may have missed something happening on with Ginger.
Yeah, he wasn't quite pointing at the right part of the lap. He was a bit too far to the left. Like he was going to go too late into the lap to hit the mid-lap trigger, but he adjusted for it and didn't need to take an extra death, so got out of there just fine, no time lost. As Zach is doing my personal favorite skip, I think, in the entire game, Theater Clip. It's a speeder clip, but it's in Theed. And pretty clean clip there. Now he has to just jump in without popping back in bounds too early, and he does it very nice. That's one of the few skips that I found. I haven't had a ton of luck in story skip hunting, but I will always hold on to that one very dearly, and I'm glad it is finally being done in runs.
Would like to bring some attention to Wii Super's run. It looks like the timer did not restart, so We'll see if he's willing to go through this negotiations. And yep, no, commentator just completely forced the reset there. We could have seen a world record run there get retimed, but unfortunately, I just had to open my big fat mouth.
It's funny, you could see his face as soon as you said it, too. Like, oh no, what am I doing? But Zach now coming up. Looks like he is not going to go for left side. He's just going to take the elevator up, which I guess today is the safe strat. That I remember when people first started doing that. That was, you know, like Justin was the first one to start going for it, and it was like a big risky strat that got him community gold when he finally was able to manage it. At this point, that's the safe, easy strat, and he's just going to get through it with completely no problem.
Now got 5 runners back. I wonder if Jared has also gotten back to doing runs as well. I see 5 screens active right now. Wondering if we do have everybody back, as we're seeing Zach just cruise out of bounds. Oh, and float his way up to the top.
Yeah, at this point, this is the part of the level that is really just focused on not dying. This Droideka, who we have named Bradley, it can be quite annoying, though, especially at 2 hearts, that the Droideka does do 2 hearts of damage, so he could have died, but he managed to navigate around that, get an extra heart.
Any particular reason why Bradley is the nickname?
I don't think so. I think we just come up with... I think someone will just say, hey, we should name that droid, and the first name that comes to mind is its name forever the rest of time.
I thought you were going to say something along the lines of that Droideka reminds me of Bradley Cooper. They're just a heartbreaker.
Maybe that's it. You know, I wasn't there for that naming, so any option is on the table.
And you know what? Maybe I need to ask somebody this. There's also the name of a skip in episode 6 called the Paul skip. And is the character's name Paul, or where did that name come from?
So...
Because I hear the audience laughing in the background, so I wonder what I'm getting myself into.
So that's the runner's laugh. I don't know if I can even... I'll say that it's named after the YouTuber Logan Paul.
Okay, okay, enough said, enough said.
Yeah, no, that's... You know, the person who found it was a big fan, I'm left to assume. No other reason.
Absolutely, yeah. Logan Paul has truly made his impact all around the world.
All right, Ginger doing left side. Little bit of trouble getting up with Qui-Gon. That's the player 2, going to be a bit harder to control typically. But he does get up. I think he probably saved time with that. And now Zach is coming into DM1, the lamp jump. This is, I think, the hardest single skip in this episode. It's sort of the final test if you can actually get out. And looks like he will. Very clean.
Nicely done. Is he going to opt for? He will decide to take the cart.
Let's go.
Just avoiding the bolts, too, and gets the time save.
Yeah, didn't have to go too far out of his way. I know a lot of people, when they take the cart, they'll do something called question mark strats, where they'll go in the shape of a question mark, like kind of weaving around to the bullets. But that does lose a bit of time on the line. Zach took a pretty direct path, and he stayed safe. That's pretty good. And avoiding a death up there is also pretty hard with just the mass of droids following you.
I remember even seeing his world record run. He got down to 1 heart and was very nervous. He was about to lose the run just because the droids ambush you.
Yeah. Now we have Ginger, a little bit of trouble on the 2-player swappy strats. Couldn't quite get that shot in the cutscene, but he did at least get the cutscene skips. That's the important part. And he's got R2 pretty far ahead compared to player 1. He's going to take a little turn back just to make sure the camera doesn't pull anything on him.
Now, the one thing I find very confusing is that when you get invincibility in this game, you and your lightsaber start to glow purple. Except when I think of a purple lightsaber, I think of Mace Windu, and unfortunately that dude was not invincible.
Well, I mean, to be fair, there's been rumors we didn't see him die on screen, so maybe a future Star Wars show will show that he survived. Wouldn't put it past them after what they did with Episode 9 and all. Yeah. Though.
I guess the little bit of lore I do know about Star Wars is that Mace Windu had the ability to channel both the light side and the dark side of the Force. So I guess you're right. It wouldn't surprise me if they decided to channel that dark side of the Force to resurrect himself.
Yeah.
Just been in hiding because he was done with all that, as Samuel L. Jackson would say, BS.
Yeah. And now Zach on cycle skips. And he gets them both. Again, those are frame perfect. You have to attack. You have to hit him on the same frame with both players. And he got it with both of them. Very impressive. Yeah. And this is a very good episode 1, actually. He's gonna get a sub 20 episode 1. I believe that's the first ever. And he got community gold on Maul. So we have a real, I guess I wasn't paying too much attention to the pace, but he's on a great one right now. And we'll see if Ginger can match what he did in Maul. Coming up, doing that wall climb very nicely. 4 hearts, so he shouldn't have any problem in this room.
Keeping it tight along the wall. They're only escaping with 1 damage taken.
Oh, it was not sub 20. It was a 20 flat episode 1 from Zach. Still an incredible pace. And yeah, sub 20's been like barely on the forefront of like maybe we can get this, and then finally, I guess the switch to load remove and a couple new strats, and suddenly it's barely possible. And now clearly we will see it, even if didn't quite get it today.
I will say, compared to his world record run, I guess it's his LRT world record, but it was still a 2:23.48. He had a 20:32 coming out of Darth Maul, and I'm pretty sure he did not lose 30 seconds to loading there. So let's just say Zach is cooking.
Absolutely, yeah. It's about like 6 seconds max of loads, I think, in episode 1. So.
Or, you know, since his name is Zach Muffin, could we say he's maybe baking? You know, he's just letting it slowly cook over time?
He's baking? Yeah, I like it. Yeah, let him bake. I think we have something here.
Keep getting baked, Zach. You're doing great. We come into Bounty Hunter Pursuit, the opening of Attack of the Clones, which in my opinion is actually the worst of the prequel. Phantom Menace gets too much hate on it, honestly. Attack of the Clones was something.
Yeah. You know, you gotta respect the romance scenes for being just like so bad that they're funny.
Exactly.
So I still enjoy it. It's just neither right frame of mind.
Ginger Legend, unfortunately, was not able to succeed with the Darth Maul clip. He was 1 heart away from being able to get from getting the skip there, but it does recover quickly.
Yeah. And he got 1 out of 2, which you can't really complain about given how hard of a trick it is.
Yeah. I will say, I think the one thing people do like about Attack of the Clones is that it gave us one of the greatest memes of all time and letting us know how we really feel about sand.
Yeah. I agree fully with Anakin. Sand it's not good.
It does get everywhere, and it's quite irritating.
Yeah.
I think this is where, correct me if I'm wrong here, Anonymous, but this is where we first start to really utilize or see the difference of 1P, 2C, because when people used to do this solo, you had to go to both sides of the stage here and take out those electric fences, but 1P, 2C, just like that, you're able to go both players and take them down. It saves you about 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's incredibly fast. And this is a super hard one. I remember Ginger was the first person to start doing that, and people thought he was crazy. Like, they was known about that you could do that 1P2C, and people had done it co-op fast, but like everyone thought he was insane and he was insane, but not for that. He was onto something there, and now, finally, everyone did start to follow suit when he just started getting times that no one could even come close to. That was the Ginger level for quite a long time, though. Like, the #1 thing he was known for. As Zach is coming into the harder of the two main rooms, the second room, the biggest thing that makes the 1P2C hard, in my opinion, is just getting the lights. Those were one of my least favorite things playing casually. Like, as a kid, those hitboxes on the lights are really deceptive, and it can be really annoying. You can get stuck, like, circling around and just struggling to hit it. Though the other hard thing is getting these instant torpedo fires, which he has done perfectly. You have to be at a pretty close lineup, and it can be hard to line it up correctly to get those instant fires if you're focusing on two things at once. But that's why they practice this for so long, because eventually it gets better for them.
Now, we did just see the instant kill on Sam Wessel there, and we talked about how, kind of jokingly a little bit earlier, about how box clip may be one of the easier tricks in the run, but it has been known to screw up. You ever seen any runs go awry from anybody for some reason just not having their focus and missing out on that instant kill?
I don't think I have ever seen that from a top runner, literally ever. The funny thing on that one is you don't even have to spam. If you have two players in, you just hold down attack and it will kill it. Like, I don't even understand. It's not like a skip. You're not doing anything remotely unintended. They just set the boss fight up so poorly that the Zam can't get away in time.
Is it really set up poorly, or is it really in tune with the movies on how they were just able to be quickly knocked out? They weren't a real threat.
That's true. It's true. And now Ginger going through this bounty hunter pursuit. Again, this is his domain, at least at a time it was, and he is showing why. Very clean.
Zach, unfortunately, not able to get the successful R4 fly across, but does get it the second go-around. Imagine this might also be another thing with Tech Anonymous. I'm seeing that when people set up for tricks like that, we saw Obi-Wan in Player 2 take a plunge down before Zach set up his R4 to fly across. Is that for camera work or for a certain setup?
I don't know if there's a particular reason on that trick, because when you drop him out, the camera's just going to go to what it is. Often you'll see it in similar places to reset the player's hearts, but I think in that case it wasn't, because he didn't take damage to anything. I think people just like diving off the stage.
Speaking of resetting hearts, we are seeing R4 getting absolutely demolished by Obi-Wan Kenobi, but to the benefit of the greater good, being able to phase through the gate and continue on through Camino.
Yeah, Camino, what once was like one of the easier levels of the run, has suddenly become quite the gauntlet. So I think just one mistake between the two tricks, you really aren't going to be too mad about that. But Camino clip at the end is going to be the real determiner if Zach can be happy with this Camino.
This is one of the still levels I'm still having a hard time understanding. There's still two tricks left to be done. There's something called the drop Zen warp and yeah, as you said, the Camino skip. But what is the drop Zen warp?
So the drop Zen warp, that's the one we just saw from the last room. It's a drop-in warp, but it was found by Zentorian, so that's where the name came from. He didn't even name it. We just did that for him. But anyway, you just go into that corner, and the game, it tricks. Basically, when you're in that corner, the game thinks that you're in the next room, and so the player 2 will just warp into the next room. And so normally you'd have to like go in, do some whole stuff with Django, beat a bunch of droids, but it just skips all of it. The player will just warp into the room for you, and you can keep going.
Oh wow! So yeah, it makes sense why they're just inside. And all of a sudden, Django's setting up to kill them.
Yeah.
It sounds like it saves a lot of time.
Yeah, there's a little cutscene, and then you have to follow and then take out a bunch of droids, and yeah, it's a whole thing. Very nice that we can skip it, and it's a very easy skip, so not going to add any time loss to your run.
See Ginger now getting ready to set up in Camino as well on a decent pacer. He gets the R4 fly right on the edge of that platform.
Yeah. And Zach on the other side gets a very clean Camino clip. Now, I did not pay attention to how many droids he killed. That will be important for Jedi Battle later, though. I didn't know what the right amount was. I'd have to be tracking. Now, yeah, this is part of the RNG minute for Jedi Battle, which takes into account what you do in Invasion of Naboo, Darth Maul, and in that room in Camino.
Really?
Yeah. So I could get into that one. So the droids spawn in random places in Jedi Battle, and you have to, go around and find them. And basically, the counter that generates that RNG is only affected by like certain specific things with characters spawning. And so we have been able to figure out every single place where that happens, and that includes like in Invasion of Naboo when those characters are running from side to side. That is constantly generating RNG, and then how many droids you kill in that previous room also affects it. So we have a separate live split open that just times the first room of Invasion. So we know we can take that time and know where we are in the RNG counter and then kill the appropriate amount of droids in Camino, and that can to try to get us on the correct RNG seed for Jedi Battle. And even if we don't, the big benefit is that we're limiting to a certain few seeds. So like even if you're not right on there, you'll be close and you'll know the seed, so you know exactly where to go. And so that is taken what was once like a huge variance level, and now it's pretty consistent, quite a bit faster.
What's going to be my follow-up question is how many seeds could one possibly track? Because I know I've heard people in events past talk about how you've memorized a few number of seeds, just being able to see what it's there, but I can't imagine you're able to memorize them all in the event of anything could go wrong.
Yeah, I think now there's tutorials made for I think 7 different seeds, and there's kind of 2 different targets that you can shoot for. Like you want to get, I guess the seeds they're numbered off 210 through 216. Those are the seeds we know about. Normally you want to go for 210, but if you have a slow Invasion Room 1, then you're gonna want to go forward to I think 215 is the next good one. So this is something the runners are tracking in Invasion. And in Camino they're trying to kill the exact amount of droids, or at least be aware of what they're doing. As you see, Ginger, that is a downside of this Camino clip, is now when you miss it, you have this power-up that's going to keep deflecting bullets into these droids even when you don't want to kill them anymore. So I think he's going to be a few seeds too far. So maybe not a good Jedi Battle coming up, but we'll see. Maybe he'll know where he's at still.
As we're seeing Zach make his way here into the droid factory, I'll be interested to see. I missed out on what the runners were doing earlier that got this far, but Senor told me that there was a new alternate strategy to go for here in the beginning of the level, where instead of using the bucket strat for R2-D2, you can just, with precise flying, get past everything. Zach being the early game aficionado they are, I wonder if that's something they're going to be attempting.
Yeah, so I talked to Zach about this yesterday, and he said he's not going to go for it. The fly is just a little too difficult, and it only saves about 5 seconds. So I don't expect to see it. Though there is a soft lock, a very rare soft lock, where the bucket will just disappear, and then you have to do it. So maybe we'll be lucky enough to see it one of these runs. But yeah, I think for now we're just going to see the standard strat, though still with a relatively new 1P2C to get some extra force pushes on R2. So that makes the slower strat still not too slow.
So I have wondered, why do you have to set up the bucket with R2-D2? Because it looks like Anakin can even clear the jump there. Is R2 the only one that can position themselves on the edge of the bucket?
Well, you need R2 on the edge of the bucket. Just makes it easier to fly out, and you need R2 to open that panel. So yeah, R2, we used to only take R2 across, but then we realized we could go a little faster if we just followed behind with Anakin on player 2. That's one of those like modern, like you have to do extra like 30 seconds of 1P2C to save like under maybe a second. So that's really the state of where 1P2C has gotten, where like these runners are so good at it, they can do anything.
You know, I'm even just coming to a realization right now. Zach is still with both players right now, and something fun fact about Zach, for anybody who doesn't know, he is a piano maestro. He's been playing the instrument for well over a decade. So you gotta think that if you're good at the piano, already being able to have the dexterity of multiple hands doing many things with your fingertips, that 1P 2C is just natural at this point.
Yeah, that's something that's been brought up. I think that comparison gets drawn more with double keyboard, where it's like a very similar positioning. Even you have your hands like both down on the table, but I think the crossover does still help Zach quite a bit. He is someone who, when he got very good very fast at any percent, and partially that's because he had been running other categories of this game, but also I think 1P2C came pretty naturally to him. As he's going to be making it out of Droid Factory. Still a very solid run from him. As also, we haven't mentioned Frostbite and EJP, both. EJP already out of Episode 1, Frostbite looking like he's going to join them. Jared out of negotiations, gonna get out of Invasion. Maybe we'll see him finally get a run deep. Yeah, this is what we said would happen with it. Just give it some time, and eventually these runners will find themselves into the depths of the run, and it looks like that's showing up finally.
It's funny you see, Jared getting a run deep. Is Jared been known to be a reset heavy kind of runner?
Yeah, he has, I think he has about 10,000 attempts on his splits, maybe more. He's just pretty notorious. I think it's just a mental thing where if he doesn't get a good Episode 1 or a good 1-1, he just doesn't really want to keep playing, and that motivation is hard. So he has been known to reset a lot. He'll be playing like a 7-hour category, and he'll reset over and over in 1-1 because he lost like 10, 20 seconds. So
commentator completely forgetting that this is before the gamers live themselves, and that not all of them have their headphones in so they can hear the words coming out of my mouth. So I was joking with a co-commentator about shots being fired from the booth. Looks like I'm the one armed with the heavy machine gun right now.
Oh, I'm right there with you, though. At this point, Jared can't even deny it. Like, it's the fact that he hasn't made it past Camino today. Everyone else has finished a run. He's just adding fuel to the fire.
Oh my.
Oh, I don't know what happened to Ginger, but he is back in negotiations. He would have been in Jedi Battle, I think. Maybe. Or I think he was in Droid Factory.
He just got to Droid Factory, so bucket, miss bucket. Okay.
Sounds like he then went for the new strat. So that. Guess I wish we were paying attention to that instead of ripping on Jared. But Zach into the RNG waves of Jedi Battle.
We have been tuning in and out a little bit here. I have no idea what to judge on what's a good seed or what's the bad seed. It looks like Zach has been experiencing a roller coaster of going quickly and then taking a little bit of time to clear out the last couple.
Yeah, I believe this is one of the good seeds. I think I mentioned seed 215 was a good one. If you can't get the earlier 211, that's good. You can go a couple later. I think that's what he has. And yeah, pretty clean wave 2. Really the big thing is you just don't want to get completely lost. You don't want anyone to get stuck in the pack of other enemies and then you just can't find them. So
now the seeds, as we had been referring to pretty much throughout this section of the run, does that determine what droids you're responsible for killing there, or is it location or a combination of the both?
So it's location. The game will generate, I think it's a 9x9 grid of possible positions, and then they'll go through one by one, placing each droid that you have to kill at one of those positions. So it's just about positioning, and if you know the seed, then you know exactly where the droids are going to be.
Padme just showed off their true strength, just mercilessly just punching Jango directly in his head. I absolutely loved that part of the movie, too, where Padme punched Jango's head so hard it just fell cleanly off. Poor Boba just having to watch a princess completely ruin his father like that. Shaped my childhood, that's for sure.
Yeah. One thing you can't say about this, you can't say they're not true to the movies. You know, who could forget a lot of these iconic moments? And it's very fun to play them out exactly as scripted in the movie.
Yeah.
100%.
One of my favorite moments from the movie coming up here is first barrier skip.
Yes. Well, little trouble, but he did eventually, just like in the movie. They got it a second try in the movie. So Zach is just staying true to the source material by missing that.
Love it.
And unfortunate death there. The respawns in this room are really strange, where like you see you respawned all the way back. There's no reason he couldn't respawn right where he died. I don't know why the game has it set up like that, but it can be pretty rough to die to those lasers. And a missed second barrier skip. This is really just a disaster gunship.
Was wondering, so much like we've seen from Invasion Skip, do you have to be up at a certain height in order for player 2 to clip out of bounds to go around the barrier?
Well, they're not clipping out of bounds, really. Yeah, you have to. It's about the height and momentum. There's a lot of different setups. The one that Zach was doing specifically has it set up so that player 1 or player 2 will be going straight forward. So in that case, you don't need quite as much height. Whereas there's an easier setup where you kind of turn around and do a full backflip, and player 2 will always spawn really high up, but you have to do more navigation. But height certainly is the most important thing, no matter what setup you're doing. And Zach, he lost a bomb on one of those droids also. This is just about every... Oh, no. Yeah, this is every mistake possible in the gunship. It's all happening.
Murphy's Law in full effect right now for the gunship cavalry. You hate to see it.
Yeah, and that was otherwise a very solid run that's going to knock it down a peg.
We'll be getting out of here with a 39.24 LRT time, about 5 seconds ahead of his RTA split. So probably still within, I'd say, about 10-15 seconds of
Yeah,
a PB.
that's better than I was expecting to hear. He must have been on a fantastic pace out of Jedi Battle. It looks like EJP Man has reset somewhere in episode 2. Frostbite, though, still keeping going into Bounty Hunter Pursuit. Jared looking strong in pod race, just got pod fraud, and Ginger is making it out of Invasion. So.
And great Dooku skip there from Zach. Count Dooku himself just completely amazed at Anakin's ability to use the Force. He just stands there completely baffled as he just watches him navigate the underneath out of bounds there. And now we get into the fight.
And now into this part of the level, it looks like a complete auto-scroller. It's not entirely. First of all, there's some luck on how fast he's going to force these barrels. And there's also there is a way, later in the fight, there's a way to speed up how fast he goes through the cycles if you get a fast enough slash at some point. This is this is like a very minor thing. It's like a 1 second time save. I remember Zach and E Roadhouse were sitting in a VC for like hours trying to figure out this very minor Dooku time save. They looked at it's got to be like 100 different people playing this level, and like, why did it work here and not there? So I think that was one of the coolest examples of like just absolutely poring over the data trying to figure something out for such a tiny time save.
I just would like to give a little shout out to some of the homies like E Roadhouse or Senor, some of the true pioneers and world record competitors of the game who unfortunately could not be here with us today, but hopefully are watching at home and at the very least are here with us in spirit.
Yeah, I would say there's a lot of runners who have either found a trick or, helped innovate a trick or done something to contribute to, like even the runs the top runners are doing would not be the same without the help of like dozens of people who are maybe not as good skill-wise as them, but have found their way to contribute to developing the strategies of this game. I suppose we can highlight Frostbite right now, who's going through the Camino Gauntlet. I believe he got first try R4 fly now, coming up on the button skip, which is a bit harder generally.
Now we have seen, I wanted to ask this earlier, is the reason why you have to lower R4's heart is because this clip only works after they are killed? In order to get out of bounds, there's just no other way to clip through with those cylinders there?
Well, yeah, R2 R2 actually, you don't have to kill him to get out of bounds, but you do usually force disable him. And when a droid is disabled, it takes them 6 seconds to like come back to normal. So it's better to lower his heart so that you can just do 1/kill him, take the 2 seconds to respawn instead of waiting the full 6. So sometimes though with that one, you can get it without even killing him. It's very rare, and most runners will just still kill him, not even realizing they got it. But certainly if it doesn't lose any time to get those slashes out ahead of time, they're going to do it.
We see Zach now starting on episode 4, the one that started it all. And Frostbite now making their way through, making their way with the Django fight. Unfortunately, getting blown up by one of the mines.
Yeah, you see runners nowadays like barely even swerving out of the way, doing the bare minimum to try to avoid those bombs. So you'll see them take deaths that normally shouldn't be that hard to avoid, but when you're trying to go that fast, it can happen. Not the biggest deal. You're mostly still waiting for Django to go across, not Obi-Wan.
And as we see our first instance of Darth Vader in the run there on Zach's side of the screen, I think Darth Vader, if he were here, would probably say, "I find your lack of donations disturbing. Please donate to the Urban Arts!" Exclamation point, donate. Because even Darth cared about the children.
Yes. Other than in episode 2, but we'll give them a pass.
Yeah.
You know, everyone makes mistakes.
We all got to grow somehow, right?
Yeah. Or it was episode 3. Sorry, I misspoke. Forgetting my prequels lore.
I guess I think it was 2 and 3. He killed
Yeah.
the children, Tusken Raiders, and then the younglings.
Oh yeah, that was.
So
See, this part isn't in the game, so I don't know it very well.
for a good reason, I can imagine.
Yeah.
But Frostbite got a clean Camino skip earlier and is now into the Django fight.
Mm-hmm. Pretty good from him. I'd say episode 2 has become the least favorite episode for a lot of runners because I think it's still early enough that they're playing it a lot, but it's also just much harder than episode 1. So it's a huge reset point and a barrier to getting runs out. Camino, I would say, might be the hardest part of that, so it's good to see him make it past that, even with that couple seconds on a miss slash, but still pretty solid exit for him. He's going to be looking good to try to put up a better time on the leaderboard.
As we see Jared wrapping up 1-5 there, and Ginger getting, it looks like maybe lap 3 now with the pod race. We got some runs going.
Yeah. Jared just one level away from making it out of his home, episode 1. So I'll be watching that lamp jump very intently to see if the one major thing that could stop him now is DM1.
That's got to be one of the fun things about, I'm looking upon Frostbite right now, getting up out of his chair, shaking loose a little bit here. It's got to be one of the good things about this kind of a speed run is you get cutscenes like this to be able to just take a break, kind of decompress, and set yourself together. There's a lot of speed runs like you just have to go, or maybe like the time to recover is so little.
Yeah, I've noticed these days I play more categories like free play, which don't have cutscenes, and it is noticeable how much more draining that can be. I'll be playing for a couple hours, and I'll go need to lay down for a bit, but in any percent you have that break, you can stay mentally fresh just about the whole time. And I bet it's especially fun here, up next to all the other runners. You can, check out other runs in your cutscene, see what's going on, what to do.
we see Jarrett now in the, I don't know the name of the room formally speaking, but we do see him in that room there, so it looks like he did get the lamp, the skip off the lampshade.
Yeah, no. I guess I got a little distracted, but yeah, given that he's here, I think he must have gotten it pretty quickly. And he is, okay, that's an unfortunate death. I was just about to talk up how good he is at this level. Really, anywhere in Episode 1, he's going to be great, but I think he's put a lot of practice into the end of Episode 1. He takes quite a bit of pride in getting early game exits that are right on par with the absolute top runners. You know, all of those resets have paid off for something, and so it's cool to see him have like his real area of expertise, and he's gotten community golds up here even when he's not quite as good at like the game overall. He has his real strong points.
I'm also loving his subtle little homage to Breaking Bad, just having everything in sepia tone, like the flashback scenes in New Mexico.
Yeah. It does make me question what other activities Jared is getting up to. I didn't think he would be like that, but maybe I don't know him as well as I thought.
I mean, he is speed running. Hopefully, he's not running on speed.
Yeah. Suppose there is, at this moment, no official rule about substance abuse in the TCS category rules. We just hope no one will.
He does get a good Darth Maul clip there with the attacks, as we see Frostbite now. Oh no, he's not starting out Droid Factory. It looks like he's getting closer to the end. Yeah. And Zach also, meanwhile, he got out of 4-1 with a 48.07 on his timer. LRT, that's only 7 seconds. That's 7 seconds ahead of his RTA splits, which I'd still say puts him within a very reasonable grasp of personal best.
Yeah, I think definitely single digits. He's coming up on a pretty hard. This is one of the newest skips in the run. It's a new way to get out of bounds for this fast force brick. Without forcing that big satellite dish, you can instead jump off to the right like this and go out of bounds just like that. And it looks like he has it just fine. I was talking to Zach yesterday, and he said that this was going to be probably the hardest point, or like the biggest reset point that no one expects, because the trick is so new and it's just a little bit difficult and unintuitive. I think he was expecting a lot of people to mess that up, and still plenty of time for that to happen, but he is not going to have any problems to this run. As he comes up, though, on another probably harder trick, at least once everything settles, in BBJ, which we will see if he can land that. Very precise. You need a last frame edge jump, essentially, and he gets a second try. That's pretty good. Especially when you don't have to slam on the missed attempt. It makes it only lose like a second or two. So you can, this kind of a second try is still very solid.
Still seeing net gains. Fortunately, able to do one of those tricks you can just quickly get up and go for it again. Second try doesn't really lose you a whole lot.
Yeah, exactly. Frostbite now coming into Jedi Battle. I haven't been paying attention to his RNG seed at all, but hopefully he knows where he is. Though these pillars also are not to be underestimated, especially now that with the manip, these pillars play an increasingly large role. And that was a very clean first pillar. You're kind of also relying on RNG. You need the droids to shoot at the right times where you can deflect those shots back into them. And it looks like it went quite well for him there. Now Zach on the quicksand skips, just relying on these really weird collision moments that you can jump off of. He got that first one. He's going to go for now Bone Bridge skip, a very small time save. Again, just jumping off of the really broken collision on the walls. And that's going to be a pretty clean quicksand room, all things considered, as Frostbite gets into the RNG waves. And now 2 droids immediately. He kills them with Mace Windu. That's a good sign for the seed that he's on. Now he finds another pair right there. believe this is the good seed that he has found himself on. Yeah, and very clean first wave.
And a clean speeder clip there from Zach. That is surprisingly a trick. I see quite a few struggles with runners of any level. It just seems to be very deceiving, where sometimes if it goes wrong, it goes horribly wrong. Otherwise, it just is it's first try every time.
Yeah, that's one where we have a very distinct setup where we'll like set up the speeder perfectly to just like tap forward and turn into the wall. But as soon as anything goes wrong, you're just not. It's so hard to navigate the speeder back to where it should be, and you're just like flying attempts at the wall, and none of them are very good. So you can get stuck there for quite a while. And then also the stormtroopers come out and start shooting you out of the speeder, and that's when it really gets bad.
And on that note, as we see Zach making his way into the Mos Eisley level, we're gonna skip past a very controversial topic here as to whether or not Han shot first. So we're just gonna avoid all controversy, and we're gonna take a quick little break. And here's a word from our sponsors.
And welcome back, everyone, to the LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga LTA tournament, live from Pace. We have had some really good runs today, 3 close top competitors and a couple others trying their best to match. I am an anonymous source, joined by West Dog, of course. And in front of us, we have some very cool items, a Nintendo Switch, brand new, and a LEGO set signed by all 6 of today's runners. These could both be yours. With a donation, you have a chance to enter for either $25 minimum for the Switch or $15 minimum. Could get you either that or a signed Mario 64 cartridge or a signed Mario 1 cartridge. All up for grabs if you send over a donation to our sponsor, Urban Arts. Great foundation helping underprivileged youth get into these fields, STEM fields, and could help create the game designers of tomorrow. Mm-hmm. As we left Zach as the farthest along runner, we left him going into most likely Spaceport. He has come out now a couple levels ahead into Death Star Escape. This is, I'd say, one of the biggest moments in Episode 4. You really want to keep the helmet. And so... yeah, so he's going to be very careful up in this room to not get shot. He's going to send Chewie into the lead to take the brunt of the damage and deal with all the enemies very close to getting hit with a couple times with Han. But making it through so far. And that's one more pack of enemies, and he's through this part, though there's still the Mount Ripmore itself where he could lose his helmet. At this point, most of the runners are going to generally keep their helmets like 80–90% of the time, but when they do lose it, it's a disaster, so you do still have to really focus on it.
Now, this might be a very stupid question here, Anonymous, so forgive me, but even if you've got Chewbacca, Leia, and Luke all running around, as long as one person of the group, in this case Han, wears a Stormtrooper helmet and they aren't committing acts of violence, the entire group is safe? Yeah,
the enemies, they're just not very smart, I guess. Yeah, but you only need one. Every time you go into a hard load, which loads a completely new map, only one player needs to have a helmet and everyone will be de-aggroed. And then any attacking, or if you just like do something as simple as building, then they'll start to go after you. But Zach able to keep his helmet through, and now so he gets the deload without any pressure from enemies.
So how does this skip work? I know the runners have to backtrack in order for the end of the level to be stored in the memory, and then it triggers it to show up a minute earlier?
So we don't know exactly like why it works, but my best explanation would be that at the end of this level, you have to do a bunch of tasks, and then the stormtroopers will drop down, and you have to kill all of them to open the door to the Falcon. It's very similar to the last level, Bespin. This similar trick also works there. Now, by loading into the last room and then turning around and deloading the room, I believe it deloads all of the stormtroopers for a brief moment, and during that moment, the game will flag the trigger to be active because all the stormtroopers are gone. And so then you can jump into it as if the Falcon had been raised. So this spot in the middle of nowhere that he's going to jump into, that's where the door would be if it existed. Okay, well, not that spot, but maybe this one. Yeah.
There we go.
But yeah, Zach is not the only one on a good run. We have Frostbite making his way into Junlin. That's another crucial level. Jared into the RNG level of the early game in Jedi Battle. EJP Man and looks like Wii Super also getting out of Episode 1. We have 5 runners in Episode 2 or beyond. Very nice to see after the screen full of negotiations we had a little while ago.
Yeah, good to see EJP's got a solid stream going too. During a commercial break, it looked like EJP was trying to turn into Flash Gordon with just the sporadic flashings of the stream going on and off. It looks like everything has touchdown and stabilized.
Yes.
Frostbite, I believe he got out of that level with a 40. And with a mid 48, maybe a high 48, so that puts him on pace for a mid 22x. Should everything else go relatively well for this run, so Frostbite might be cooking something up here.
Yeah, Yeah, I'd say this middle third of the run is incredibly important, but I think it's just good to have a good early game because you just feel good, you get momentum going, you can really get in the zone when you're on a good run. And he is not going for, this is the slower old setup for this out of bounds as opposed to the new one that was just found we saw Zach do earlier. It's going to get you to the same place, though, to this fast force red brick, which is going to help a lot in the following episodes.
So what's the degree of difficulty in comparing those two different setups?
From what I've heard, it is definitely the new one is harder. I think that you just have to do some like unintuitive jump angles and spacing that just doesn't really exist anywhere else in the game, so it's hard to get used to it. I haven't tried that one myself. Now, the other out of bounds is still pretty hard, but it's one that once you can understand what's going on, you start to get it most of the time. So I imagine that new setup won't be viewed as a super hard trick a few months into the future, but since it's so fresh, I think runners are maybe hesitant to do it in this kind of setting.
At least for someone like Frostbite, I think as Chimkid and T-Fresh touched up on earlier in the program, Frostbite is the newest runner of the bunch here we've got today. Just started speedrunning this game in January of this year, only been active for the last 6 months and has already climbed his way up to the top 10. So while he has learned a lot and picked up a lot in a quick amount of time, I'm sure just a micro time save like the new Fast 4 setup is probably not on the highest of priorities.
Yeah, and it's been very impressive to see how good he's gotten. I think we, in the LEGO community, we hold Mario 64 runners in a pretty high regard. We kind of like, they're the professionals, and we kind of look to them for like, how do we practice? How do we improve? What's a good mentality? They're the most, that's one of the games with like the most time commitment put into it from the runners. So I think it's cool to see a Mario 64 runner coming over and playing this game, and he was really good, improving very fast in Mario, so I'm not surprised to see how good he's gotten.
Yeah, I talked to Frostbite a couple of days before the event started, and he pretty much said the exact same thing, just being able to speedrun Mario 64 and even Mario Galaxy 2. It's given him that good combination of being able to find out what to practice and how to practice well, in addition to just the endurance as something like Mario Galaxy 2 would bring players up for. And I mean, if you think about it, it also just makes sense. Frostbite's also the kind of guy that likes to go to the gym from time to time, and when you're playing a game like a Lego, I mean, in every way, shape, and form, the man is an absolute stud.
Absolutely bricked up. Yeah. He's...
Yeah. Everybody's a critic.
Oh, and a tough miss on Quicksand 2. Maybe we were distracting him. I won't take responsibility.
No, you know what? It's karma. They trashed your jokes, and now they trashed their run a little bit. What goes around comes around.
Exactly. So yeah, Zach, getting out of episode 4, he had a bit of trouble on the room 3 out of bounds. So I think that takes it from what would have been a very good episode 4 exit to like maybe a minute plus behind some of his best exits.
I think Jared might be flirting with a PB pace right about now. He just got out of Gunship Cavalry with a low 39 1X exit as he's now going into the Dooku level. His personal best, which does have LTR time accounted for, was a 39.08. So while he's not ahead of his PB, he is still within reasonable grasp of it.
Yeah. That's something to watch. I mean, he spent all this time resetting. You would hope he does finally, when he gets out, it's a good run. So I think the strategy, we've made fun of him for it, but like you only get one run that counts, so you might as well, keep going until it's the good one. I think that's been his approach compared to some other runners who have just finished whatever they could and now they're going to beat it.
All right, as Zach is now out of episode 4 and getting ready to go into episode 6, I believe that's the first instance of save canceling, right?
Well, the first from saving in the run.
Or saving,
They were save canceling before, and each.
Or my apologies. Yeah, I got that mixed up.
And after every level, you have the option to save, and that.
Or I guess save reset, save then reset.
Yeah, but saving loses a few seconds, but then you want to reset the game to skip the finished story cutscene, so eventually they will save and just eat the couple seconds of time loss for how much they're going to save on those resets.
Here's Frostbite going for a speeder clip here. Obi-Wan is just not cooperating.
Yeah, this clip is incredibly hard. This is such an obvious trick. Like, we had a different speeder clip in this room, and it would be so obvious like that you can just go to the door and clip through, because we knew all about speeder clips, but it was just the door, I think, is super thick, and that makes it very hard. So like, people tried and just assumed, oh, it doesn't work here, and gave up. And it took a very long time to eventually realize that you actually can just clip through. And so that's, I mean, if you can't, people spent so much time looking for it. Now that we have a setup, it's a little better, but it's still one of the harder tricks in the run, I would say.
Everybody here is living in a cutscene paradise. Love to see it.
Yeah, except We Super, who just got the Camino button skip. That's a pretty big one. Yeah, and he's going to get a good force push onto the panel. And meanwhile, EJP comes into Droid Factory. Pretty straightforward level. No one doing anything too exciting, though. Jabba's Palace does get exciting later as you look on Zach's end of the run. Just shooting down these turrets here. He has a bit of an okay moment where if you stand too close to those turrets, you can look like you're shooting them, but it's actually not doing damage. So there's these clips specifically on Wii Super's channel of him just standing under the turret and shooting like 15 shots at it, and it just does not break. And all of those clips are titled OK. So that's why it's an OK moment when that happens. But he did realize it and back away, so he didn't lose much time.
You're seeing just absolute insane menuing there from Zach. Honestly, one of the things I can imagine is you're trying to get your times lower in this game. It becomes more and more crucial, just the ability to mash on your keyboard and just get what you need to get done.
Yeah, and Zach is just very good at this kind of thing. And specifically the dropouts are also, there's so many dropouts in the run, and Zach will just sit there and practice his dropouts. And he's gotten them, well under a second consistently every time, and that really adds up over the course of the run. It can be like a 30 seconds as a conservative estimate, like good versus bad dropouts. So you really actually do have to focus on that. As I didn't see what happened to Frostbite. That does not look like an intentional reset, though. Something killed the run. He's going to have to go back to negotiations, unfortunately. But Zach is approaching the big skips of this level. First of all, Droid Avoid, where you force this little thing into the wall, clipping the other player out. And he's just going to drop out player 2. There was, yesterday, I think, EJP found a setup to do an auto dropout here that's a bit easier than the one that was already known. Now, Zach's not going to do it, but I think that's an interesting that he found it here. Like, EJP, man, is in recent times been the one that's really been pushing innovations and finding strats. So it's cool to see that he got one at the event. Sitting in the practice room, I watched him find it. And yeah, Zach got the other big skip, Spiderless, and that's pretty precise lineup. And
I was about to ask when Spiderless comes up. This is the huge one because you're about to see him traverse a whole bunch of the level here, skipping by all the enemies, and I think that saves well over a minute.
Yeah, it's about the out of bounds itself. It's like a minute, 50 seconds of gameplay, and also like a 50-second cutscene you skip by jumping through the grate. So it's a huge time save. There was a different out of bounds known about for quite a while where you would use the spider that's walking around to clip out. And then a runner named Pickletoe found that you could do it without the spider, and that's why it's called Spiderless. And that alone, it saved like 50. But then, while practicing Spiderless, a different runner led astray, just accidentally jumped up too early, but it was into the gate and skipped the cutscene, and then there was a big moment of freaking out. Like, we found these two 40-second time saves at the same time. And so that completely shattered the game open.
Love to see how things can just serendipitously work out like that. We're seeing EJP, speaking of serendipity, seeing if it'll work in his favor here as he's now getting into the Jedi battle here in episode 2. Looked like a pretty decent first pillar there with a clean wipe out of the droidicas.
Yeah, and I would say that first pillar is the hardest one. Coming into the second pillar, he's going to get a power-up on Mace Windu, and that... Or did the power-up despawn? Oh, no. That's a rare one, but the power-up typically is going to help you just get through this a lot faster. You're not going to die, and you can just deflect shots easily. Better attacks as well, but had to play that one without. He looks like he didn't lose too much time, but now he will actually get the power-ups, and it's going to make that third pillar fly by, even though there are stronger droids there defending it.
Now see one of the truly comedic moments of the video game here as Luke Skywalker is getting the nod of approval from all the teammates.
Yeah.
Does the little jump off the diving board, front flips over. Nope, not quite. Psyched you out. He's getting ready to do some acrobatics. Look at those splits. Chewbacca is just loving it. Luke then bouncing off of his head, tosses the lightsaber to the enemy, gives him a quick little hey-oh. And boom.
Yeah. And it's such a fun cutscene for such a truly scary level in the run. Last run, Zach lost, I think, about a minute on the infamous disco skip. Really hoping that goes better for him this time. This first part of the level, though, it's some interesting movement. You got these jumps between the ships and a pretty interesting boss fight. You're trying to... It's going to try to land a triple shot from Han, where if you do a jump roll and then attack out of it, you can do this triple shot move. And so you can hit all 3 shots. You got 2 out of 3 hits. But you can kill the boss faster that way. You won't have time to fly in between places between hits if you just triple shot him down. Looking around the event, also we have Jared up going into Junlin, another very important level. EJP Man coming out of Jedi Battle, we've mentioned. Looks like he is on probably a better pace than his last run. And We Super and Droid Factory moving along nicely. Ginger as well, hopefully going to get out of episode 1. As Zach lands topless, that right there, skipping a whole bunch of movement to open that middle platform out. And now he's going to approach the real decider. This is, I think this is maybe the most scary single skip in the run, and that is disco skip.
It's scary for all a bunch of different reasons. It's not scary because it's out there to kill you, or it's not scary because it looks frightening. It's scary because we just simply don't know if it's going to work. Throw your praises up if you want disco skip to work.
And yeah, from the beginning of the room, nice. First try.
First try.
Let's go. From the beginning of the room, there's this, I think he's trying to do a setup from the beginning of the room where he walks in a very particular straight line to keep the camera aligned. And that works for him sometimes, or maybe it's not working. It's hard to say why it works and doesn't, but typically it's going to be either first try or you mess that up and the camera's off and it's going to take a bunch of tries and you don't know what's going to work. So...
One thing we can say for sure, Zach Muffin is here to declare that disco will remain dead. It is a product of the 70s and it shall remain as such. We'll skip that any day of the week.
Zach, absolutely more of a jazz fan himself, so putting disco in its place, good to see. Looks like Chewbacca's having a bit of issues with these skip cards, though not a terrible end platformer. He uses Slave Leia, you love to see it. Pretty good end platform, good carcoon. Zach is looking pretty good right now.
We see Jared just get the Fast Force brick. Fast Force brick, but not with the new strap, but with the old school strap with the satellite dish. As EJ and We Super are both in about getting ready to wrap up episode 2. But Zach, meanwhile, now that he's finished up with this level, let's take a look at his pace. He's getting out of there with a mid 120, looking like a 1:20:36, and his RTA personal best put him at a 1:20:20. So not quite sure it's looking like a PB pace / world record, but still very much a solid first place run. Maybe a 2:23 or 2:24.
Yeah, and that's I think what he's going for maybe a 23 would definitely be happy. Last night he did a run in warm up and he got I think it was a 2:23:39 and it was his third best run ever. Very solid run there. I think he's hoping he can get something like that. Like he said something about like I wish I could have just done that tomorrow. That's all I would have needed. So he's got a pretty clear standard he's trying to meet with this run. As he successfully gets flower jump. Another notoriously easy skip that Zach he missed once in a record and no one has ever let him forget it. Meanwhile, Jared going into the maybe a bit more difficult quicksand skips. Very clean on that first one, hitting all of the right pixels. Very precise jumps on that. Not opting to do bone bridge skip, which it only saves like a second. It's a very quick thing to just force that bridge. We will hopefully see, he did not go for the BLT, just a little movement optimization. He maybe doesn't know about it, I don't know.
We Super's just struggling to find one more battle droid to take out. He's been hopping around like a bunny.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be it for him. Now, one problem that can happen with the manip is the droids can wander off of their starting points, and I think that happened there. He just didn't quite know where to look anymore, and the longer it goes, the longer they can walk away, so it can be quite hard to find them again.
Now, we did see Zach earlier do speeder skip, which I think, unless I'm wrong here, Anonymous, is still the greatest single skip in the game, saving you 3.5 minutes from just getting over that little barrier there. Is there much margin for error when it comes to that skip? Because Zach made it look so easy.
Yeah, well, I would say currently, yeah, there is quite a bit of margin for error. So when we do it now, we take advantage of the fact that when you are in a vehicle and you drop out, instead of dropping out the player, it's just going to eject them from the vehicle and send them way up. Now, the old setup we didn't use that, and that was actually quite difficult. You would have to just do a precise like backflip and then 360. But now with that dropout, you get way more height than you need, and so it's not really a big problem anymore. Now, the unfortunate thing, though, about that is that mechanic only happens on PC, so Wii and Xbox still have to deal with the harder version of the trick. So I think on Wii specifically, it's still quite difficult, but PC, it's no problem.
And Zach got out of that level with a 1:23:26. Comparing again to RTA, while not so reliable, is only 14 seconds away from that, so still probably within 20 to 25 seconds of PB, as Jared took a little bit to get that speeder clip, but at least does get it on a second try.
Yeah, it was very nice. He was very focused on getting the setup, playing it pretty safe. And he was rewarded for it. And a clean path ahead, no civilians to screw him up on his way. Oh, what is that death, though? Couldn't quite turn around in time. Shot himself against the wall.
Yeah, this is where we're seeing the first good use of explosive blaster bolts come into hand by just clearing the way. But unfortunately, they can also, blow up in your face quite literally.
Yeah. I remember when I was running, that was maybe my biggest frustration just with how I played. I could not stop blowing myself up, and secret plans especially are in a lot of close quarters. You really do have to get used to it. And at this point, yeah, there will only be a couple of those deaths to run from top runners at most. So they've really mastered specifically where they have to shoot every enemy.
We're seeing AJP now kicking off episode 4 down below. Ginger getting out of Bounty Hunter Pursuit. And Wii Super, the man still has yet to take a single break.
He's just built different. He said it himself once, and he was right. You can't argue with it. No one. I mean, yeah. I don't understand it. Not even just a little, like, he hasn't eaten in quite a while, but he doesn't care. He's more focused on the Legos.
I guess if I had to guess anything here is when I talked to Wii Super not too long ago, he said that the ultimate goal for him right now in this game is to see if he can get the any % world record one more time. He hasn't held the world record since October of 2020 when his time was still in the 2:30 mark. So especially in this era with the pool of talent now being incredibly competitive with one another and a I don't know if we call it a revival, but like a resurgence in the community with the summoning salt effect still coming into play with people like Frostbite on the table or me here in the commentary booth. Wii Super, I think, would love more than anything to just snag the world record again. I think, unfortunately, it just sounds like that means no breaks. The world record doesn't stop. You just got to keep going.
Yeah, and there's been moments like Zach is, for example, he's more focused on, he's going to do 100% run soon, allegedly, so that gives a little bit of time for him to get in there, but it's a hard thing to break, and as soon as he comes close enough to actually get it, then Zach is going to come back, and then there's going to be a real push. Like, it's very hard to take record at this point. And a little bit of trouble on the 12-button section. I will say something about this level, Endor, is that the AI here is completely horribly programmed. Like, specific to this level, there's multiple points where the AI can just get stuck if you do like the smallest thing wrong. And also there's multiple points where the AI, you can trick them into going somewhere they're not supposed to, and that saves a bunch of time. Looks like a droid. Yeah, C-3PO just stuck on the button.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know what caused this. If you do everything perfectly... Oh,
He's
wow.
still just stuck on the button. Oh my goodness.
If you do everything perfectly, this won't happen. But if you like go on the buttons in the wrong order, or anything small like that, you can just cause this. Because the AI, it's so weird. Like, why does Wicket need that button? I have no idea.
Yeah, the AI are just toying with our emotions right now. They don't know what button to go on. They don't know what their mission is. They're just running around completely clueless.
Yeah. And another AI thing is he's going to shoot all of these plants because if he doesn't, R2 will just get stuck on them and won't show up. So yeah, and it's localized to this level. Like, you really don't have these problems anywhere else in the game. I don't know what the problem is. Obviously, the party size is quite big. That probably affects it. But it's something you really have to manage in this level.
Speaking of managing, here we go. We're coming up to the infamous Paul skip. Or will this be Paul less? Because I did hear there is a setup called Paul less now.
Yeah, that is what he's doing right now. He's going to set his respawn point behind the transition, and now he's going to push Leia into the corner, and Leia's going to do what's called a super jump, just launching back to her last safe respawn point. But she's going to get stuck in the door, and then you just switch, and it's an easy skip.
I always found it weird that it was called a super jump, because when you hear that, you think like you just go shooting up in the air, but it's more like I don't know, just like a clipping trick kind of super jump.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm getting at, it sucks you can't see the jump take place.
Yeah, and it's even more confusing because we had a different piece of tech called super jump, where if you did like a well-spaced jump with Han, you would get this like extra bit of height, and that kind of isn't used in the run anymore. And the name super jump, it comes from other LEGO games where this tech also applies. So I think it was found by, I believe the first super jump might have been found by Cedamnastic, who is famous for running just about every LEGO game out there, and he's been able to apply tech from other games because it's the same engine mostly to this one, and make some skips happen that we wouldn't have thought of just thinking about TCS.
You know, we saw Lego Indiana Jones in a run early this morning by Jim Ken, and now we've got the Lego Star Wars LTA event. Do we have any more Legos on the schedule? Do we know?
Nothing this year, but certainly we have our own Lego speedrunning marathon coming up soon, Legothon, which will have everything. So, if you're interested, look into that. But there's definitely plenty beyond these games to get into.
Why, yes. If I wanted to watch Legothon, where could one go to watch this?
Well, if you go to the Lego Speedrunning Discord, which has the Discord for pretty much every Lego game aside from the major ones, you will see plenty of all of the information posted there. And also any information you would need to run a Lego game that isn't if you want to get into one of the more niche LEGO games, you can go to the LEGO Speedrunning Discord and see everything you would need to know. Again, I highly recommend it. It's a very fun experience, and 1P2C is just such an interesting thing. I think it's really worth trying out, and like, it's just a very cool experience to do two things at once, and like the players coming together to accomplish something. It's very fun.
Unfortunately, what is not fun is Zach lost about 45 seconds, give or take, on that last split. Curse you, foolish AI.
Yeah. Now, EJP Man having a bit of trouble on the out of bounds with traditional setup, but there's these slopes out of bounds that, like, if you walk in the wrong place, you're going to slide off. And that's what makes it so hard, is like, it's not just the navigation, there's invisible slopes you have to deal with. And he also almost popped in bounds to get the brick. You see the red brick is stuck in its own little compartment. You have to grab it while staying out of bounds. If you come in bounds, it's a soft lock, and because you can't get out of that room in any way.
Oh,
so,
yeah, because the cage door is shut, and you can't get out of bounds from there.
Yeah, so you have to be very careful. He looked like he was very close to coming in. Thankfully, he did not.
So what you're telling me is he knew when to pull out.
Yes, that's certainly one thing you have to say about EJP Man.
All right, but speaking of pulling out, let's see if Zach is able to pull out of this fight very quickly with the ultra kill on Emperor Palpatine.
Yeah, and he's going to go for right side, which is the faster method of the two. Maybe a bit harder, but at this point, should have it down. We'll see if he has to use any safety slashes, and he will. These slashes, the Emperor will block those attacks, so you just freeze him in place. It's a lot easier to manage him that way, though they do lose a bit of time. But the important thing is it makes it quite easy to get the trick, and I think that's really the big innovation that turned that trick from like a super hard thing that like no one did to like everyone has to do it. There's no reason not to learn the trick.
Jared is now navigating throughout the Death Star right now. We still got Ginger, who is in the droid factory. Frostbite now looks like they are in 1-5, and EJ is still closing out episode 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I would be curious to see where Wii Super is. I believe, though, episode 1, based on when he last reset, so couple in the early game, but it's good that it's good to see everyone spread out like this. Like, I think I like this better than when they all get out at the same time. Like, we had a big wave of runs finish, and then they're all done, and now what? No one's playing. So, at this point, like, we have whatever part of the game you like, you have somewhere you can look, and when this run finishes, we'll have run after run in quick succession finishing.
You got a good mix of content. You don't have to be completely fixated on multiple runs all at once, and there's enough time for some playful banter.
Yes. Now, Jared making his way up Ripmore. Looks like no spawns of note, and he gets the de-aggro on that, so that's going to be a clean DSE for him. As Zach goes into the Death Star RNG section, I believe 1 in 3 of these TIE fighters spawn with torpedoes, and he got a dupe there. That's pretty cool. Yeah, you need those torpedoes to shoot down these ships, and if you hit the torpedo at the same time with both players, you can dupe it. It's pretty rare, but Zach got one there. Small time save. And that sound you're hearing on Zach's screen is the extra tractor beam, which pulls ships towards you, and it helps kill the ships. You don't even have to shoot them. They'll just die right on you. That's a pretty recent innovation. I think it was found, there were a couple runners who just wanted there to be a new route change before the Summoning Salt video came out because they thought it would be cool. So they looked at every red brick, what could it possibly be used for, and they decided tractor beam, oh, that actually is quite helpful right here. So now we have an extra red brick in the run.
Wait, that whirring was actually just the tractor beam? I thought for a moment the building just cranked up the air conditioner for a second.
No, it's still pretty warm in here, but yeah.
Yeah. Commentator made a mistake trying to look all professional with a long sleeve shirt, and I'm starting to feel sweat all over my stomach.
Yeah. Didn't you know you weren't going to be on camera most of the time?
No. And they're still using the tractor beam right now?
Yeah, well, they're not really using it. They're just not going to bother turning it off. It's not something you have to actively use. Like, if the extra is on, it's going to do it. But at this point, the time saved from that is passed.
Now we'll see Zach get ready to bring a thrilling conclusion to Return of the Jedi, provided he can just work his way through this little tunnel and blow up the Death Star. Ginger Legend, I think, taking a look at some pretty good seeds for his Jedi battle. Hopefully Commentator's Curse does not come into effect.
Looking for a pack of 3 on the right here, and he's got all 3 of them, so this is probably one of the better seeds for him. Yeah, that's a pretty good wave 1. Meanwhile, Zach pretty clean through the core, and does get infinite torpedoes. They were doing a race in the practice room yesterday, and Zach missed that red brick, which cost him dearly in episode 5. Good to see that he did actually get it this time.
Now they just gotta make their way out. Go, man, go! Stop picking up the mini kits and just move! We got 2 Death Star battles taking place at the same time.
You can see how much they upscaled the second Death Star. They really made it quite a bit bigger. Good on the architects of the Empire.
And it just goes to show you, as we're probably about to see here very shortly, bigger isn't always better.
Well, they both get blown up, so we can't really compare. They're about the same.
And I guess if you're going to put death in the name, then death is sure to follow. They just don't tell you where it's going to happen.
Yeah. Jared taking an unfortunate death with player 1 at no torpedoes. He's going to have to go over with player 1 to grab one. Which, okay, yeah, and a double target on there. He has to get another one. That's going to be a problem. The first one wasn't such a big deal, but now needing to get 2 extras. It's going to be a small hiccup, though. And he does a flip there, I think accidentally. He meant to do a 180 into room 3 skip, which he gets nice and clean, and that's pretty much the last hard part of this level.
Zach gets out of there with a 138-21 there to close out episode 6. That still puts him about a minute away from PB pace, but still a very solid run. 1 minute off of PB pace for Zach is still flirting with a potential 223, at the very least a low 224.
Yeah, he's got plenty of room to beat this run. That's why he's the best. He can lose a bit of time, and he's still on just a great pace because he's playing so well everywhere else.
Now, while Zach has plenty of room to finish the run, unfortunately, I don't have much room left here into this commentary booth. We're going to go out for a advertisement break for this word for our sponsors, but would just like to say, Anonymous, thank you so much for being a co-commentator. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, it's been a great time. I've had a really fun time watching the runs with you.
We've been talking about people like We Super Being a Machine. This man is going to continue to do commentary until the very end. This man is built. Make sure he gets all the love he deserves. And thank you, Lego Star Wars community, for welcoming me here into the booth. Again, it's been a pleasure. Good luck with your runs, guys. Sorry if I ruined anything. Anonymous, thank you again, and we'll be right back after this.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2CS LTA live from PACE 2023. I am an anonymous source, joined now by a new commentator, Hofster101.
Hello, I'm Hofster101. I do tooling for LEGO Star Wars, and we've done commentary a few times already. Never in person, but it'll be a fun experience.
Yeah, a new experience. And as a reminder, this event is benefiting Urban Arts, a great charity which helps underprivileged children get into STEM fields and possibly could help create the video game designers of tomorrow.
Very good.
And if you send a donation of $25 or more, you could be entered to win this Nintendo Switch, brand new, or $15 or more could get you this signed Lego set, signed by all of those runners up there.
All 6.
And or you could enter for a Super Mario 64 cartridge, again signed by the runners, or Super Mario Bros. 1. Plenty to enter for if you do want to donate, and again, it's to a great cause.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see who ends up winning those. Hopefully we can get some more. And now, coming into the runs, Zach's still on his run from earlier. He was apparently had a pretty decent Chancellor, it seems.
Yeah. And in an interesting spot in Grievous here, this is not the strat you would normally see them going for, but they're running on different hardware, and the trick normally here called Grieve Cheese is very finicky and weird. Like, I wouldn't say it requires good hardware, it just requires specific certain things that we can't really pinpoint. And so Zach has decided that not a big fan of these computers, but he just got 3 shots in a row. But he went for what we call the Easy Max setup, where you only do a little bit of the Grieve Cheese.
Yeah, it's really interesting because this is not a very technically complex game and not a very high performance run, but it somehow is the most hardware dependent speedrun I know of. Like, there's like refresh rate changes. We've had issues with resolution changing stuff, random things with like certain monitors just causing people to get certain tricks better than others. We don't know why that is, but it seems to. I mean, it's a pretty important part of the run. So.
Yeah, and like it's not super straightforward. Like, obviously, a better computer is usually going to have better loads and resets, but sometimes you can have like a pretty good PC, but just have like way faster resets than people with super computers. So I don't really know, but thankfully on that end we have the load remover, so that isn't a factor anymore. But still some weird things about the game.
Yeah, it gets rid of some variability. Always nice to see Jared finally into episode 6.
Speaking a bit too soon, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, okay. Not
third try.
bad. I remember the shot before, which involved you going to the top. It was fun. It was a nice little sneaky jump. Now it's just kind of a very frustrating jump there because you have to kind of glide along the edge of that wall before doing the jump.
Yeah.
Which makes it a bit tough.
That's another skip where, like, I vividly remember trying to get that jump before, and it just didn't work. But there's this very specific thing you have to do where you walk along the wall, and that lets you get a bigger edge jump, and that makes the jump possible.
Yeah, I was in. I think it was T-Fresh was in my like Twitch chat at one point when I was trying to do it, and it took me like 25 tries, but then I got it once, and it was just like fine.
Yeah.
Just very, very particular movement.
And now on Disco Skip, missed it first try. This is where things could get off the rails a bit. Okay, second try. You will always take that.
Also, Ginger, with the new setup here for Fast Force, I think it's been talked about a bit before, but there's the old setup for Fast Force involves going up to the left and jumping off of that satellite dish, I guess. A new one came out very recently. Didn't really know about it much before this run, or before these runs, where you jump through a little gap on the right. Although it turns out that he did build part of the thing, which part of the benefit of that trick is that you can just run up the slope without needing to force anything. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, there's a slightly harder version where you have to get the ramp normally, but there is a very hard jump up the ramp that saves less than the other part of the trick.
Yeah, I believe that's one that Zach's been doing, actually.
Yeah, I think he's messed with it, probably not consistently going for it.
Yeah.
I do want to point out, though, every runner is still in their runs from before, except EJP Man, who did reset over the break. Didn't quite catch what that was, but disappointing. He was quite far into the run.
Yeah, we've had some tough resets. I mean, the most brutal thing was, I think, Ginger on his very first run doing a really good job and then getting soft locked.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. I mean, it happens.
You really hate to see those. They're they're so rare, and when it doesn't even occur to you that it's going to happen until it does.
Yeah, and I mean, as the name indicates, there's nothing you can do. It's not a skill issue. It's just, it just happens.
I will say there's some soft locks and crashes that have been determined to be skill issues. We've definitely come a long way in terms of preventing those, but there's just a few extremely rare ones that we still don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, the classic one that used to, I think, would be a bigger problem was Obi-Wan, right? Obi-Wan getting stuck in Rescue the Princess. Nowadays, I don't really see it often.
Yeah, and if he does get stuck, we can spam pause, and that will get him unstuck.
Yeah, there's a period of time after we did the after we did the Obi-Wan out of bounds there, but before we realized that pause happened, where if he got stuck, it was like just game over.
Yeah.
Fortunately, that's not a problem. Jared with a really, really hard flower jump. There we go.
Got
it. It's 1 in 1,000. No, and it's a very easy trick. All of Speeder Showdown's pretty straightforward. I think you were talking about a bit about this with Wes earlier, right? But the speeder skip here, it saves 3.5 minutes, and is pretty easy.
Yeah, at this point, this setup found by Zentorian, shout out to him. It really gives you a ton of, like, the height you get from jumping out of the speeder when you drop out is way more than enough, so you...
Yeah, I mean, there you go.
Yeah.
You're like 2 times that fence height.
Yeah.
There's an interesting thing here, which is you'll notice Leia's dropped in, but she doesn't do anything. And the reason, well, like, she doesn't, participate in any normal 1v2 scene. The reason for that is because of the way the AI works in this level, because it's all one level, if you drop her out, she'll run all the way back to the other to the other side of the arena.
Yeah, she still wants to get in the speeder and go chase the stormtroopers.
She's really excited about that pretty monotonous loop that you have to do normally.
Yeah.
So
you just have to keep her dropped in so that she stays with you.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Zach is coming up on another skip that has been often quite mysteriously giving him huge time losses. The library skip. He's gonna set up a player on that little arm thing blocking the door, and then pan the camera and jump and hope that the player calls in right behind the door, just like that.
Nice job Zach with that. Yeah, that trick. There's another one that was discovered afterwards that it was a super jump version of that. Most people don't do. Do you know why they don't do that? Is it just slower?
It's a lot slower.
Okay.
I think like 10, 15 seconds slower.
Okay. But yeah, that was a trick people used to do. Or, well, that's, the one that's actually has given problems. Most famously in the speedrun that I guess Summoning Salt covered at the end of the previous BTR that we did. He lost like 45, 50 seconds.
I think it was over a minute. He got it like 12th try.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate.
Yeah,
because,
he was on like huge world record pace, like well over a minute.
Yeah, it's just, those drop-in warps are a bit tough. Most of them, I mean, there's a few of them. Some of them are simpler. Like, we're about to see one here from Wii Super, the drop-in warp with R2. The main premise is you just kind of pan the camera so that the drop-in position for the player, for the other character changes. But of course, the specifics of that depend on the location, and that one specifically is very difficult. We're also seeing, as we said, a super jump here from Wii Super, where he's going to kind of jump into the wall there, kill him. He's going to respawn on the outside, letting him fly around. That one I know also used to give a lot of people trouble, but it seems to be treating everyone pretty well today.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of trick that, like, none of the specific execution points are hard, but it just took a while to understand exactly where you need to position every character at all times.
Yeah. What do we do? Super. Yeah, so this is the place where I was telling you about with the other drop-in warp, where he's going to pan the camera. I think this was one of the first big ones discovered. I guess, because Wicked's Grand Adventure is not a drop-in warp. That's the AI just kind of goes into a gate where he shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, I think that might have been the first pure drop-in warp, and it. And so an interesting thing is that I think that drop-in warps works well. I think that drop-in warp works in Lego Star Wars 1, the original trilogy, and there's a lot in that game. And I think after that was found, we went through and started to look at all of them, and we found a couple new drop-in warps just based on stuff that we knew worked in LEGO Star Wars 1, and like how can we figure out how to do it in this game. And it's not quite as easy, or like they don't work quite as well, but we can still do them. And I want to point out a different drop-in warp Wii Super is doing. Drop Chim Warp, found by Chimkin.
Aptly named.
Yeah, and the reason he's the only one here that does it, and the reason is that he has, so you need the R4 to be on controller to do it, because you need to pan the camera. And he's the only one that plays controller player 2, or he'll switch between double keyboard and keyboard controller, but never keyboard controller player 1, where everyone else has their controller player 1. And it's only fast if you have Obi-Wan player 1 entering the next room, because it doesn't save that much, and Obi-Wan player 1 does save quite a bit just on positioning.
Yeah, there's a bunch of tricks that Wii Super is the only one who does. I mean, very famously, right? He's the only person that really does DV1 jump. It's a very difficult jump. I think most people just don't find it worth the risk at, 2.15 hours into the game.
Yeah, you
how
really
bad that level already is.
You really have to accept that like a big portion of your runs are going to die, but that one run that gets it first try is going to make it all worth it.
Yeah, which I guess talking about runs that die all the time at the end of the game, DV2's been treating people pretty well, but it didn't used to be like that.
Yeah,
you remember BTR1, the one that was, I guess in person too, that one, I think like basically every single run other than like 6 were able to make it out of DV2. Like just 2.5 hours in, they just died.
Yeah.
Because people just didn't know the run.
Yeah, it was between the 4 runners, there were at least 20 like dead runs to DV2 skip, and that was like a month after the skip was found. So it was still quite fresh, and they just didn't quite have enough practice, they didn't quite have the understanding. It's incredibly hard, and
which, I mean, I guess comes to show you how much practice and experience everyone has now that this doesn't really happen anymore. And it's not like, the trick has been made any easier, really. People just know it better.
Yeah, and the setup is, I think, like the same as we were doing it. It's just that they're better and they actually understand it.
Ginger, with what I was talking about here, the old strat used to be you would just do this whole room basically casually.
Yeah, entirely.
Until you got to here. So at the very least, you had the backup that if Obi-Wan got stuck in that hallway that he just passed, you could just like reload the room. If you were to do it now, the previous door, because you never did that, the room before it is closed, so you can't actually go back. Which means that if you get stuck, nowadays we know you can just pause buffer it, but before you just kind of have to give up.
Yeah.
Frostbite going, he's taking 2 parts. He'll be fine here. This is where Zach had a bit of issues, I think, in this run, right?
Yeah, he...
It's like 35 seconds in time.
Yeah, he said he got a 2:13. That's about 30 to 40. He messed everything up. That was pretty bad for him.
Yeah, as a very top level runner with a 309 record that I have, I think this is probably my least favorite level that Frostbite's on. It's so painful.
Yeah.
Because ship movement in this game is already not very good. And then you have, all these robots getting in the way. I think in Zach's case, there were like 2 cases where a robot just tanked a bomb.
Yeah, you have to be constantly shooting to just wipe all of them out, and even then you might still run into one.
Yeah,
you had to do a little dodge.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zach on the RNG waves of Hoth Battle, pretty good start. Gets about half of them right off the first VSB hit. Yeah, that was a good wave too. Didn't catch his wave 1, but I think this is looking like a pretty good Hoth Battle. This wave though is quite important. You want to see those AT-ATs close to each other, ideally. It doesn't get it.
Yeah. What's the manipulation that you do for that?
Well, I think there's something about the positioning. Like if you're sitting right in front of the entrance there, then you're not going to get them both spawning there. So you just want to be somewhere else, and then you still just have to hope. This is actually very bad RNG, where he has to he searched all around. It's the last possible place he looked. So it's pretty unfortunate. He's
taking a death there.
Okay, that death thankfully didn't matter much. Yeah. Not awful, but you know, it's not good to take that time loss.
All right, Ginger going into Death Star Escape. He's not going to go for Trash Skip, of course. I don't think we've seen a Trash Skip this run, have we?
At least not successful.
Okay, yeah. It's a very, very hard trick that, unfortunately, world record uses, which means that if you want to at least have parity with the world record, you kind of have to try it.
Yeah. And basically, what I would say Trash Skip is, imagine if Disco Skip was a one-try, and also, like, way harder.
Yeah, it's... Because basically, Trash Skip, which we probably won't see here from Ginger, but the concept is, in the same way that in Disco Skip, you use the disco ball, or the disco whatever, to kind of force yourself out. You try to do the same thing with the platform that Ginger just built, but of course, you can't destroy that platform. And because of, you know, you can do the, because you can do it semi-casually, just fine. There's not really much of a point unless you're, you know, trying to beat world record. Yeah,
though I would say it's, I am in the camp of believing people should, like, generally go for it.
Trash Skip?
Because the thing is, even if you don't get it, because you have to build that thing anyway, you're barely losing time.
Oh yeah, that's it's not a problem to do it, but that's why people, you know, that's why it's not a very successful trick.
I will say though, mentally, it would be pretty annoying to have to compare to. I think back when it was originally found, the top runners at the time made like a pact to never go for it ever, just because they didn't want to have to compete with it.
Yeah, I remember when we first started looking at it, like the geometry of it with Brickbench, right, which is for just, you know, a tool for modding and investigating Star Wars, like levels.
Wow,
we were like,
who made that, by the way?
I don't know who made that. Actually, that's a good question. No, I was one of the two. I am one of the two developers on that. But when we were looking at that, we were like trying to, you know, investigate it originally, and it wasn't. It seemed like the type of thing you do like a test, and now world record has it.
Yeah, and we've kind of come up with a setup where you want to be in the correct part of your walk cycle with Chewbacca. But I think as far as we know, it's not actually consistent. People have gone through and like basically tasked the same exact inputs every time and gotten different results.
Yeah. Just gonna go, or at least we're going for the RNG manipulation. I'm sure it is. I think we've covered it before. The big benefit of the RNG manipulation isn't really that you have good RNG, but that you have known RNG. We've been able to use some like brute forcers to figure out what the best possible RNG is, and it's really, really good. But you don't really save that much time compared to like a bad RNG if you know what the results are.
Yeah, and I would say on the other hand, the like worst case RNG seed we tested that too, and it just felt pretty normal.
Yeah, it's pretty because you know it, right? You know when
and also like really the problem isn't how far away they spawn; it's just if they get like caught behind other enemies and stuff.
Yeah, or like move around a bit.
Yeah.
All right, Ginger going for Falconess here, which I think we've covered a bit before. It's the one where by backtracking a bit, you deload the next room, which is this one, which then deloads a Falcon door, and when you reload it, it loses the state of like, oh, I shouldn't be accessible, right? But you can also do this exact same trick. I think you mentioned it. You can do this exact same trick on the Falcon at the very end of the game.
Yes.
Same way, it's not any harder. The problem with Grand Theft Falcon, as we call it, is that A, you need to be able to clip out of the room, because unlike in this Falcon clip, or in this Falcon list, Grand Theft Falcon, the cutoff for deloading the room is like behind a door that you would need to go under.
Yeah.
The same door that you do door clip.
Yeah, the door that we work very hard to not open.
Exactly.
We kind of wish it was open.
Yeah, because you have to go through that. And then because you also don't do the rest of the room, to really save time, you then also have to do the jump. I forget what it's called. The jump to the very end of the platform.
The EJP sandwich?
No,
or a bridge skip.
Bridge skip.
Yeah.
You have to do bridge skip, which on PC is effectively impossible for.
I wouldn't.
Or it's very, very, very difficult.
It's very hard. You have to fly. So with that one, the distance that the bridge would normally cover is like just barely more than one R2 fly. But if you set up your other player to damage boost R2, you can shoot him 3 times in midair, and that gives you the distance you need. But lining that up is incredibly hard.
Yeah, on Wii actually, it's really easy. And when we were first working on it, we were like, man, why don't people do this? And then we were like, oh yeah, so we're using like Wii emulators for this. And then if you do it on PC, it's just not really feasible as like literally the last trick of the game.
Yeah. I remember when Bridge Skip was found, like even before we knew about GTF, there was a run. I think Senor went for it to try to save a run, and it was just a disaster. We had like, I think Skucker went for it in a race, and where he was like winning. I don't know why.
They wanted to solidify his victory there.
Something like that. Or I think he was losing. I think there was a race he was on, or a run he was on PB pace and just killed it because he went for Bridge Skip for no reason, which it doesn't. I think we've decided it does not even save time without Grand Theft Falcon retroactively, but we thought it did.
Yeah, it's. In any case, it's a fun little thing.
Yeah. Nobody has ever landed Bridge Skip in a run, though. There have, despite all those attempts.
Let's see if we can get a better. But yeah, we were talking about Gunship. Gunship is generally not a very consistent level at like the very high tiers of performance. It's just that if it goes wrong, it also kind of throws you off your cycles because the bombs come out at a certain period, right? So if you were to miss a bomb or it explodes or something, you then have to wait for another one to come out, which I think as we saw on Zax is like 5-6 seconds.
Something like that.
Which is very painful.
Yeah, and you can be quite far away from the bomb dispenser, and then it just gets confusing because you might not know where to go.
Or like that, where someone... Is that possible?
I don't... Did that happen the way I thought it did? Like where he just ran into it?
Ran into the bomb and blew it up before being touched.
Without any help from Justin. That's crazy.
So. Wow.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah.
But yeah, Zach is in the Falcon Flight, making his way through, hoping to get just maybe a little better boulder than last time, where he lost like 50 seconds to it.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. When we were watching it in the audience, we were like, man, Frostbite did not have a very good boulder.
Yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't happen again. And that was immediately followed by Zach's boulder, which was like twice as bad.
Yeah.
Also, again, fully RNG. Nothing you can really do about that.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes boulder, there is some skill to boulder, but I mean, if a target just never shows up, then it's never, But there will sometimes be boulders where like a target will show up and you'll miss it because you're targeting other things, and then it'll be stuck on the back, and that's kind of on you. Zax was not like that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we actually got kind of lucky with the Jedi Battle RNG because that RNG is early enough in the game that you can realistically manipulate it, right? This is like the end of the game after saves and after a bunch of levels where there's a lot of stuff going on that will cause RNG, and also I believe using a different RNG. Oh wow, that was incredible!
Yeah, he got one target that's like a bit on the back, but yeah, the lucky target. Everything else just showed right up at the front.
Yeah, and yeah, sometimes the torpedoes are nice to you and bounce in the perfect way to make it in. Sometimes they don't. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the boulders spinning in direction is a big RNG thing, but also whether or not a torpedo will target is maybe not technically RNG, but it essentially is, and that can be a big make or break factor if you can get one that's like barely on the front.
Yeah. So what do you think of the run so far?
Well, pretty good. Yeah, he's pacing, I think, about a minute to a minute and a half behind his PB, which sets him up. I think a 2:24 would be sort of the goal for this run, and that would help really solidify his first place claim.
Yeah, because I mean, he's been the favorite going in, obviously having the world record, but Ginger was not very far off on that run. Yeah. Which I guess technically was his first no reset because his reset was not his,
not at all his fault.
Yeah, an option. Yeah. So we'll see.
And yeah, Dagobah, a bit of a calm before the storm. I think runners tend to play this quite consistently. It's a good test of movement, pretty unique movement with Yoda. You want to focus on spacing out your jumps and constantly being in air, along with a couple relatively hard skips. That new button skip has given some runners trouble, but it's certainly much easier than pretty much everything else you're going to find in this episode.
Yeah, and for a while, any world record was foretold by a Dagobah Gold.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll see one of those here as well.
So here is the button skip. And
yeah, this was a fun discovery. Who's it that found it again?
it was EJP, I believe.
Okay, yeah, because the idea, right, is those buttons are like already exist. When you bring them up, obviously they become visible. But they're high enough that you don't die if you touch them. When they're underwater, you just obviously can't see them, so it's a bit of a pain.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that we knew forever that you could cross those buttons, but it was always the accepted thing. Like, why do you get all the buttons? Why? Because R2 won't follow, and then you can't do hut skip. So the real discovery was realizing that R2 can do that, and then get that fly up with 50 hertz to get back onto the mainland. Then you can do hut skip as normal.
Yeah, R2 has always been a bit of a problem when it comes to going up.
Yeah.
Right? Because I think, as you guys have probably seen a lot during this run, the out of bounds movement in this game is very, very free. Once you're out of bounds, basically, as long as there's like a floor above you, as long as you're moving, as long as you're moving left and right, you can drop as much as you want, you can go up as much as you want.
Yeah.
With characters that can jump, but R2 can't jump. So there's a lot of cases where if you're with R2 and it's really easy to do something, but you just can't go up when you're out of bounds. Which is a similar thing here because he can't just jump up the stairs, but with 50 hertz, it's the physics engine messes up a little bit. So you can.
Yeah. Jared just took a death in Coruscant. Oh, he's got one player. Okay, that was intentional.
Oh, okay.
So we use 2 players on that level now because the players, when you mash them together, they like push each other forward very slightly, and it's a couple seconds faster. Now, the old strat, which Jared is still doing, because I mean, he doesn't like the 1P2C, that's fine. It's not much slower, is you take an intentional death, and when you die, all of the enemies in the section get cleared out, and you get a speed boost. So with that speed boost, it's actually faster if you die like right as you cross into the new section. The speed boost makes up for the time you spent dying.
Yeah, I remember I don't think Coruscant is the pinnacle of excitement now, but back when you didn't have the 1P2C, it was basically no inputs.
Yeah.
You would shoot every now and then until the very end where you died, and then kept going with no inputs.
I'll be honest though, I liked that better because I could just like freely look at my phone the whole level and I don't have to really. Now it's like just enough that you still have to focus, but you can't.
But
it's very
nothing
boring.
exciting is going on.
Yeah.
Oh, Ginger reset.
Oh.
Huh.
He was in, I believe, episode 6. Plenty that could have happened. Sad that we missed what it exactly was.
Yeah. I remember, Chancellor used to be so much worse back when we didn't do Fast Force.
Yeah.
First. Because there's a lot of we were actually having a discussion earlier, right? Why is everything in the order that is, right? Why do you play 1, 2, 4, 6 like in 2 episodes, right? Episode 1, 2, 4, 6, 3, and 5. And the reason is that you need to play episode 1 first, because that's the only one you have unlocked. Episode 2 you play because exploding blaster bolts is like broken. But episode 4, the reason you play that early is because of Fast Force, because the Fast Force brick, especially in a level like Chancellor, has a lot of with a lot of forcing, and it saves you a lot of time. And it didn't used to be that way before Fast Force was not, when Fast Force wasn't really a thing that people did often. And back then, I believe the route was, what was it? It was 1, 2, 6, 4, 3, 5?
They did a few things, because there was also 1, 2, 3, 6, 4, 5. Basically, though, it would be 1 and 2 first, 5 last, and then
a mix of the others.
Yeah, and they would generally do 4 after 6 to have infinite torpedoes in Rebel attack. But we have come to realize that actually that basically doesn't save time.
Yeah, there's so much waiting around, and like, I mean, as an example, right, at the start of Rebel attack, you need to shoot a thing on the floor. But it takes like 5 seconds for that thing for the wall that it's making to go away. So in that time, you can collect like 6 torpedoes.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Zach got DV1 a little trouble. He slipped off the panel the first try, but just a couple seconds there, not a full miss.
Yeah, and that's also DV1 panel fly, which is what Zach just did, is not a new trick, but the way that it's done is, it used to be that you would hit Vader basically to get him out of, into the second stage of the fight so that he wouldn't like try to hurt you.
Yeah.
We don't do that anymore because the 1PQC is a bit faster. I haven't done the new 1PQC. I can't imagine it's very difficult either. Right?
I don't think it's that hard, but you do have to be very careful to not miss like the jump to the other side. Meanwhile, DV2 skip missed it on the first try. Looks like Luke was maybe a bit too far to the right. Struggling to get on now.
Oh, here, once we get DV2, oh, Jared. Having a problem here with this R2.
Okay, and Zach gets DV2 skip.
Nice.
But yeah, Jared has been there for quite a while. Haven't been watching, but I notice he's in the same room. Zach's struggling a bit to get the height, playing it carefully. See the lightsaber, that means he's good.
We'll do DV3 real quick and then go over what's going on with
Yes.
Jared. Nice.
Very nice.
Very clean. So with Jared, so this is another one of the super jumps, which, for a reminder, super jump is the super jump is an intended mechanic wherein if a character is stuck, they will, after a 4-second counter goes off, jump to a previous safe location. But there are certain things that block that jump, including one of the things is doors. So the idea of a super jump is you force a character to get stuck in a door, you can then swap to them and go out of bounds. That super jump you do with R2, but as we were mentioning just moments ago, R2 can't really go up and out of bounds. So there's specific geometry there. There's a little ramp out of bounds that lets you do that. But it's still a bit risky because if for some reason you go a bit past the ramp, you'll just fall and die. Which is, I think, what happened to him at least once.
So a couple things happened. First of all, Zach, with a bit of a weird death where he was cutting off the corner to get to the last hits on Vader, he kind of rode the railing a bit, then fell off. But because he was on the railing, he didn't set his spawn point, so he quite a costly death. But what's even more costly, Frostbite missed Spy Fight skip in Spaceport.
Oh, no,
almost an hour
really?
into the run. That's over a minute time loss. You can't really continue that these days.
Yeah, no. The problem with that trick is that it's not a hard trick, but because it's not a hard trick, people love to cut it a bit too close.
Yeah, and obviously we have this setup now where we don't deactivate R2-D2. There was a previous one that was like 5-ish seconds slower where you would just like full deactivate R2. And that one, you didn't have to worry. Like if you did it right, it would always work.
Yeah.
So now it is actually, there's some precision, and that you'll see some top runners miss it where they would never miss Spy Fight skip in like when it was like a 240, when record was a 240.
Yeah, because that's a bit of a judgment call, right? When do you call in? If you go too late, you might lose a second. If you go too early, you lose the run.
Well, if you go too late, then it's too far.
Yeah.
Or no, if you go too late, it deactivates. Yeah, that's what I mean. Jared getting harassed by these Magna Guards in the end room.
What happened there? Yeah.
Usually not a problem when you have fast force. He's trying to force push the droids into the Magna Guards to kill him. He doesn't do it. Does chase him away for just long enough to get that.
Yeah, those droids are tough. The way that it's normally done, right, is if you do it fast enough, the droids just don't catch up to you.
Yes.
But if anything goes wrong and like one droid shows up and knocks you out of your force, then it's like over. Because now all the other droids show up, and what we saw happens.
Yeah. And that happened pretty recently in a world record by E Roadhouse. He lost like 25 seconds there. And it's a huge time loss, and it feels so stupid when it happens because that room is normally just like close your eyes and just hold forward and force.
Yeah, although that actually brings up a point that I kind of like about this game, which is, obviously at the top level, everyone is really clean, really good, really consistent, getting very good performances. But you'll still have runs, like as you just brought up, 25 seconds lost there, Zach losing over a minute on in Jedi Temple. right? And still getting a world record. Like, this is very much a competitive environment.
Yeah.
It's not, it's not like one person locked in within milliseconds of improvement here and there.
Yeah. And Zach, meanwhile, he gets a door flip. Obviously, the last big barrier of the run. Looks like he's going to close this out with, I believe, an event best time, if nothing else goes wrong, but probably not by a ton. He's gonna want every second he can get with these platforms and box clip. Maybe it's close enough that he'll want to go for the EJP sandwich to save the necessary time.
World famous EJP sandwich. Yeah. Is Jared just doing the whole of a full Grieve cheese, no 800 by 600?
I think he's on 800, but well.
No,
okay.
The game looks too good.
I can't tell. It's a little pixely. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe the
I guess.
Maybe the Breaking Bad Mexico is throwing me off a bit.
I think the Mexico filter on Jared's kind of confusing us. Always exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, getting the crane movement. A bit of a different strat where he's going to ride up with R2, be ready to push him right away. There's a couple slightly different ways to do that section. Very minute difference. It gets that punch. Doesn't quite get the push jumping off with Leia, trying to just get the smallest of boosts forward. When it's a section like this where you're just running with a droid, you got to find every way to save time you can.
Yeah, messing with the droids to give them slight boosts is pretty common. I mean, you've seen Camino has a pretty classic force push with the droids.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I want to make sure Zach passed that before talking about this. I don't want commentators' luck. But that box clip is a very easy trick.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there's no real technique to it. But it is a point of tension because there is, I believe, basically random chance of soft locking back.
It's not random, no. The soft lock thing that can happen is you get stuck in the wall, but basically that's just because you turn in too early. If you fly out a good distance, then turn, you're going to get around that.
Yeah, but I remember a bit ago that was plaguing people a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, maybe in the very early days of box flip, but even when I started running, that wasn't a problem. But yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a mid-24.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I think I said it was 25. I was a bit off, but yeah, this is looking at like a minute maybe of an event PB improvement. This platform will still matter, though. Every second counts. Bad depth with Lando.
Yeah, and here's what I was mentioning earlier. You can do the same technique that you do with Falconless right in this room, but no one does it because it's way too difficult.
Yeah, that was a very good platform, though. Like, one bad death, you usually see multiple at close quarters.
224.26 for Zach. Congratulations.
And that is a new event best by over a minute. Very good end platform, and that's going to put him pretty safely in the lead now. I think someone would have to PB to beat him. Certainly could happen, though. These runners have PB potential. So it'll be interesting to see, with not a lot of time left, how hard Zach goes at trying to beat that. But
yeah, I mean, as I think we were commentating during this, the very last run of BTR had a Ginger PB by like...
It was
3 minutes?
I think it was like 3 to 4.
Yeah.
I think he went from like I don't remember exactly. It was several minutes. And yeah, so on that note, we're gonna go to a quick break. First of all, though, I would like to remind you all of the prizes you could win. We have a brand new Nintendo Switch. A $25 minimum donation could enter to win that. Also, the signed Lego set Boba Fett Starship, signed by all of those runners. $15 minimum entry for this, or you could enter for a signed Super Mario 64 cartridge or a Super Mario Bros. 1 cartridge. Again, $15 minimum donation to Urban Arts, the charity we are working with for this event. Very great cause, helping underprivileged youths get into STEM fields. It's a very good cause, and I would highly encourage you to donate with exclamation mark donate in the chat.
Yeah, now on to a message from Urban Arts. That took a moment. All right, welcome back to the LEGO Star Wars race here, LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga race. Before we head in, just a quick reminder about some exciting prizes we have for the giveaway. For $25, you can get yourself a brand new Nintendo Switch. For $15, you can get a really nice little Star Wars Boba Fett Starship Mega Fighter signed by all of our favorite LEGO Star Wars runners. As well as, also for $15, a Super Mario Bros. And a Super Mario 64 cartridge signed by their respective runners as well. So with that, let's get back.
Speaking of, we have a $15 donation from Leah Rufus saying, "Good luck, Lego boys, you've got this." Entering to win this box, this Lego set.
Leah, hopefully this will be yours.
Maybe.
All right, back into it. Oh, we got Jared as this level does not look good.
Yeah.
Well,
what
mode.
does look good is that RNG.
That is very good RNG. That was like 5 seconds.
Quite clean.
So for this level, we use Vehicle Smart Bomb, which I don't really get what that's supposed to be in game, like lore-wise.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything, honestly.
But whatever it is, it makes it so that you can just hold down a button and basically insta-kill vehicles as they come.
Yeah, it blows up like everything on the screen, including like bombs and other stuff. Another clean wave, good RNG.
Yeah, that was really good.
So basically what we do is we just have both players alternating their vehicle smart bombs, and we just go in a circle and pray, essentially. So it does come down to RNG, and his was good, thankfully.
Yeah. Is that indeed?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. Man, this is an incredible Hoth battle for him.
Yeah, both AT-ATs next to each other allows him to do this double wrap, which is the fastest way to complete this.
Because he can do double wrap, then get one bomb and go pick up the other bomb on the other side.
Player 2 going a little, I don't know where.
It's hard, crazy here.
Hard to coordinate, you know. Focused on player 1, this is going to happen.
Yeah, vehicle movement's a bit tough in this game as well, so that makes sense. In a level like this doesn't matter, but into the Death Star, I think you know my opinions on Into the Death Star as a level. It's very tough to run because of the vehicle movement.
And yeah, one more wave. He got all the small stuff, so just this one AT-AT wrap and he's out. So.
It seems like there's an ATSC also lingering.
Oh, yes. I think it's just off to the left. Oh, gotta stay away from that. Oh, wait, what?
No!
Oh, he jumped the gun. I don't know if he thought he had the wrap or if he just assumed he would by the time he got the bomb.
I think he assumed he would.
Yeah, but the focus he put on getting the bomb, he kind of let up on player 1.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Oh, he's going to wrap. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the vehicle smart bomb doing the work.
Yeah, yes.
The vehicle smart bomb red brick is also a relatively new one. It wasn't in the route at the very start, I believe, right?
Yeah, well, this one, I think it was like maybe late 2019.
Yeah.
Known Lego runner, not necessarily a top runner of this game, though he's all over the place in Lego. Snarled Ice, he just came into a runner's chat and said, "Hey, why don't you use this?" And I think nobody knew what it did at all. So, but then they tested it and like, oh, hey, that makes this so much easier.
Yeah, otherwise you have to actually pay attention and have skill to get all the bombs.
And conveniently, it's just right in your way in 3-1. No time loss at all to get it. Oh, yeah. So I will mention it's about just after 6:30 o'clock here on the East Coast. That means runners have under an hour to start their final run. The deadline to start runs is 7:30 Eastern.
Yeah, push back half an hour.
Yes.
So.
But yeah, a bit of extra time, but still, once it's 7:30, the runners can no longer start whatever. They have to finish the run that they're on.
Yeah, so unless things go horribly wrong, we'll be seeing the last runs end about 10 at latest.
Yeah. And that does also mean that Jared is the only one who can finish a run and then start another one. So everyone else is finding their last run to hang their hat on.
Yeah, if you look at Ginger right now, left side strats were also a recent development. This level kind of gone through a bit of some changes. At the very start, it was very casual, at least, well, this room, right?
Yeah.
Very casually, you force the stairs go up. Obviously, this specific skip right here has been in the game for a while.
This is very obvious and quite easy.
Yeah, it's pretty easy skip. And then for a moment, and like not very long, we use a platform in the back where, like, behind the bridge that you build, there's a platform that raises. But now left side strats are there, which is those jumps that we saw earlier.
Yeah. It's been an interesting evolution because when the elevator strats were first being done, it was like this really hard, like, Justin started doing it. Everyone's like, oh, I have to learn this, and like, but now it's like that's the easy strat. That's the like beginner, like baby strat.
If you're just starting, then you do that one.
Yeah. I would still force the spiral staircase. I mean,
I don't.
Even me, like I've never learned to get good at the elevator strats, but that's why I'm not a top any % runner.
Exactly. That's why. Same with me, and that's why I'm a 309.
Yeah.
Instead of a 223. But I have a question for you that I've actually wondered for a bit. To me, what Jared's about to do here with 3BO seems obvious.
Yeah.
Why didn't we do this before?
So, I think we just thought it was slower. So the old strat we did was there's a cart that in the middle of the room, and you can build the cart and use that to push him up. But that box push was always known about because sometimes the power-up right by the cart that they still get will despawn. And it was known that if that power-up despawns, then you do the box push. So I don't know what caused the change. Like I don't know why we weren't doing it if it's faster. But it was always known about. Maybe it's just kind of hard with the 1P2C, so it wasn't faster practically. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, that might be it. Yeah, 1P2C, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of it during this run. But for anyone who just joined, it's one player, two controller. It is really the defining feature of not just this run, but basically all LEGO runs. It's what makes, I mean, these runs are interesting in themselves because of the glitches, but what makes them really, like, at least in my opinion, really technically complex runs in terms of like movement and stuff is 1P2C. That's where you can get a lot of the improvement from players of being able to multitask again and play basically 2 different games at a time doing different things.
Yeah. And I would say all of the story movement is quite simple. You're walking around, there's jumping. There's one type of jump, and you can do some attacks, but it's really also super simple. So the only way to make movement complicated is to add element like doing it twice at once.
Yeah. Which really does add complication.
Yeah.
And that's really a lot. Outside of tricks, that's where a lot of the improvement was, at least like in the middle of the history of the game. Right?
Yeah.
2019, 2018, around that time.
I would say the wave of runners that came in, like 2018, 2019, that's like Wii Super, Chimkin, T-Fresh, Xenor, Led Astray. They were 1P2C before that was really only done if it was needed for a trick, but they came in and started doing it like because it's faster, and they got really good at it comparatively. And then we had this other wave of runners and guys like E-Roadhouse and Zach who are just have really got it down to a science, and there's no 1P2C that's just like too complicated for them. Like if it's faster, they're gonna grind it out and figure it out.
Yeah, and shout out as well to Ginger when it comes to that.
Oh yeah, of course.
Huge. I mean, specifically I mentioned it because he was doing a lot of the 1P2Cs that people just didn't really want to do or think of, I guess.
Yeah. Ginger has always like come in. I mean, Bounty Hunter Pursuit 1P2C is the big like thing that people have mentioned. He's known for, but there's a lot of other strats like BBJ. He just like they were known about and just thought of it's too hard. And Ginger just started doing. I mean, he grind him over and over, and eventually people would see him getting community golds, and like he keeps getting it, and like okay, well I guess I should do this. Can't let him get ahead of me here.
Exactly. Yeah. No, you're gonna come up and
yes. Pretty high stakes moment for Jared. Obviously hasn't finished a run, so whatever this is will stand. He's going to want this boulder to be as good as it can be.
Yeah, fortunately for him, he had time for one more run, so.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, he's not on terrible pace right now, either.
Don't believe he is, yeah.
So Frostbite here, you'll notice a lot of these players on negotiations taking intentional death. The reason for that is pretty interesting. So negotiations is the first level, right? And that's where the game really wants to introduce you to its mechanics.
Right.
And one of the big things it does is at the end of every level, there's going to be a stud counter that shows you how many studs you've gone, right? Because of course, you want to get your true Jedi.
Yes.
But in negotiations is the only level where you can't skip that stud counter. And it turns out that if you go in with no studs, I guess for the game just doesn't want to make you feel bad. So it's
Yeah.
not going to show you like, oh, you got 0 studs. It just skips that scene, which saves a few seconds.
Yeah, it's about 7.
Yeah. So that's why you take intentional death, and I think at the very start as well, like Zach accidentally got a stud, so he just reset.
Yeah.
First level, but it doesn't cost you too much time. Anyway.
Yeah, it does make the level like quite a bit more reset heavy than it would be, but we got to do it for that time save. It's pretty substantial for episode 1. Now Jared, I think he has 5 out of 6 targets. This one's being a little stubborn, but if it comes up front,
Oh, he really blinked. Oh,
okay. This is if he misses this is an example of you can't blame RNG.
Yeah, okay.
But he did get it. He just, like, there is a kill plane on the boulder if you go too far forward. And he hit that, I think, with both players. So thankfully, he got it before it ran away.
Got to have a quadruple cutscene here. Oh, never mind. Frostbite's back onto Oh, did he reset?
It looks like he did. Ginger, though, did get out of episode 1.
That's good.
It's good to see. And We Super just finishing Jabba's Palace as well, quite a bit into the run.
Maybe Anonymous, what got you into Lego Star Wars?
Me? Well, I played this game as a kid, as most of us did. It was one of my favorite games when I was really young, and I think I also simultaneously, when I got a bit older, I wanted to speedrun something, but I didn't really have a game, and like it's everything. Like I didn't have a capture card. I didn't want to get a capture card. I was like 13, and it's a lot of money, so I didn't. It was like I don't. But also I had not a good PC, so I kind of couldn't run anything. But then I finally found this game, and I checked a couple, like once early on, and like there was not very active. And a couple years later, it was after Rise of Skywalker came out, I was just kind of in that Star Warsy mood, and I went back, played the game for nostalgia trips. I checked speedrun.com again, and like, oh my god, there's so many more people here. Like, oh, this is an active community. So I, start watching some runs, and eventually I finally get myself into it, and then I think it helped. This was early 2020 I started running, so obviously I think the pandemic influenced it a little bit, where I just had all this time at home, and like I helped me, just focus on grinding the game. And I think all of us, there was a big wave around that time, and I think we became a lot closer, like locked in our houses, talking to each other over Discord every day. It was a really cool time for me. I'm really happy I found this community and this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously the main speedrun community I'm in, but I think it's incredible the amount of like unity and camaraderie that there is in here. I think, I can't say, but I imagine to a level that a lot of other communities might not have. Like it's really, it's everyone's very very kind to each other, very very close to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously I can't point to other examples, but it does help when I think it's a very good size where we have this group of like, at any given time, like 10, 15, 20 dedicated runners, and so we can all know each other very well.
Yeah.
It's not like, a big Mario game where like so many people are running, where like if you run the game, we're going to know who you are, and we're going to talk to you, and like we're going to get to know you, and no matter who you are, you don't have to like really go out of your way to start interacting with us.
Yeah, which was, every game is special. The Mario games, the special thing is that they have such a big community and so vibrant and stuff like that. But with this, as you said, being a bit smaller makes it very tight knit.
Yeah.
My tight knit right here with tight movement. Yoda is very interesting. He's very curiously an incredibly fast character.
Yeah.
His jumping movement is, I believe, the fastest in the game that you get in story mode, at least.
Yeah, I think it's close with Han. I'm not sure which one, but
Like Han diving?
yeah. But either way, he's certainly faster than normal.
Yeah. Which, looking at his walking speed, you wouldn't think, which actually makes him kind of a technical character to use. Because if you're not jumping all the time, because, for example, say you can't sync your jumps up on the platforms from earlier, and you have to walk across a platform, it's a pretty noticeable slowdown.
Yeah. And Yoda also, he has 2 walking speeds, one with his lightsaber out and another one with his lightsaber put away.
Which is even slower.
That one, he's going incredibly slow. And so that's why his lightsaber is you're always going to see it out, because even for those brief moments they're on the ground, you've got to get the faster animation.
Yeah, and this is especially notable in like Kashyyyk, where you're using Yoda movement all the time across like long distances.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. Wii Super
Oh, yes.
Disco. Interestingly, Disco, I don't think that's, I mean, people have come up with different, setups and stuff for it, but it's been one of the most unchanged tricks since I joined. I remember I joined and Disco Skip was still, like, I don't know, like 2019, I think?
Yeah.
It was basically the exact same trick.
It was. I mean, I would also, in a way, it's the most changed trick because people have done like so many different setups.
Yeah.
There's a ridiculous one where, and E Roadhouse did this in his, I think his first sub 3. He took C-3PO and force deactivated him into the corner to replace Chewie running. And we've decided now, like, that's ridiculous. It doesn't actually make it any more consistent. None of, like...
Let's go.
It's very hard to know what matters, but nothing we've come up with does. And it looks like that 4th or whatever try is not going to be good enough for Wii Super. He is going to reset. Again, he only has 45 minutes to start a run. That is the deadline, 7:30 Eastern.
Yeah. And that's the interesting thing. That's what I kind of like that Disco Skip. The fact that after so long, DV2 comes and dies. Now everyone knows DV2, right? Maybe later on some other trick will come that's really hard to start, but not everyone knows it. Prod Fraud was the same thing, right? It sucked and now it's fine. But you'll always have Disco Skip there halfway through the run, ready to just restart the whole thing. Yeah. As we just saw.
I'm sure you could go talk to Zach about how much you love that trick. I'm sure he'll agree with you.
Let's bring Zach up real quick to talk about Disco Skip.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. There's not an invitation, Zach.
He is actually walking towards us. Okay. Jared, in CCT, obviously you know how important this level is.
Zach, you're watching. That's right. Yeah.
With this first Room 1 super jump, this is the one trick in this level that's easy. You don't see anyone mess it up as long as you get the spawn point correctly. So he's going to be going forward into the real gauntlet, though, with DV1 to start. And definitely this is the easiest of the big 3, though it definitely earlier on was a big barrier. We've had runners like Bricko, who came on fairly recently. He didn't do this for quite a long time. He put a lot of effort into optimizing the casual fight. Got it down to where this only saves like 15 seconds. But still, I mean, it does save that, and you can't, I mean, it is still hard. You have to land on the correct, if you land just on the middle of that panel, you're going to slide off. You have to land precisely on the right side. Then you have to fly around a no-fly trigger to land. So a lot of runners will make it look easy, but like it is hard, and it's understandable to mess it up like Jared just did.
Yeah, because it's very deceiving. The panel, the collision for the panel is higher up than you think it is because it doesn't cast a shadow. And B, it is not actually what it looks like, because you would think you can just stand on top, but you can't. If you could stand on top, it would be a pretty easy trick, actually, because you can just like sit there, maybe even get a respawn up there.
Yeah.
But that is not how it is, unfortunately. And Jared up here also saying another panel, first try for the clip. Let's make sure that he actually gets it.
I think that's a good height.
That's good, that's good. First try for DV2, very clean. Now let's see a first try DV3, hopefully.
Oh, lost the helmet, but he got it.
Oh, DV3, very clean. DV4?
Nice. Does he go for, okay. There is a jump you can do to skip this panel jump. You just jump from platform to platform, but you need to do a very specific tech called an edge boost, and it's like frame perfect. It's incredibly hard.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to be unhappy with this.
Yeah.
With this CCT overall Cloud City trap.
Quite a bit of trouble early on, but not so bad. It's going to be exiting at 2:24:20 roughly.
He seems pretty happy in his sepia camera.
Puts him at, I wouldn't call that happy. That puts him at, he's pacing just barely sub 2:30. I think what did happen there, though, is that he was on pace to beat Frostbite for 4th, but now I think it's over. Unless he goes for Grand Theft Falcon, which he won't do.
Well, fortunately for him, he started early enough. He's going to get another chance at this because, again, the last runs will be starting at 7:30.
Yes, 40 minutes, and yeah, he's going to, pretty safely, unless he soft locks. Even if he does soft lock, honestly, he's going to be sliding into 5th place. But plenty of chance to improve that still. It looks like Ginger's the only other runner meaningfully into the run. Zach is the one person we don't see on screen. He is sitting down. If he's in a run, he just started it. So it's just Jared and Ginger are the big ones. Can't quite tell. Ginger... Looks like Ginger's on actually a pretty good pace out of Camino. Something to watch.
He's going to have to beat his very good second place finish here right now, though. 2:26.35. So hopefully that'll happen. I remember negotiations. Negotiations is fun. Because it's a very short level, right? Like, and it's also not super hard. It's just kind of movement technical. It develops itself with like these devs. This was actually how I started the game. I started doing negotiations ILs for like 4 months.
What?
I don't know. I think I was like nervous about doing like long categories.
I see.
So I was just bombing out negotiations ILs. Got 3rd place in that, and ended up going, this is incredibly boring.
Yeah.
We swapped over to actual full game.
I will say, like, everyone will tell you this is one of their least favorite levels. I think it's a good and fun level, but any level where you're just sitting and resetting, you're going to hate it. You're going to hate whatever the first level is, especially when there's a bit of RNG, which there is with studs.
Yeah, and I'm sure that, if this level was, in like episode 5, you wouldn't be setting it, because it's not like massive time losses, but it's just so easy to go, oh, well, I got a stud.
Yeah.
Got to restart.
Yeah, couldn't call in when he died, so yeah.
Which it seems to be that's what's happening right now. Yep.
Yeah. But anyway, Jared on door clip.
Oh.
It's going to take... Oh, there's an extra stormtrooper. Door won't close. That's the setup, but he got pushed out of the position, so he needs another setup close. Now he gets it.
Nice job. So what I was talking about with Grand Theft Falcon, this is the door that you would have to clip back under. And door clipping, it's a bit of a difficult trick. It's not super hard, but it requires a bit of skill. But the trick to get in from the other side is really difficult.
Yeah.
Because it requires you to, in the elevator that's going to come up, to basically get out the elevator at the right time to go over the elevator, over the back, and back under the whole walkway. And you need to do that just to go under the door for like a moment and then cross it.
If they put that line to reload the room like the slightest amount farther forward, you wouldn't even have to go through the door. Like, it is inside of the thin door.
Yeah. Also, I guess if we didn't know door clip and still did the 3PO skip that we used to do, then it would also not look bad.
Well, you still skip that door with the old skips. Jared getting these pushes on R2, kind of flailing around with Leia, not quite doing it optimally, but he does get that punch up the slope. That's the big time save from Leia being there.
Over here, if you look at Ginger, this is another one of those dropping warps that we were talking about. By looking right, all the characters will come way closer to you, and in the case of 3PO, who walks really slowly, and especially walks slowly when injured, that's a big help.
Yeah. We talk a lot about drop-in warps, and I would say there's 2 types of drop-in warps in the run. When we say it, we've mostly been talking about what I would call the glitchy drop-in warps, where you get somewhere you're not supposed to be yet because of the player going there. But there's also the more normal drop-in warps that are supposed to happen where you just get really far ahead of a slow player and then call them in right up, and they'll come right up next to you. That was the intended mechanic of drop-in warps, but it just led to the AI getting confused sometimes and giving us the real beneficial glitchy ones.
Yeah, those dropping moves, again, they're not, as you mentioned, they're supposed to be things that you do normally, so they're not really tricks, it's the ones you're not supposed to do. But they're still a nice boost, and they're not super hard, but I mean, as we mentioned, the big thing with dropping warps is that they require camera control, which means that you can't do them on keyboard.
Yeah. Or at the very least, they're helped by camera control.
Yeah, like that one, it's not going to go as far as it's not with the camera being angled.
Jared switching to Chewy, and why did he switch off? Come on, man. Anyway, falls off the end of the bridge. Important to note, this bridge, it's a moving surface, so it doesn't have respawn points, so when he fell off, he had respawned all the way back. Not a great start to the platform.
So which we consider better for game platform, Chewy or Leia?
Well, okay, Chewy shoots faster than Leia, so I think, though, what has been, some people do is they'll have Chewy on player 1 because there's more open space there, so you want the faster shooting there. I'm not really sure if it's actually a big difference.
They're 229.51. Congratulations,
sub 230. Jared not quite looking as happy as when he got his first sub 230, but it's pretty good. I don't know what he said he told me, but anyway.
He told us something.
He certainly did. And that is going to put him up a spot into 5th place, knocking EJP Man down to 6th with his 235. Certainly, in one day of runs, you're not always going to get the run you really want, and that's sort of what we're looking at with EJP Man. He's like 5 or 6 minutes off. I mean, maybe he'll beat it, so certainly I hope so. But in one day, things can just keep coming up in the mid to late game. You only get a couple chances with this long of a run.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, unfortunately, Jared, because he kept the run going, he's going to get another chance.
Yes. We are now at just over a half hour to start runs. Still, nobody but Ginger has really made some progress yet. Everyone else in episode 1. Didn't get a chance to see what seed this is or how fast that wave 1 was.
Oh, Ginger's?
Yeah. I don't... well, okay, I think this is... I think I recognize
It's a
it.
known seed, yeah.
Pretty sure, yeah. Though
Although
the droids...
we seem to have lost some.
The droids, I think, kind of wandered apart. There was supposed to be a pack of 3, and they kind of split up. And that threw me off, but you did get it down pretty quickly.
Yeah. There's a bit of a mechanic that's present in a lot of the boss fights, which we'll see here with Ginger, which is you can't just shoot at full speed, because if you shoot a bit too fast, the boss, in this case Jango Fett, gets invincibility for a few seconds, which really slows you down. So there's a certain rhythm you have to maintain to keep optimal speed without getting them in that like stun lock. Jango's the most notable one for that.
Yeah, and it can be very annoying. In this level, you have a situation where there's all these droids firing bullets, and there's these NPC Jedi that just sit there and like deflect them. Sometimes you get unlucky, and a bullet will deflect into Jango, hitting him when you didn't try to, and then he gets invincibility frames, and that's one of the more annoying things that can happen when that fight should just be like 20 seconds. I know this is gonna go this way. I'm not gonna lose time here. Of all places.
It's a skill issue.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, good to see Zach is back up with runs, so that I believe we will have all 6 going when the deadline hits.
Yeah, here with Zach, we're going to see a trick that relies on 50 hertz, which, as I was mentioning earlier, there's a lot of like strange performance and window settings that kind of cause things to work in this game. So there you go, you can see Zach doing that trick. That's another 50 hertz trick. Oh, what happened? Oh, he didn't clip.
He didn't clip. I don't know why. He was on the right refresh rate.
Yeah.
Positioning issue, probably.
And it's really important, I think we've been mentioning before, that you get that specific room at a specific pace, because droids spawn at a consistent pattern in that game. And those droids also use the RNG generator that manipulates Jedi battle. So if you are too relatively slow on that, right, you're going to get, like, instead of, seed 211 to 217, you'll get, like, seed 230, and then you don't know that seed. So you don't just lose time on that, you also lose probably quite a bit of time later on as well.
Yeah, especially if you don't know the seed, could be bad. And one thing with that though, we will tell newer runners that like don't trust their invasion enough or don't want to like worry about learning all the seeds to just still restart your game as if you're doing the RNG manip, and you'll just like recognize the seeds naturally. So still, I think, if you were to continue a lot of those, you would maybe start to see the patterns and know which of those later seeds are good, but it's just not really much reason to take this time loss so that you can learn something else.
Yeah, and that actually, it's really interesting how we figured that out, that like the RNG manipulation stuff, because it was always kind of a known fact that like, oh, Zach would get bad RNG, right, and Ginger would get good RNG, right? And obviously, it doesn't really make sense necessarily, not necessarily, but that was like that kind of made like hard to think. Okay, well, whether or not that's true, right? Why would the RNG vary? And that's when we figured out, oh, well, it could just be that one.
Oh, yeah, that is not what
up.
pod race looks like.
Yeah, lap 3. That's what it's kind of figured out, oh, well, why would that be the case? Which is how we figured out, what enemy spawns actually cause the RNG to switch.
Yeah, and also with that, it was always a known fact in LEGO Star Wars 1 on GameCube, it was accepted as a version difference that on GameCube, the Jedi Battle RNG is always the same. And what it turns out now, the reason for that is you always reset the game before you go to Episode 2 on GameCube, but not on PC. It's a different route where you'll play Invasion first. And so I think also set up an alarm like, what is going on here? Could we apply this elsewhere? And eventually we figured it out.
Yeah. I think that's also about when we were working on preloads, which nowadays we have the auto splitter, not really relevant. But there was a period of time where there was just a lot of like really technical stuff going on. Because because we were doing breakbench and modding stuff, people were unpackaging their games, and when they did that, it loaded faster. And then they also realized that if they loaded the game, and then you could quit out of the game afterwards, but if you loaded the game, loaded specific levels, the next time you went to them, they would load really fast.
Yeah.
Nowadays we don't do that because again we have the load remover, but that was a fun period of discovery.
And it was crazy how much that worked. Like on my old laptop that I ran on, I got very bad loads. But even I could still preload the levels, and I would just load in instantly as if I had a good PC.
Yeah. How many people do you have in negotiations now?
Well, 5 of them.
Yeah.
Everyone but Ginger.
They're really, really stretching out the 28 minutes they have until runs the last run start. Just powering through it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I guess the distance you can get into a run and still reset is coming closer and closer as you reset. Like, at this point, you couldn't go to, say, Junlin and reset there, and that's a pretty big reset point.
Yeah.
You couldn't miss Dooku skip. You'd have to continue. When it's this late in the event, I would generally think it's good strategy to continue runs out, but, I mean, sometimes it's just so bad you're going to reset. I'm not... I couldn't point to a specific reset that I would disagree with.
Yeah. I guess right now that we're mostly looking at stuff we've seen before, if anyone's interested in running this game, I highly, highly recommend it. As someone who's, not in the top level but still enjoy the game, it's incredibly inventive community. Everyone's always willing to help. And because of the length of the run, it's not really demanding at the start. There's a lot of stuff to learn, but it's not like, oh, if you don't have perfect reflexes or, can't do crazy button combinations, you can't do it.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty, especially any percent with all the cutscenes, it's a pretty chill run, and you just sit back and play the game.
Yeah.
And see what happens. And yeah, if you want to learn the game, we have a Discord linked on speedrun.com. Everything you would need would be in there, including a full tutorial and everything else.
Yeah, all pretty recently updated. Let's see if EJP will get there we go.
Yeah.
That's what it's supposed to look like. And it's the same type of mechanic there that you see in Dooku, where if you're on top of something and then force it, you just snap to the bottom. I'm not sure why that is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an answer. But it's interesting that that particular thing doesn't work on different refresh rates. Like, I think Dooku skip doesn't work when you're on too high of a refresh rate.
Oh, yeah.
And also on an invasion, you have to switch from 50 to 60 on top of the tree because you won't clip through on 50. So I mean, I have no idea why that would affect it there, but it is interesting that it does.
Yeah, the refresh rate thing is the one, I guess, complication with this game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's people that have monitors that go to like 40.
Yeah.
Right? And unfortunately, there's, I think, 40 hertz tricks are like categorically not allowed, right?
No, that's not true.
Okay.
There's only one like 40 hertz only trick, which has been done on, I think, 48 hertz, which is like a weird laptop only refresh rate. Probably could be done on 50, but it's in Death Star Escape called Rip More Skip, where you just clip into the wall and skip that whole section where you would normally have to keep the helmet and all. Now, Wii Super is the only one here that has the 40 hertz monitor, but he just doesn't go for it because it's hard. And I think there's very few runners that actually do it.
Yeah, because there's just very few that have them.
Yeah. And even then, like, there's some that have it but just don't do it. But we do have like a very specific monitor that I think it was Bacon Soda. He had realized his monitor got 40 if he changed some weird settings. So now like that is the monitor if you're willing to spend a bunch of money. Like that's the TCS monitor.
The official sponsored.
It's unfortunately not sponsored. We
tragic.
should look into that.
Yeah. Oh, it's 3PO, by the way, with Ghost Hearts. I think it's been brought up before, but if you die while entering transition, or in this case, die while getting picked up, you get Ghost Hearts, which in effect makes you invincible until you go through a hard load, I believe?
No, it keeps going
Oh, through hard
until
loads.
either it only changes if you switch off to another character or if you die by a kill plane.
Okay.
So yeah, he's invincible. Exploding blaster bolts don't affect him. He can just shoot close to him because of that.
Yeah, that's why here it's really important, because exploding blaster bolts is really, obviously very useful, but it's also pretty dangerous. That's why it's disabled in some places.
Yeah.
So like if you didn't have Ghost Hearts here, you'd probably take a bunch of random deaths.
Yeah, especially this is such a small area, like a very narrow hallway you're walking through. So there would definitely, you would have to play it differently and slower to avoid that.
Oh, EGP, is he going to get Arch Clip?
Oh, he got Arch
Oh,
Clip.
clean Arch Clip.
Love to see EJP getting Arch Clip.
Always fun.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, Arch Clip, it's like, it's a type of trick you do when you're playing the game casually.
Yeah.
Just by accident.
Yeah, we've had a few people, I think, come in and say, oh, I found this glitch. And, yeah.
It's a, yeah, I can imagine. You just jump. It's not even, like the area is pretty lenient. You can obviously redo it as many times as you want.
I guess the more mechanical explanation is for some reason the game, when you're right there, thinks that you're out of bounds. So you get the kind of out of bounds movement. And you're jumping and popping in bounds, but above the arch. There's a couple spots like that. That's also the reason that the lamp jump Darth Maul 1 works. Is under the lamp is considered out of bounds. And we don't have a reason why, but it just is, and it's very nice.
Yeah, of course, that trick's much more difficult because you have to get to that area and do all that, and then once you're at the top, you have to jump across. But yeah, same mechanics. Really, a lot of the game works out because of, I guess, the happenstance of how out of bounds movement works. That it's so like fluid and other than, as we mentioned, with like R2 or like C3PO, it's so easy to manipulate.
Yeah, there's a lot of skips that wouldn't work if we didn't have this out-of-bounds movement, which actually a lot of later LEGO games don't. I believe in between LEGO Indiana Jones and LEGO Batman, they fixed the out-of-bounds movement so you can't abuse it quite so much.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Of course, LEGO Batman is so broken they don't really need it. Yeah, they've got 20 other tricks, but it really helps in like LEGO Star Wars and LEGO Indiana Jones to have these out-of-bounds as if you've been watching all day, you've seen in both games.
Yeah, I got 5:30 with Chunkin.
Yeah.
Heard it was a very good run.
I was there, yeah. Fantastic run.
Seems like EJP's probably going to be staying. Unless something goes wrong, he's probably playing this one out.
Yeah, at this point, you know, there's not a ton of reset points in the next, like, say 10 minutes of the run, and then at that point, you really have to decide, like, I'm going to have to finish the first thing I get if I reset. So we see a couple runners into the second half of episode 1 now, and I think good chance that at least 2 of the 3 are going to finish these runs.
For a moment, I looked down at Jared and I was like, oh my god, he golded?
Oh.
Unfortunately not.
Yeah. And Ginger on the fast force out of bounds. Pretty clean movement. Just needs to pick up the brick. And having the lightsaber out specifically helps. I've talked about how if you pop in bounds, if you go too far in, you're soft locked. So you have to grab it from a bit of a distance, and having the lightsaber out increases your hitbox and makes that happen much easier.
Yeah, if you don't have a lightsaber, it'd be a much riskier trick, but realistically, you don't really soft lock it anymore.
Yeah, it's pretty rare because, I mean, we are very aware of it, and we take that out of bounds movement pretty precisely, and we're focused. This whole level, I think, is a pretty high focus level, a lot of hard tricks.
EJP here, Pod Fraud. I think it's been covered a bit before, but just as a quick recap, Pod Fraud, it's evolved a lot since the start, but the general premise is you go out of bounds in that place. And then with one, you drop in when you're out of bounds. With one player, you just go into the void, right? And with the other one, you clip into the lap checkpoint, or like the finish line. And the idea is that because you have one player in the finish line and one player behind the finish line, it thinks that the player behind is actually like way ahead. So that's why you get that cutscene early. And then from there, you can get some pretty wacky out of bounds movement in that area to really quickly zoom across to the other side, hit the checkpoint on the halfway mark, and then come back. That's evolved a little bit because at the start, we would actually do what I think was a much more visually appealing trick, where we would actually just keep going to the other side until we pop back in, hit the checkpoint, and like in 2 seconds zoomed across the rest of the map. Just slower though.
Yeah, when you're in, I think on the normal track, there's some effect like slowing you down so that you keep the same slow movement speed. But when you get out of bounds, that cap is removed, and you can just keep building up speed. In the old setup, you would like die at the other side of the canyon, but you would respawn with even more speed, and you would just completely fly through the whole lap. At this point, we do something different where we just go far enough that player 2 is going to reach the mid-lap, then turn around, and it's faster.
Yeah, that's why we also do it in lap 3. Obviously, we don't need to hit a lap trigger, but it turns out that if you do the same setup in lap 3, it's faster than just doing it normally, so you'll hit the finish line and then just finish.
Yeah.
So you can see we super going,
That's way
what's
what's
going
way
on?
more to the right than you're normally at, and he popped in bounds with player 1. He needs to drop out. Okay.
Oh, that was...
It was
okay.
fine.
That was a jank.
Interesting in the cutscene that Anakin's pod was green. It knew that only player 2 was in. I didn't know it did that.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you're right. Congratulations to TT Games for keeping that in mind.
Good detail. Yeah, that setup, I don't know what started him off in the wrong way, but he was pointing in the complete wrong direction. He ended up taking a couple extra deaths, and we saw him build up the kind of speed we were just talking about.
That would have gotten him actually across the whole way.
Yeah, and then he had some other issue where player 2 was zooming across, but player 1 just got kind of stuck, so he had to drop out.
I think what happened is he dropped in before he would have actually made it, so then had to drop out, and that knocked him out of whack.
Yeah, maybe.
Here we go, what I was talking about, we super with the lap 3 boost.
And Ginger just exiting Jumland. I believe he is about 30 seconds off of his best split times, which You know, you're not normally going to pace. That's its fastest exit ever. He's not, you know, expecting to pace it, but he's still pretty close. Pretty solid run for him so far. Elsewhere, it looks like 4 of our remaining 5 runners have made it out of negotiations. Still Frostbite stuck there. Hopefully he can get negotiations he's happy with very soon, because the deadline to start a run is in 15 minutes. And you don't want to be forced to just take the first negotiations you're going to get, because, I mean, anything could happen and your run is just bad.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, last BTR that happened. There were 3 PBs and a world record.
Yeah, sometimes it works.
Sometimes the inspiration of, oh, I have to do this one pops up.
Mm-hmm.
What would you consider your favorite episode now to play?
My favorite episode, I think it's always been episode 4. I like, first of all, I like the Han movement levels. I think that just makes the movement a bit more fun, and you have Han Solo, and we'll see him just now pop up on Ginger's screen. But also, I think a lot of the tricks there are cool, and there's nothing really like dumb in episode 4. It's all like your fault if you lose a bunch of time, and there's some cool, like pretty chill but like involved still 1P2C.
Yeah, I think I agree. Yeah, it's a lot of tricks that look interesting and are like would interest me a lot. You know, like technically very interesting. But you're not going to lose a run in episode 4 often.
Well, yeah, there are things that can happen, like losing the helmet on Death Star Escape. But I think that
comparatively
section,
to like episode 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think that section is also fun. It's just a very like high pressure. You have to be careful. You have to manage risk reward.
Exactly. Nothing unfair.
Right.
You're not going to get a trash boulder like earlier or something.
Yeah, and I guess my main category is free play, where also I like episode 4, and part of that is because you get this character, the mouse droid, on the 2 Death Star levels, 4-4 and 4-5, and the mouse droid moves essentially, I think, twice as fast as normal characters. And so that just makes, you can just completely fly through some hallways, and it makes for some very fun movement.
Yeah, if anyone's interested, free play is like basically a completely different game.
Yeah.
It's really, really fun to watch. It's much faster, much more high pace, very dynamic.
Yeah, and it's different in terms of skips. In any percent, there's a lot of hard skips, and like every skip is some different piece of tech. In free play, we have one piece of tech called a Yoda clip, which basically lets you clip through almost any ceiling and a lot of walls. And so you'll just keep doing that. Some of those clips are hard, but it's a lot of like, you know, you just got to learn all these different clips. But it's such a like fun, fast paced, like. And it's not, I think it's easier than any percent once you get the movement down.
Yeah, there was that one video, I forget whose it was, about like minimum studs. I was calling it like a Yoda jump.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was it's an interesting category.
Oh, Justin. So that's a tough part of that navigation on that out of bounds. You can't, if you go too like far away from, you have to like jump around because you could get stuck in the window. So you have to try to dodge that, and in this case he like went too far out and he just like fell, couldn't get back under the floor. Yeah,
that's a trick that starting on I think gives a lot of difficulty because it's one of the first introductions to like pure out of bounds movement.
Yeah.
Right? Not knowing where you are, having to mass jump, doing like weird tech to move across obstacles you can't see. Even the clip at the start's a bit difficult.
Yeah, and that out of bounds, it's really complicated, and like it uses every possible mechanic of out of bounds movement. You have to really know what you're doing. It's hard, and so I definitely struggled with that a lot. I didn't do it for my first like 5 or 10 runs.
This one, Ginger, also pretty cool trick. We talked about the results of it before, but this one's nowadays I don't find it to be too difficult, but it's kind of inconsistent at the start because you need to know like when to move left with Obi-Wan. But it's a pretty interesting trick because it kind of shows you once you go under the, you kind of have to like navigate between like an invisible death plane and an invisible wall in a very specific place.
Yeah, and if you hold in too early, you're just going to go up against the wall and have no momentum. So it's a pretty precise window. Ginger also getting the tractor beam extra, which we have talked about. It saves time in 6-6, pulls ships close to you faster, so it helps you get torpedoes, which is what you do there.
Pretty
and
new extra.
Conveniently, it really, because of that little out of bounds where you like jump through the tubes, you can just get right there. It barely loses time because you're waiting for Obi-Wan in this room. So that's been one of the cooler innovations in the run recently.
Two negotiations at like almost the same point as well. Jared, I think you got a pretty dubious pod race start. He's going to have to go through it for 2 deaths? Yeah, 2 deaths.
Okay.
Earlier during practice, he got stuck going backwards in that section because if you, I believe it's if you drop out the wrong character, but I'm not fully sure what exactly happened. You get stuck going backwards, which is, obviously kind of annoying, but also incredibly slow.
Yeah, well, what happened for him is, so the cut that you go to in the cutscene where you like meet Watto, it actually, they render the physical object just sitting in the middle of the map. And so you can run into it, and it has collision, and it like launched him into the sky and just completely threw off the whole trick. And he ended up not getting the mid-lap trigger, so he would have had to go backwards, which is way slower, around the whole track in extra time.
Yeah.
So he was trying to do a race with a couple other runners. He had to duck out very early because of that.
Yeah, he was a bit unlucky yesterday and at the start of today, so I'm really happy seeing him finish up with a pretty good run.
Yeah.
2:29.51. Frostbite resetting again. He has 9 minutes.
Yeah. I guess
Super.
two runners stuck in the reset trap. Meanwhile, EJP is in that end cutscene. He's going to get out of episode 1. Zach shortly following behind. Interesting stretch Zach just did. He jumped into the big pit in the middle to get a tiny bit of cutscene movement with his other player to get him closer to Maul.
Oh, wow.
To get those hits. I don't know if that truly saves time, but it's very interesting.
Yeah, the Maul fight's pretty cool because it's not very hard, but it has a lot of very fun to like actually do 1P2 movement. Because you can do basically the same thing with those players, right? Double jump slams.
Yeah.
It's very refreshing to hit them both at the same time. And that's also, I think, one of the fun things about learning this game, which is 1P2C, as we mentioned, it really is like the crux of what makes modern LEGO Star Wars, or LEGO speedrunning fun. But it's a skill that you can develop starting with pretty easy 1P2Cs and kind of working it up to like the more complex ones.
And it's very fortunate. The 1P2Cs that save the most time is these like it's skips that require it. Like, you'll have like speeder skip that saves 4.5 minutes. You have to 1P2C that. You know, hut skip saves a minute. That's 1P2C only. But the 1P2C you have to do for those is really not that hard. You know, you're doing things like one at a time, and you just need the other player there for support. So you can start to like just do those big ones and get a little bit more comfortable with the idea of it. Then work in the more like marginal, like harder ones.
Yeah, working the ones that Ginger was doing.
Yeah.
When no one else was. All right. Well, with that, we're going to be going on break for a little bit. I'm excited to see how all these runs finish up. Yeah. Again, 7:30 is a cutoff, so hopefully everyone will be good by then.
Yep.
And as a reminder, for the giveaway, we have some cool prizes: a Nintendo Switch for $25, this beautiful signed Boba Fett ship for $15, as well as signed cartridges of Super Mario 64 and Super Mario Bros. All right.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
All right, welcome back. It seems that 7:30 has come and gone, so all the final runs are starting. Very excited to get into that. Anonymous, I've heard there's some exciting giveaways going on
Oh,
today.
yes. How about this brand new Nintendo Switch?
Wow, that's
You can
really
enter
cool.
to win with only a $25 donation.
$25.
Or for 15, you could enter to win this, signed by all of the runners, Lego set, Boba Fett Starship.
Wow, that's really impressive.
Or if you are a fan of one of the other games, there's a signed Super Mario Bros. 1 or Super Mario 64 cartridge available. Again, to enter for a $15 donation to Urban Arts, who help underprivileged youth get into STEM fields. Very good cause. Please, exclamation point, donate in the chat if you're interested.
Those all seem like great reasons to donate, so let's get into the runs and see what's going on.
And we are officially in overtime. Everyone is stuck with these runs that they've started.
Or hopefully blessed with these runs that
Yeah.
we started. Seems
Looks-
yeah.
Looks like, given the time, nobody started a run at the very last second. Everyone had the choice to reset, but didn't, which is a good sign. Means that they're at least a little bit happy with this. No disasters and negotiations.
Yeah, Frostbite and Wii Super here on Escape from Naboo. Escape from Naboo, I think it's pretty fun because it's a very simple level. There really isn't much to it. Even this end part where you have to shoot these targets is a lot easier than it looks because the auto target is really generous. Oh yeah, there is. But even then, there's a lot of like micro optimizations you can do. And so this level kind of, I think, shows off the movement of the game, like the just pure, where are you going the best because of that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of like small mechanics we find out about because of this. Like, some people were losing, I think, up to a full second in the first room because apparently when you shoot your blaster, you get knocked back just a tiny bit. And you don't notice that when it's a complex room and you're doing all this 1P2C, and that's saving and losing time. But it does actually, add up to about a second in that room, and probably also elsewhere in the run. It's a thing. Like, try not to shoot if you don't have a reason to.
Yeah, because something you don't really, as you notice in other levels. That's nice and short as well, which makes it fun. But again, as with all of episode 1's pretty chill.
Yeah. Got some interesting sync going on between EJP and Zach in basically the same place, though. Unfortunate mishap with the 1P2C on EJP's end is going to give Zach the lead.
Yeah, and here coming up, I don't think we're going to see it, but there's some new tech that we were working on just yesterday, actually, with these buckets that Zach's about to go into. It's still pretty experimental, so I don't think that we're going to be seeing it. But basically, with these buckets, you can kind of like, there's one of the buckets on the end, you normally need to get R2 above to fly over. But there's a very specific piece of movement you can do that kind of pushes you up a very, very slightly angled wall, which then lets you fly over. And unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see it, but maybe by next event that'll be something we'll see all the time.
Yeah, I mean, with Skip This New, we've talked about how like other new skips have kind of destroyed events because people just aren't quite sure what they're doing yet. So I do wonder if that's going to be implemented. It doesn't save that much time. It's about 5 seconds to a good 1P2C. But certainly, people, especially in the early game, are desperate for any time save, so that might come back into the fold.
5 seconds is 5 seconds. It's not, it's not nothing. One thing you'll notice over here is in Ginger's screen, you're going to notice that he's kind of like toggling that Gamorrean guard to stay in the air. The reason for that is the animation for catching the Gamorrean guard and then taking it for lunch. It actually goes faster if it's not getting picked up off the ground, A, and B, it keeps the Gamorrean guard in place. That's a small optimization that's done there as well. I mean, realistically, that's like a pretty easy part of Jabba's palace compared to all the other nonsense they have to do beforehand.
I think a more interesting optimization, though, on top of that is that there's you can manipulate the Rancor to take the exact path you want. At the very beginning, this is especially helpful. If you put the Gamorrean guard in a specific spot, he'll take a very direct line to the bomb. But if you don't, or if you have him in the wrong spot, he's going to do this like twisty line around to get to the bomb, and it loses like a good few seconds.
Two people in pod race as well. If you've played LSW Lego Star Wars 1, but not this is a much easier pod race. It's a kind of a story that was told about how when Lego Star Wars 1 came out, the pod race level was basically divided into different sections, and it was so difficult for like kids to play that they kind of just had to completely remake it to be this basically, in effect, unlosable level.
Yeah.
And you can still play the original pod race in the complete saga, and it's challenging.
Yeah. Well, actually, the version, it's a bonus level in this game, but the version they put there is actually harder because there's some difference. I think the ships don't have collision, the other ships in LSW 1, but in this game, or Pod Race Original, they do.
Oh.
So it makes it a bit harder. But still, yeah, I think it was fair to recognize like that it is actually just pretty hard, and I can imagine that being very difficult as a kid. Another level they did that with is Coruscant. Right now, like in this game, if you die, you get a check. There's a bunch of checkpoints, and they'll clear out the enemies after a death. And, like they won't really make you get stuck. But in LSW 1, there's like 2 checkpoints in the whole level, and nothing changes when you die, and they don't drop nothing. Things don't drop as many hearts as they do in this game. So it is genuinely pretty challenging to get through that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not seeing any of the bonus levels on this course. It's 90%.
Yeah.
But if you want to watch some really exciting Legos, some like Newtown speedrunning, or like Gunship Cavalry Original, Hundo's available. Very long run, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's just under 10 hours now. I do believe that Zach is going to do a Hundo run soon.
Yes,
so if you
promised that he would.
He did say. Yeah. Though I did watch him do, I think, Pod Race Original yesterday for fun. He needs a bit more time.
Yeah,
but
was unaware you had to hold A to move forward.
Yeah.
But hopefully he'll learn that in his Hundo practice, which I'm sure he's been hard at work on between Battle Bit Gaming.
Of course. Now, Ginger up to, obviously, the notorious disco skip. Very important that he gets this pretty quickly. I mean, worst case, he could lose a minute plus. So, hoping that does not happen.
Yeah. The big one, obviously, disco skip, the big issue is that it's very inconsistent. But the main problem is that you can't, even at like mid-level, you can't not do it.
Yeah, it saves about 40 seconds. And that's enough that, like, you can miss it, I think, like 4 times and still break even. And at that rate, it's like you kind of have to go for it. Like, you're not going to get it so inconsistently at a mid or high level that it's at all worth it. But still, you're just opening your run up to this chance of just completely dying, and it's not that much of your fault.
Yeah, and then doing this an hour 20 in, or, if you're not as good, an hour 40 in, is really, really frustrating.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Frostbite at the bottom right. He just did the old platform strats I was mentioning. He did not do left side.
Yeah, left side, it's not a ton of time save for how hard it is. So I'm surprised it's even being done as much as it is. Like I just don't think it's worth it, but obviously these runners disagree. They know better than me. You're closing out a pretty solid Carcoon. Obviously, getting disco skip second try is going to make it not a disaster, and that's what you hope for.
Yeah, because even without disco skip, Carcoon is still a pretty annoying. I mean, not annoying, but a pretty technical level, right?
Yeah.
The first section, of course, you have the jump across the platform, which is a bit tough, but there's also a lot of movement on the skiffs. That's a bit iffy. And then the top is very complex because it's a very dynamic 1P2C with their characters doing completely different things. It's I think one of the harder 1P2Cs. But I mean, it's just one of those that at mid-level you kind of have to do.
Yeah, and also what makes that even harder is the enemies that spawn on top are kind of random, so you have to like be aware of them with both players while you're doing your movement.
And they're like tough enemies. Like a Gamorrean guard is not like droids that you can just one-shot and just ignore. One thing I don't think we've brought up, if you, Jared just did what might look very strange, but it turns out that between those two barrels that he used R2 through, they're actually close enough that if you kind of force yourself in, you can access the panel without breaking the barrels, or like the crates or whatever they are. That's, I guess on the opposite side, a bit like a trivial trick, and saves a little bit of time.
All right, We Super and Frostbite are both coming up into Maul. This is, I think, higher stakes than normal in Maul, where like normally this is a hard trick, and We Super gets it. Typically, you'll get to that. Typically, you can just reset if it goes too badly, but like this is high stakes. You have to get it this time, which is not common. But yeah, Ginger
had a very goofy speeder skip over there. His speeder was like upside down for a moment.
Yeah, well, he missed it, and a weird thing about the speeders is when you drop out and it's like in the middle of an animation, it will keep whatever positioning it had. So you'll get like vertical speeder, upside down speeder.
Yeah.
So yeah, did get it up on the second try, but that's not one you really want to miss. It's kind of, you got to go way out to get the speeder sometimes. It can be a bit punishing.
A little fun fact for the two people that run this game on Linux. Speeder skip, for whatever reason, triggers like once you start bashing into the shield wall, it triggers like an ear-piercing scratch. I remember I was streaming it, and this happened, and like I had to like back away from my computer in pain because it was just so unbelievably loud. And I don't know why that is. So that's my personal reason for not liking it.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's pretty easy.
I'm gonna blame Linux. Just one of the reasons I personally do not.
They not swap. It's a tough life, right? We don't have live split. We don't have the auto splitter.
Yeah. If you would like to make the mods very mad, do runs on Linux and ask for them to manually remove the loads.
Yeah, I told Zach earlier I was going to do one on Steam Deck, and he was like, "All right, sure, but I don't want you to."
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to remove your loads from a 3.5-hour run manually.
Yeah. So yeah, We Super and Frostbite coming into one more hard trick in this episode, the cycle skips. This, thankfully, unlike the lamp jump, you're not going to lose so much time that you reset here. Like you can lose like 7 seconds to not getting them, and We Super will absolutely not be doing that. But, if you don't get them, you don't get them. There's no, you don't have to keep trying. And so in this kind of setting, it's fine. Like, you're not going to have a disaster, and that's what you really need.
Yeah, I find if you knew this is one of the pretty good 1P2s to start off with. Because, both characters are doing mostly the same thing.
Yeah. Well, certainly not the cycle skip version of it.
Not the cycle skip.
Yeah.
I just mean like broadly 1P2 that room.
Yeah, and the hallway is very solid.
Yeah. And if you want to see good 1P2, EJP Man doing Rebel or Secret Plan, is almost entirely 1P2.
Yeah, I think this level is what I would say is, like, if you want to just practice 1B2C, just do this level over and over in story. That's what I did, and it helped me a lot. I mean, it's mostly pretty easy, but you can just help get the fundamentals of 1P2C down very well on this level.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool intricacies. For example, you just saw that Leia kind of built the one on the left because she had the power, right? So that way, she kind of builds the one on the left, then moves, fully builds the one on the right, while Antilles does the one on the left. And that gets them done at the same time. Here, if you see Ginger doing this 1P2C over here, the 1P2C itself is not very difficult. But one thing that can happen at lower levels if you're not consistent with it is that if you don't walk Wicket off the top, you'll just get stuck there.
Yeah.
And I believe you have to reload the room, right?
Yeah, well, there's a jump you can do to get up there, like, off of a lamp to save him. But it's pretty difficult. This is just another example. We talked about it earlier. The AI in this level is uniquely terrible, and you just have to baby it every step of the way. You have to do everything perfectly right, or it's just not going to cooperate.
The amount of runs that have died because, like, Han comes up here and then looks back and there's no R2-D2.
Yeah, that's a common thing here. Ginger actually didn't look behind him. You'll see runners often.
I noticed that was risky.
Yeah, you'll see runners often. They'll check behind them, take a second to just make sure everyone followed, because sometimes players will get stuck on that ramp behind them. And if you take the perfect line in the previous room, that'll never happen. So it is rare, and these runners, I think, I put some focus into that line to make sure it won't. But you do have to be intentional, and it is a risk to go forward without checking.
Yeah, and it used to be a bigger deal back when Paul skip, like normal Paul skip was a thing, because you have to get R2 all the way to the bunker, and along the way there's like 50 plants you'll get stuck on.
Yeah.
So you have to make sure to kill all of them. Nowadays with the Paul skip, like that super jump, you don't need R2 anymore. So you'll notice like he's not shooting these plants. Before he would have been. I guess he's shooting some of them. But before, like, all of those would have been intentionally cleared out beforehand.
Yeah, and they do still shoot the plants. I think some of the other characters can get stuck on them, but it's less common than R2. See, Ginger kind of mistiming his jump rolls, so he clean jump rolled over that power-up, had to turn back to get it.
He went too fast. There's Paul skip. Paul skip is just another. It's not a drop anymore, is it?
Well, no, it's just
more,
another.
It's more of like an AI doing something it shouldn't be allowed to do.
The AI, again, this AI in this level is stupid, and it does help here because you can just convince it that you're on the top of the bunker, and it'll follow you. And there's one more example on the right side of the bunker where you will trick Wicket to go through a hatch that doesn't actually exist because he thinks it's following you into that room.
Wicket's Grand Adventure.
Yes, yes.
My favorite trick name.
It's a great one. A grand one, even.
Absolutely. Top 5 of Droid Avoid. And yeah, as I mentioned, that was Super Jump. That was a bit of a easier to see Super Jump, I think, wherein you push Leia into the corner and she tries to jump back up to the top, in the process hitting the door where you can just swap to her, triggering the door and going in before it's actually open. And as we mentioned, Han, who got Ghost Hearts like 2 minutes ago at this point, still has them because he hasn't fallen into Hill Plane.
Yeah, and it's very important. Like when you get this bunker route and stuff is designed around you will never have to switch off of Han, at least maybe until the very end. And so that they can keep the Ghost Hearts and they don't have to worry about dying to the exploding blaster bolts.
So that lever that got pulled, by the way, that's a very interesting piece of tech that used to power one of my other favorite tricks, which can no longer do oil glitch. For some reason, when an enemy is on a lever, and then they aggro and then de-aggro, they will sometimes, or pretty consistently pull that lever that they're on. And that used to be used to great effect, which we'll actually see, I'll point it out when we go to it, where which Zach will be coming up on soon. They used to be using great effect in Mos Eisley, Nowadays, we do the speeder clip, so we don't need that anymore. But it's an interesting piece of tech. I think that's also what triggered earlier today. What was it? I think it was EJP's really, really, really weird thing where he and a stormtrooper pulled the same lever at the same time.
Yeah. So I guess the way I always understood that mechanic is that the AI is playing with the same set of buttons that you are. So when you put away the gun, you do that by pressing, it's usually for most, on default controls, the B button. And that's also the button to use stuff or use the force or something. So when you de-aggro an enemy while it's standing on a lever, the code will just tell it to press the B button and not to put away the gun specifically. So it'll prioritize the lever instead of putting away the gun. I don't know why they did it like that instead of just, having it directly put away the gun. I'm sure they had a reason.
Yeah, a lot of this game, a lot of the like game dev is, as long as you don't break anything intentionally, it works fine. And the moment you try to do weird stuff, it just all falls apart. Yeah, I think honestly, that's one of the things I like about this game a lot. Other than 1P2C, it's not like so glitchy as to just be like, oh, you just phase through every wall. But it's buggy enough that you can do cool stuff.
Yeah, and there's a lot of, I've talked about how free play is an incredibly broken category. You can skip every room, but that leads to the point where you don't actually engage with almost any of the level elements, and so for a lot of people that it's just a glitch fest and there's no structure. So that is a downside for a lot of people. But any percent certainly has enough. You have to actually do the room and you 1P2C it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ginger got. He hit the Emperor accidentally. Now, when you hit the Emperor, he jumps way back to his starting position. He was trying to do, I think, a safety slash, but he caught the Emperor from behind and he couldn't block it. And that jumped him back to the start and reset the fight. It's going to lose quite a bit of time.
Yeah, that was Ultra Kill, which is not a new trick. But before, before I mean a long time ago, it was Fast Kill, in which you actually played out a pretty good amount of the level, but pushed the Emperor off a bit later. And TT Games was nice enough to make it so that if the Emperor gets pushed off, he dies. I don't know if it's because they actually foresaw him literally getting pushed off like we do, which would, I think, make it more fun.
Yeah.
But in any case, that's just a mechanic that exists.
Yeah. I like to say that it was intentional because it is what happens in the movie. He gets thrown off. That's the very beginning of the cutscene also.
Yeah. I don't think in the movie he made an electricity platform for Luke to puzzle through.
Not quite, no. But and there is other bosses, for example, Grievous, he's on that big open platform. It's very easy to push him off, but he'll just jump right back on. You're not skipping anything. And similar with the Vader in CCT, I think they deliberately didn't have that flag on for Emperor. At least I like to think.
Yeah, that would make sense.
EJP dies at the end of Quicksand Skip, and when he dies at the end, he's got to respawn all the way back, so that is a pretty significant time loss, more than a normal death.
Yeah, Quicksand Skips, it's a bit tough at the start because it relies on pretty precise jumps, because if you slide too much, you won't catch onto the little ledge that exists. But it doesn't really give too much trouble at higher level. But of course, things happen.
Yeah,
first try there with a throw clip. That was pretty good.
Yeah. I would put that in the category of, I like to describe the skips in this game as a bit of a game of whack-a-mole, where there's a lot of moderately hard, but you can easily get them down skips. But then when you're in a grind with any percent, you're going to start having problems with one of those skips, and you got to go practice and fix it, and then next time you do a run, something else is going to start acting up, and you just can't get to all of it at the same time. That's why it's so hard to get a really good run. It's just such a long category. Something is going to go quite wrong.
Yeah, and that's part of the thing with having a run that's not a single piece of broken tech, right? Because it's not I'm talking about free play, right? If you get good at the droidica jumps, I would imagine. I haven't played free play, but I would imagine that makes you good at most of the run.
Yeah, to an extent, yeah.
Right, but with this, there really isn't like, I mean, I guess 1P2C, but there isn't really like a piece of like tech or like a specific glitch that you can get good at and that powers you through most of your learning.
Yeah. But I do like that about this category. Like it's very unique. Like you go into a level and you're just doing something completely different, and like it makes it fun. It keeps the variety.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's very nice because even the pieces of tech that conceptually are the same, right? Like super jumps, the way they're executed and the way you actually do them well is not the same.
Yeah. And I even would say super jumps are the rare exception where a skip is done in multiple places.
Exactly.
Like,
oh, pretty good. Ginger.
okay, Zach had a little trouble on Spy Fight skip. Okay, he ended up force disabling. I think he didn't force for quite long enough, but he recognized that, thankfully, before he called in, got another push, and that went and just disabled him. It's going to lose him a couple seconds, but he avoided a huge disaster.
Much better than the, minute and a half that you lose?
Yeah, it's closer to a minute, but yeah.
Oh yeah, here we super able to see all of the barrel section. So this is where I'm saying that this is the normal strat now. You get R2 up here, and once R2 is up here, you're gonna drop out player 2, and then use this little bump up that happens right there to fly over. The new tech is instead of doing that, you just fly all the way to that barrel that R2 just passed, and go up that weird piece of geometry. Second, hopefully we'll be seeing that soon. And here's also where I was mentioning that you can interact with the panel from the other side.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of sleuthing and figuring out over whether it's faster to go over or around the barrels, and also you can use the panel. Like you can go over the barrels, then use the panel. This has been a lot of really minute timings, like what is 0.1 seconds faster. At some point, it was about maybe 2 years ago, we went through and timed literally every possible strat to see how much it saved and what is the fastest way, of all the different ways to get around this object, what is the fastest? And we have this big spreadsheet. At this point, it's a bit outdated, but we got a lot of good information from timing these super minute things.
Oh no, EJP?
Oh?
Oh no!
Oh my God.
There's a spy. Oh wow.
Yeah. He can't reset. To be honest, he could still beat his other time. It's
it's just
6 minutes off his PB, but it does make it difficult for him to move up the leaderboard. Not impossible at this point, but he would need to play better than he ever has, I think.
Yeah, and this obviously is not something that he practices all the time.
Yeah, this is specifically. Though he is doing the 1P2C on this fight, that does save pretty meaningful time, I believe. Oh, one trooper left, and he's really struggling to hit him. Oh, my...
what? He fell.
That guy walked, all the way across the map and just... He got stuck, behind the Falcon at a bad angle.
He jumped off out of pity.
Yeah. All right.
We were mentioning about the 1P2C for Ginger.
Mm-hmm. Jared on BBJ doesn't get the first attempt. Quick reset, though. With this, as long as you don't do the slam, you're not going to lose that much time resetting the attempt. Though after this many attempts, it does start to add up a bit. He does get it, though. That's perfectly fine. Yeah. And yeah, well, Ginger's in Coruscant, we can take a bit of focus on the other runs. We Super and Frostbite in Jedi Battle is a pretty meaningful spot in the run. Frostbite having a little trouble with that first pillar. That strat, there's a new strat where you don't slam the Droideka shields down and you just rely on them shooting enough that you can deflect at the right time and kill them. But sometimes it just doesn't work out. There's some RNG involved, and he took some deaths that didn't help.
Yeah.
So it's going to cost him a lot.
It's a surprisingly like technical part doing those the pillars.
Yeah. It's crazy how much faster you can go with the pillars. Like, I mean, I would be getting like a pillar. I would be get a pillars that I'm happy with, and then I'd hear someone like T-Fresh say, "Oh, I got a thing that's 15 seconds faster," and like,
yeah.
What? How did you do that? But this 1P2C saves quite a bit of time. You got 2 players to attack with, and Padme is surprisingly helpful. As soon as you get the Droideka shields down, especially with a power-up, she's just going to slap everyone to death, and it's quite easy.
Yeah, the slap's pretty fast.
Yeah. Wii Super has a bit of trouble pinpointing that droid. I didn't see how good the Wave 1 was. But looks like he knew what he was doing enough to get a clean finish on Wave 2. And now Frostbite coming up has that pack of 3 on the right. That means, believe that this is a known seed. And he should have a droid right behind him, yep. So that's pretty consistent Wave 1 route for him.
Zach's going to try to go for oh, he gets the flip. Oh, let's go.
Oh, let's go.
All right.
Okay. On Zach said he got that. Now he's going to get a helmet on Han. He still will need that later in the level. He has to get that while he's navigating with Chewie. Gets that, cuts that corner off pretty well. Almost fell a bit too far.
That's scary.
And now he's got to come back in bounds right inside the door, and he got it.
Let's go. That's incredibly difficult trick. Obviously, very, very hard to get out of bounds. But even once you're out of bounds, it's a lot of movement that, of course, you don't do it often, so you're not going to practice it all the time. Right?
Yeah, and it's both 1P2C and like out of bounds movement. And there's not really any other points in the run where you do that. So it's very hard to, unless you practice it a lot.
Yeah, incredibly lucky. And as we mentioned, his world record has trash skip in it, so that's always a good time we can get it again.
Very glad we were able to show it off for the event. Meanwhile, EJP had a bit of a disaster in this room. Oh my god. So I believe, one of the guys in the next room shot his helmet off. I don't know exactly what he did wrong to lead to it, but having quite a bit of trouble getting back. At this point, he has cleared everyone out too. So now he will not be able to lose it.
Yeah, it's an interesting room because I would say he does something wrong, but it's always a bit scary because you will almost surely get shot while using the panel. But normally at that point you use a panel, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know what he would have done to aggro there.
Well, what could have happened is that, if he had like 1 heart while he was building the panel, then he could have been shot before he got the usage off.
Oh, yeah.
That's possible. Otherwise, he just did something wrong in the previous room that set the droids to aggro early. Which there's a lot of very finicky, weird things that you wouldn't think cause it, but they do. Like, if you push the red part of the turnstile for even just a tiny bit, the troopers will aggro, and I couldn't tell you why.
Yeah. Also here on Death Star Escape, Zach just did the setup for Falconless, which had a very funny story because it was originally found by a player named Viola, who had was messing around with some vehicles, I think, right? It was modding.
Yeah, modding vehicles into regular ground levels.
Yeah, and ended up just hitting the trigger by happenstance, and I guess must have been going like around the whole level, so ended up actually just getting through the door.
Yeah.
But we kind of chalked it up to being, it's modded vehicles, of course.
Yeah, I mean, people tried everything, and they couldn't think of it, because all we had was the clip of him actually getting it. Nobody thought, like, oh, it's actually what he did minutes ago earlier in the level that caused the trick.
Yeah, and then a bit later, another player, P53, who also does a lot of technical stuff, was messing around and got the trick, but not with vehicles. But sort of like, oh, what's going on, right? It's not a vehicle thing. But also didn't record the whole session, so we were trying to figure out what it was. And it turns out that, so P53 doesn't run the game all the time, so he didn't know where one of the helmet spawns was, so he went to the room before to get it, which just happens to be the exact helmet spawn that you go to right before the line that, right after the line that despawns the level. So it took us like a few hours in VC to figure that out, but it was really exciting when someone else was able to replicate it.
Yeah, and that day was really fun because we just got like everyone in the community active and just like messing around in that level at that point, like, okay, wait, this is actually a real skip. What could possibly it have been? We tried like specific stud counts and like all these weird things.
And I think that was the same day, if not like the day before, we did Grieve Cheese.
Yeah, well, the thing is, in that same stream when Viola found Falconless, Viola also did Grieve Cheese on accident because he was just like way away from the platform and just shot him down.
Also with vehicles.
Yeah, and so like a bit later, like we also realized that wasn't a modding thing either.
That's how the game works.
We just had 2 skips sitting there for like well over a year, and we just like didn't actually realize they could happen vanilla.
Yeah, the Grieve Cheese one, the interesting thing is it was in free play done. It's done way easier because you can get Wicket up into a place where he just like shoots exploding blaster bolts down and just like wipes Grievous. So at least that one we knew it worked, and the question was, how do we get it functioning for any percent with any form of consistency? And there were a few initial setups for that as well.
Yeah. And there was a long window where like that was just a really terrible skip. 800 by 600 hadn't been discovered, and we didn't even know about the like easy max strat where you do half the level and then a couple shots of cheese. So we just there was a window where like people would just kill runs there all the time, and it was debated whether it's worth going for, even though it saves like 20.
Yeah, just getting a bunch of like 0 damage cycles. And that's again when there was a lot of like, oh, X player consistently gets cycles where he does 3 damage, and Y player gets cycles where he does no damage, and what's going on with that?
Yeah.
Which is hardware differences. A lot of the time. Anyway. Talking about Grieve Cheese, we can see Ginger on a very beautiful 800 by 600 resolution.
Yeah. I do like the chance to see his splits. +5 to latest is good information.
Yeah, gained 12 seconds back in Chancellor. That's pretty good. Oh.
It looks like he's losing time here. He's not in the cutscene yet. Don't know how many hearts Grievous has, but more than 0.
More than 0.
And he's still jumping back.
Yeah.
His latest was well into the cutscene by now. Okay, now he's slashing for the last hit.
Okay, that's good.
Pretty bad. And now we see the
Windows
desktop.
10.
Okay.
One curious thing about what you can see over on Zach's screen, it turns out, I don't think this would have been intentional, that if you just do nothing during the trench run, you'll also just survive.
Yeah, well, you have to hold forward on the D-pad.
You're very difficult.
Yeah, and nothing else. If you hold forward on the control stick, it won't work because you'll be very slightly off, and then you can get hit by the ships. But just D-pad up, and you're completely safe.
Yeah. That whole level, I think it's fun. Even the last clip is kind of finicky, but it's one of the nicer vehicle levels because there's a lot of free space. It's a 1P2C, but it's not a hard 1P2C.
Yeah. And a lot of vehicle levels have RNG, but not that one. So.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, here's also, we were talking about with Yoda movement. You can see moving faster than Chewie, considerably faster than Chewie. But after the cutscene, Yoda might put his lightsaber away, and you'll see how horribly slow it is. So quick progress check, Ginger 151 in Kashyyyk, EJP and Zach both around the same spot, also Jared a bit behind them, and We Super and Frostbite basically in the same place right now.
Yeah.
45 minutes in.
Yeah, Zach on another reasonably good pace. He's about a minute behind the best ever episode 4 exit, which if he's going for the goal of beating his current event best, that's plenty good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, though Ginger is the focus. We obviously just saw his splits. He was 5 behind his latest. Now he's going to be a bit
15,
more.
16.
Yeah. Hopefully he can manage to scrape that time back, though he does have the window to do it.
Yeah, Kashyyyk has some kind of a finicky movement a little bit, but it's otherwise not a very complex level. There's no major little skips or anything.
Yeah. I mean, this is another level that, like, whatever you get on it, you're going to get around that time every time, but that's
Yeah.
going to be different, like
Per player.
10 to 15 seconds different for, like, top runner versus mid-level runner.
Exactly. Jared, we can see doing the non-trash kick route down there in Sepia. Big problem, of course, is preserving your helmet. I think, I don't remember who it was. Might have been Justin, I don't remember. Lost their helmet down there in that room, which is a rare occurrence. Because Han actually, if you spam shoot, will just dodge, which is pretty nice. It's a bit tougher in this room, mostly just because exploding blaster bullets makes it a bit dangerous, as we have mentioned. It's like here, you'll see the dodge that I've
Yeah. There is a bit of a pitfall, though. If you... Oh, man.
Oh,
okay, he
cool.
survived.
That was dubious.
If you do one of those triple shots where you, like, shoot out of the jump dive, then you don't... When you're in that triple shot animation, you won't dodge right away. So you have to be careful about how you approach it. You can't just start spamming and expect to live every time. So far, it's good to see that nobody has reset their overtime runs, even though had some mishaps, but I'm glad to see all the runners sticking it out as long as they possibly can, at least so far.
Yeah, and I mean, pretty good results.
Yeah.
That trash skip over there. Ginger's not too far ahead from Diddy.
Now, coming into Ruin of the Jedi, we've mentioned library skip as another just weird inconsistency that, like, usually it's fine, but it could go terribly. This level used to be one of the easier ones, kind of a fun movement thing, but you're never going to lose that much time. Now you do have to worry, it could go terribly.
Yeah, before the level was basically casual.
Yeah.
You just do it fast, but there was not really any. I mean, there was skill to it, but there wasn't any like specific tech.
Yeah.
I guess the most interesting tech is the fact that it's the fact that if you hide behind these tubes, you just won't get shot at.
Yeah.
So they will fall.
Interesting though. It's calling in to save that time. He gets in the door right away, regardless. Good thinking.
Good call.
I do miss, though, the casual strat in this room. There was some very unique movement up these like forced platforms. We don't really have anything like that in the run anymore. This used to be, I think, one of the best levels in the run because you just got that something movement platforming thing that you don't have anywhere else.
Yeah, and it was again like Yoda movement, which is pretty exciting, pretty cool. Oh, first try there for library skip, very good. Oh, that was unfortunate. We super doing the alternative fast force fell that one time. Second time I was able to make it down. Although hit
a slope, he survived.
That's huge. I haven't really seen many people mess up the clip actually. Interestingly, Because I know it's a new thing, and I know that it's not, most people aren't doing it. But it seems that people that are doing it, WeSuper and Zach and some others, are getting it pretty well.
Well, yeah, I think the hard part, though, is just that the navigation is different. I mean, all those slopes out of bounds that we saw him hit a couple, I mean, you can just go to the wrong place and you'll die. And if you don't really have the layout of that part of out of bounds mapped into your mind, then it's hard to adjust.
Yeah, it's a slightly worse view than what we're going to see here from Frostbite, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can even kind of see under as well a little bit.
Yeah. And yeah, with the one Frostbite did, there's just when you go under the hill, you just have a pretty wide lane you can walk down that's going to be fine, and we all know where that is at this point, and it's easy to find. So you're not going to have problems like that.
Ginger on Darth Vader. Darth Vader has always had a bit of interesting tech that's kind of been like experimented with, but it hasn't really been used very much.
Mm-hmm.
The most interesting thing with Darth Vader that we're going to see coming up, which has come up, I believe, in other LEGO games, is that in the 1v1 like battle sections, right? What you can do is drop in, basically dropping both players so that you can get free damage in.
Yeah.
And then drop out one player right at the right time so that they die. And in this case, what you're trying to do is you're trying to get the faster player, or like the faster death.
Oh no!
Oh no!
And
okay, I was actually going to mention that. That's the big danger here. If you jump too early, you just have to restart this whole section.
And with this level, any death resets the whole room. It's sort of a final boss level of the prequels.
You're playing it very safe.
Yeah. And to elaborate on that fight skip, the reason it works is normally, if in a boss fight, you have to win the fight, kill the enemy. But in this one, your two players are fighting against each other. So if both players are called in, then one of you won. So that'll advance it on its own. So you just take as much damage as fast as possible, then call in both at the very end.
Yeah. And having Anakin die is a slightly faster cutscene. So that's why they do that specifically.
Yeah, very interesting thing where there are two end cutscenes in that level, and what you do influences which one you get.
It's very impressive seeing how much this run has advanced from last BTR, but especially the first BTR. Like, people consistently getting good sub 230s. Not many just run killers. I don't know. It's nice to think of that stuff because then you can think because a lot of times people go, the run's dead, right? Yeah, we're gonna go as fast as we can. Like there's not much more to gain, and then you'll get another minute gone, another 2 minutes gone, and everyone's just getting better and better.
Yeah, and it's not like people will assign skips okay, they broke this barrier because we found the skip, but if you look at the amount of time saved and the amount of time the skip saved, it's always we're saving more than just the skip. We're just getting better at everything gradually, and I think a lot of the runners in this community, we started at the same time, so we've been going on the same progress line together.
Yeah. Although, I guess in terms of that, shout out to Frostbite, who did not start at the same time and is here competing at a very high level. He's probably one of the best runners that has come out of the Sonic Salt video.
Yeah. I remember when he first started, it was after a couple runs, he got sub 250 early. Zach DM'd me something are we just that bad? That this guy can just come in and destroy, get all this stuff so much faster than us.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's slowed down. He's not going to get record imminently, but he's very clearly showing that he's a great speedrunner. And I'm very glad that we have another top runner from that video. That's something we wanted. We always love to see the game grow, and it's cool. That's the biggest thing we were excited for with the video is people are going to know about this run and maybe start trying, and he's I guess the strongest proof of that actually happened. We have something to show for it.
Yeah, it's the feedback now has been very, very exciting, I think. especially because, you know, like I obviously now I think it's a really good run, but you know, conceptually, like Lego, when you think of Lego games, you don't think of speedrun, right? But it just turns out that because of the way they're made, they're just really, really, really good for this stuff, right? With like 1P2C and you know whatever that we talked about with different tricks, it's I think it's a pleasant surprise to see how good and how clean these runs end up getting. And I think it's true of a lot of games. If anyone's interested, I mean, again, we saw Lego Indiana Jones this morning by Chimkin, and also a lot of the other Lego games have pretty vibrant communities. And I guess also in terms of that, I've heard about this thing called Lego-a-thon. You want to clue us in?
Well, if you're interested in watching some of the other Lego games we keep mentioning, you know, there's a whole lot of 26 main series and all kinds of different fun side games. We do have our own Lego speedrunning marathon that's coming up within the next couple of weeks. It'll be hosted on twitch.tv/Lego Speedruns, and you can join the Lego Speedrunning Discord for any announcements and information you might need.
So hopefully we'll see some people there. Let's see how these AT-AT spawns are for Ginger. All right, that's very good AT-AT spawns for him.
Love to see it.
As we mentioned, there's a bit of RNG, and if you don't stand next to that entrance, they're more likely to spawn together, which lets you do some very nice double chaining and then getting these two bombs, which are pretty close to each other. Oh.
Both players
All
picked
right.
up the bomb.
Not
a common thing.
Good teamwork. Good teamwork between his left and right hands. Which, in terms of 1P2C, you'll there's kind of oh yeah, he dropped that bomb. There's kind of a variety of ways that it's played. I think broadly the most common is going to be controller keyboard, so that your player 1 is on controller, your player 2 is on keyboard. But controller also exists. Keyboard also exists. There's pros and cons to each. It's like drop-ins on keyboard can be a bit finicky. Controllers can rarely, but can have problems in, staying connected.
The biggest thing for these runners is a controller has advantages where you can, for example, pan the camera. We've talked about drop-in warps that help a lot with it, and also controller can take very direct lines. So we've talked about how Escape from Naboo 1-3. That's like a very easy level. You're just walking, but when you compare controller runners to keyboard runners, controller saves multiple seconds because you can walk in the most direct way possible. And on an easy level like that, it becomes noticeable. It's just a tiny time save from controller. So a lot of keyboard runners now, they will play the beginning of the run on controller to get that time save from the lines and then get back to what they're more comfortable on for the later, harder levels.
Yeah, player 2 really is mostly up to personal decision. We did see a situation earlier in which having player 2 have view controls as well is beneficial, but that is much more micro optimization than the optimization you get from player 1 being controlled.
Yeah, so at this point, Wii Super, he runs double keyboard because that's just what he's more comfortable with. He's always been a keyboard gamer, but you need to, if you really want to compete, you do need to keep controller on hand just for those kind of small skips. There's a few that just simply require it.
Oh, Frog's and Wii Super are closer. They're both just at a crane scope.
Yeah, well, their timers are 4 seconds apart.
That's
started
true,
at the same time.
Ginger finishing up here as well. I don't think we've gone over this. Do you want to go over what's going on here at the end with the cart?
I mean, I don't think so. This cart needs to blow up a bunch of bombs or a bunch of rocks, and the cart is bomb, and it'll blow up the rocks on the other side to free C-3PO. You'll see in this section there's a lot of like intentional deaths they're going to take. Like right out here, he might not. No, I think he will still do it. He's going to kill both players with exploding blaster bolts, and he does that on purpose to give him invincibility, where like when that explosion happens, it still does damage. But if you have invincibility frames, you can walk in during that, and it saves a little bit of time and a small drop in warp to get C-3PO over faster.
Yeah. Also, it's set up so that the cart will push the players when it goes out the first door. That's also an optimization people do. And here's also, I think we were discussing this earlier with this quick little push, which I guess was just faster than people weren't doing it fast. In general, Haunt is not a very difficult level. There's just a bunch of places where things can go wrong. Very notably, right, here with these buttons on the ramp. It's not a fun thing to control.
Yeah, you're very limited on your maneuverability down the ramp. So that's why you can't get all the buttons with one player. You got to use both.
Yeah, that's why obviously at very high levels, they don't want to necessarily do this, but at mid levels, one thing you can do is once you go down with Han, you intentionally roll off the cliff before you hit the ground, like the solid ground again. Because that way, if you miss buttons, which at a mid level is not rare, you can respawn back at the top. At high level, if you do that, then you can't use Han to go through the door, which loses you a decent portion of time.
Yeah.
Ginger coming out with a 208. How do you think he's feeling right now? 208.41.
Well, it's checking pace a little bit. He is a decent bit behind his best exits here. I think it's cutting it pretty close on whether he can improve that event best. But certainly a lot to be determined in the end of the run here, including, a great boulder, good CCT. I think he could move that best just a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, he can't, he might have trouble improving his event best because it was just a very good event best. At 226.35 is very much nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, I think it's like 45 seconds off his PB. You're right around there, which is pretty solid to get in a one-day event. I will point out Zach has left his chair. That run appears to be over.
Did I?
R2 did not follow him up the ramp. Endor AI.
What we were talking about earlier.
Endor AI strikes again. R2 didn't follow him, and he didn't check. I think he just wanted to play it a bit risky, and didn't pay off.
Yeah, I think he's feeling very comfortable with his position in first place, 2 minutes ahead of everyone else.
Yeah.
So I guess there's no need to continue, but that's a very unfortunate way to kill a run.
Yep.
See what everyone else is able to get though. So plenty of movement in third to second to sixth place. Yeah, even outside of that, Endor is, I think, one of the hardest levels to do, especially early on.
Yeah.
Because it's a very movement-heavy level. It's a very 1P2C heavy level. It's a level with a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, it's very intricate, and in the bunker especially, like you just have to do everything correctly. There's cycles you have to worry about, and you can just lose a lot of time. I know we've had at multiple times we've just like rerouted how we do the bunker, and it saves like 15 seconds, and like we didn't find any new skip or anything. We just like were smarter about it.
Yeah, and I don't think we talked about it too much, but even before you get to like the forest area and the bunker area, in the trees there's, they're not super hard, but you have to do the R2 flag, right?
Yeah.
The fence, the ones off the fence, which can be a bit finicky. So yeah, it's a very long level.
Yeah.
And in addition to all of that, there is also a very unlikely but truly run-killing thing that can happen. A bit earlier than that, as you cross the river, where basically the collision just despawns, and then it's just game over.
Oh yeah, I mean that one is rare. I mean, what was more common though is you can crash in the bunker at the end of the level. Thankfully though, Hav over here has helped find a way around that, or at least a way to minimize the chance of it happening, and it hasn't come up since. There's a specific point in the bunker, the line you cross that loads and deloads the previous room, and the more you cross that, basically every time you're risking a crash. And so there would be runners like Roadhouse notoriously crash in bunker all the time, and you go back and watch how he plays, and he's just jumping.
Right, yeah.
That's like that. So now that we know not to do that, like that's not a big problem anymore, and it's again like incredibly unlikely now.
Yeah, so very hard level. Makes sense that Zach had a problem with it. Unfortunately, not our super rare occurrence. EJP also not, hopefully not going to have an issue there as well. Also, we have Frostbite here about to do everyone's favorite Falconless jump, hitting the first try, pretty good. Not a very hard jump, you're just going to have to know where it is, because of course you can't see the door. As we talked about, EGP has Ghost Hearts on Han, which is going to save him a massive headache. Because if you were to lose that on early on, that'd be a problem. Yeah, there goes Zach. So this is the river that I was talking about. Sometimes you'll lose collision there. Yeah. Or EGP not checking behind him. Hopefully not. Okay, okay, he's fine. Although it's a little bit risky. He did a pretty quick little drop-in thing in which if you look up, everyone just kind of comes a bit quicker. Whatever we were talking about earlier as well. I'm excited to see how this Ginger run finishes up as well. It's going to be done really far ahead of everyone else, at least in
I guess we did gloss over the boulder. I didn't get a good look at how that went. I think it was good, but I'm not certain.
Yeah.
Coming up on button skip, probably the hardest part of this level. Pretty recent discovery, just this episode doesn't really have any breaks. And you have to traverse these buttons, which you can't even see with both players. And then you have to make that pretty precise fly up, and he's going to get it just fine. And now transition into hut skip, which is much easier, though much more costly if he does somehow miss.
All right, there we hang hut skip. Yeah, this episode, it's really funny that like Asteroid Chase is the most relaxing level in this episode.
Until it isn't.
Until it isn't, yeah, no, that's right. But like everything else is.
Yeah.
I don't know, very, very exciting way to end the run.
And a bit of trouble on pickle jump for Ginger, but he does eventually make it into the cave. An interesting thing EJP just did, he put a player on two buttons at the same time to overlap the cutscene. There's a very rare occurrence where the AI R2 will go onto the third button for you, and you can overlap all three at once. We don't understand it well enough to do it. It's pretty rare, but when it does happen, it's always a fun, like, what the heck, how did I just do that moment?
Yeah. So I think we talked about your favorite episode. What was your least favorite episode?
I certainly did not like episode 1. But I honestly think like the current state of episode 5, it's probably the worst, just given like the RNG, and then now like one of my favorite rooms in the game was actually the old DV2 that is now skipped.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fun room.
Yeah, it was a just good like solid movement 1P2C room, but now it's replaced by the hardest skip in the game. And yeah, just it's mostly though about the RNG levels there, and I don't really like Echo Base or Dagobah. I'm just not so good at those. I think is the reason. So
Yeah, episode 1, I guess, as we mentioned, the big problem is, it's not that it's a very hard episode, just that's not very interesting.
yeah,
There's not really too much to it. I will say of my... Man, it's interesting because I don't really have that many episodes I dislike. I have levels I dislike. Very famously, I'm not a big fan of Gunship, and I really don't like Into the Death Star. But I mean, of course, I'm also not very good. I'm pretty sure that if once you get good at Gunship, it's not as big of a pain point as a lot of other ones are.
yeah. I definitely hated Gunship when I was running any %, but now I'm running free play now. The end room is played the exact same way, so
really?
I've been forced to get good at it. Now I don't mind the level. At least the end room is fun to me.
Yeah. But yeah, it's interesting to see, like, I think in terms of pace, or even like if you think about it, like more kind of like storytelling, right? I think the route that we do right now is really cool. Like especially ending with like Cloud City Trap, right? And then followed by Bespin. Like Bespin's like, I don't know, it feels like a perfect level to end on.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, everyone loves to talk about like the music, for example, on
Exactly.
Bespin. It's a lot of people's favorites.
You end on just shooting stormtroopers in the platform.
Yeah. And it's good, yeah. It has a couple seconds of variance. You don't know, like, minutes in advance exactly what the time is going to be. You kind of, reason to watch. And we've had some runs that have been like, will they or won't they world record, or will they or won't they break this minute barrier based on the end platform? And it's really exciting when that does happen.
Let's see how EJP does here.
Oh, yes. Famously, EJP Man has not always got this trick first try on a big stage.
And I believe in EJP.
In one of the earlier tournaments, it was the first match of the tournament overall. EJP was racing Jared, and he lost many minutes on this level.
Oh, this is a big recovery. Is he going to get it?
Yeah, it's a pretty good save. He completely lost it, but instead of letting the Emperor run all the way back, he's just going to safety slash him all the way into the left side.
Very impressive, all right. Took a moment, but he got him all the way back from like, the stairs.
That was a good save.
Yeah, that's very cool.
And now Ginger DV1 nails it.
Nice job. I think the VTuber's been kind of extended his lead on Frostbite a little bit there. All right, let's check out this DV2 from Ginger. That's a bit too far, right, I think. Oh, he got it. All right. All right, good clip out. Is he going to get this first try?
I can't tell if that's... Okay. That's got to be good. Yes.
Congratulations for Ginger. First try DV2.
This
Very
is where he
exciting.
really becomes legend, though.
Unfortunate. That's fine. First try DV2 is what we all wanted.
Yeah.
There we go. DV3.
I would say Ginger is very famous for just his insane clutches in this level. That was not the example. Not an example of one.
Why do you do that?
Oh, okay.
That's so close.
I don't think he really got the edge boost. I've mentioned
He
it
did not,
before.
no.
That's fast DV4. There's this tech called edge boosting where if you like jump and land on an edge, you get like a little nudge forward, and you need that edge boost to be able to make that jump. And he came pretty close to hitting it. I don't know if he even got the edge boost. That might have been why he didn't.
I think it was like 1 or 2 frames on like spaced wrong for the jump. But still very impressive. I mean, that first try DV2, very clean.
Yeah. And that one's, it's not a super serious trick. You don't really lose that much time going for it, so it's, as long as you don't walk off the edge,
You need
miss
to go in
it.
that direction anyway. Seems you have an intruder.
Possibly.
Possibly.
As Frostbite gets Droid Avoid pretty quickly. Very
Ginger
nice.
going to Bespin.
I don't know if my mic is on.
Yeah. So yeah, Ginger going into Bestman. I think based on the time, he can't beat his event best, unfortunately. But we have, yeah, we have a
no,
guest.
we got
Zach is
Zach.
in the commentary booth.
How do you feel today, Zach?
I had a great time. It was a really fun event and good commentary as well, I'd say.
Thank you.
Seems like you had a pretty good run, 224.26. Do you feel happy with that?
Yeah, I definitely could have done better, but overall I'm just happy that I got like a couple runs finished. Oh, Frostbite missed Rocket Warp.
Oh, yeah, here's a backup.
Yeah,
Yeah.
never seen before in a live event. That's not how you do it.
This is
That's
like
how you do it.
the classic backup. Like people always say, "Oh, we need to like document all the backups like this one," and this is always the example they give.
So he needs to go more down. Yep. And well,
And that's
that's
bad.
not.
That's really
yeah,
bad.
and then
And
that's going to
He's
be
giving
it.
up on that one. Unfortunate Frostbite, but a good fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough back. I remember I was taught that one live by P53. It's not hard to do, but again, you never practice it. Right?
Yeah, and it's very weird. The collision in that wall there is not what you'd expect, but
Yeah.
nice stuff by Frost getting
Yeah.
a sub 230, I guess.
Yeah,
for the event.
First, no reset, and he gets just over a minute off his PB. That's pretty solid.
And again, I want to remind everyone, Frost has been doing this for much less than a lot of the other runners here, so it's
Yeah.
very impressive performance.
Yeah, I mean Frostbite showing that being good at Super Mario 64 goes a long way, and I mean it shows you like having efficient practice routines and just understanding speedrunning as a whole helps you a lot with getting good at another game. And it was really cool to see him come into this community after he watch the Summoning Salt video and get good really fast, which is honestly exactly what I think all of us expected from such an elite Mario runner.
Yeah.
And yeah, now here he is in top 10 on the leaderboards and top 4 on the event boards, although I guess Jared looking to change that with his current pace, which is
don't-
actually not too bad.
Don't count out EJP Man, who
Yeah,
looks like he
pop off.
was a torpedo short, had to wait for the core to spit one out so that he could get infinite torpedoes.
So yeah, not possible for EJP Man to beat him at all, but
Sure.
Yeah.
but maybe he will show us a new strat. That's what Chimkin was saying. Maybe he pulls out a new strat. That'd be very EJP Man-esque.
Yeah.
You think he's going to go for Grand Theft Falcon?
Maybe.
Maybe.
That seems like something he would do, and maybe
Like
no one else.
maybe a Coruscant skip.
Oh,
Just
that would be crazy.
undiscovered. Yeah.
Yeah, and then maybe he could barely clutch out the sub 230.
Yeah.
But EJP Man didn't have too much time to practice, so just glad to see him playing in the
Yeah.
event. We didn't plan this for that long, so I don't really blame anyone. I was also a little bit out of practice, but I had more time to sort of de-rust beforehand.
Yeah. But I mean, honestly, it's been very good performances from anyone. I don't
Yeah.
think anyone has been.
Yeah,
bad.
maybe not quite as impressive as last year's break the record because no one PB'd, but you can't really expect that in a one-day event, can you?
Exactly.
So.
With EJP, he very graciously let Frostbite use his laptop to run in our race yesterday. So, I mean, that you can blame that. He wasn't prepared.
You can blame it all on Frostbite.
That's
basically.
exactly
It
what
is
I am
his
saying.
fault entirely. Anyway, this was a great event. I really enjoyed it. I'm happy that I was able to finish 2 runs because the last LTA we did, I only finished 1, and it was at the very end. So it's a little bit nicer to have, less pressure, just
Oh, what a serve.
getting a couple runs down.
Of course.
I don't know if you
come
guys
on.
saw the DSE from my run earlier. I don't think you guys were watching it, but everyone in the audience was. And what happened was I got trash skip, then I missed miracle, or like I died on the miracle jump thing. So then I did miracle jump without a helmet, and then I got all the way back up to the top of Ripmore with the helmet, with only missing 1 cycle, which apparently no one has ever done. So
Yeah.
I got I only lost 11 seconds.
Yeah, we saw the trash skip. It was very impressive.
Yeah.
What is not trash here is Ginger finishing his run very soon. What do you think it's going to be?
It should be a 226. Yeah.
226? Yeah, very
That's
impressive.
226,
Cutting
like
it
high
close.
5x.
50. Oh, yeah, that
Oh,
death
wait,
might...
that death might
lose
end
it
it.
to-
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's going to...
Oh, that death seals
Wait,
it.
wait.
Unless
no,
cutscene
sorry.
No,
movement?
he could have
No.
done.
All right, well, in any case,
Ah,
very
good try,
impressive
nice
run from
try.
Ginger. Congratulations.
Well done
Very
to Ginger.
close to
Currently
very-
in second place, and it's going to
Yeah.
be very hard for Wii Super to claim that second place spot, but it is going to be a close one, I think. So, kind of fitting that we have our last competitor, although he is losing like over a minute on this split.
Oh.
I don't know if anyone else has been watching, so that might actually kill it. But yeah, so we have our last few runs coming down to the end.
Yeah. I think another thing to watch is Jared trying to beat out Frostbite for top 4.
Yeah.
He's, I think very gettable time for him at this point.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, 229.18.
Yeah, it's definitely doable. He did lose like 2.5 minutes in Chancellor in his last run, and looking to change that because that's pretty much where all of his time save is in this comparison. He is getting a mid 139 exit, which is honestly good enough for a 226. Same exit that Ginger got in his run just now.
Okay.
So if he cleans up some of the mistakes Ginger made, he could actually maybe take second place. So Jared not doing too bad. And this could make the top 2 very interesting. Of course, everyone's in the money, but it's rather top heavy. You got, 850 of the 1,000 in the top 4. So
Yeah.
we'll see what happens.
That's right. Talking about the Contest on PTC, who was finishing at the top of Carcoon. Yeah, we've been talking a lot about 1PTC. Zach, what do you think is the most difficult one?
Right now, it's kind of hard because I feel like we've gotten to the point with 1P2C where we're not thinking about it anymore. Like, the only section in the run where I'm thinking about my 1P2C is the Dagobah button skip. Because that trick is just movement, right? It's just movement, and you have to... It's very hard to multitask both characters at the same time. We've gotten good at that trick, obviously, because we've done it for well over a year now, but that's probably the hardest 1P2C. I mean, if you're talking like level in general, it's definitely Bounty Hunter Pursuit. That is the hardest 1P2C level for sure. I think most people would just agree with that. It's like all in your control, and yet, people will still lose tons of time despite the RNG because of just how hard it is to hit the lights and to hit the turrets, and it's really finicky, really precise. I mean, really most of the ship levels, just because the movement is not as natural. You have turning radiuses or radii with ships, whereas with normal ground characters, when you turn backwards, you immediately move backwards. And just that small change that they made between ships and characters makes it just a lot harder to control the 1P2C and ship levels. Maybe not the best example on EJP Man's screen. That's a pretty easy level, but or the one that's about to be on Jared's screen. But
Ooh,
now
yes.
that is awesome.
Let's go.
Now I don't know if you guys saw in my run that just died, but I did accidentally switch to Slave Leia on the end platform of Carcoon, and then I accidentally started dancing. So that's
On
a
accident?
clippable moment. Well, it was not an accident.
All right. Thank you for that, Zach. Now we see Jared directly trailing EJP. Way ahead, though.
And Justin is in his specialty level. People like to call it, the Justin level. I'm lying, but
Yeah, I think that's what TT Games called it.
yeah, that's actually the name of the level
In
in
the
game.
files.
Yeah, in the files. Yeah. Speaking of the files, EJP Man is filing through his extras. That's not sure why I did that. Anyway, EJP Man and Chancellor, actually his specialty level. This is if someone said, say a level EJP Man, I would say this level. So let's see how he does. He did find, or like base, I think he found the super jump.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Or like it
The
like
Dooku
kind
one?
of existed, but he like figured it out. or maybe he just found it. That was an insane pipe jump. No one knows what that jump is called.
Yeah, this has always been an interesting level. I think there's a lot to it. You know?
Very RNG heavy, but also very mechanical. So
Yes.
like some of the hardest 1P2C is in this level. Like the timing with, okay.
That was not quite
Like
what
I
you wanted
said,
to show off,
a
I think.
little RNG heavy. Okay, so yeah, mechanical, as I said.
Yeah.
It is hard though. It really is a difficult level. I mean, pretty much all the long levels, like anything over 4 minutes, they're going to be difficult because you just have so many places you can lose time.
Yeah, we were talking about that with Endor, right? Like, Endor has so many different elements, or especially at the start, and especially if you're not good with 1P2C, you can just lose time getting stuck doing things, you know, going the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Endor is that level tests your movement above any other level. Like, that is the epitome of a movement check, basically. Like, how good are you at 1P2C? How good are you taking lines, making small optimizations, and especially, like, adjusting to backups or, like, things that go wrong? That's the name of the game in Endor.
A lot of stuff goes. I mean, we
Yeah.
we were talking about that, unfortunately, a bit before it happened to you. Like,
Yeah.
you can get droid stuck. You can get. There's multiple places where you just soft lock.
Okay, EJP man does not remember how to do this, but that's okay. He has cleared out the droids.
Playing it
but,
extra safe.
Yeah, you never know.
Anyway, yeah, you are right. It is, so he actually can just keep walking into him here. Like, he could just keep walking into him. Like, just walk in.
Turn it back to face camera. Oh.
That's why,
That's
why you
okay.
want to do that. Anyway, yeah, so like you were saying, like within all of Endor, like there's so many small places where you can lose time. And there's also a couple tricks that people sleep on a little bit. Like, I would say that, geez, that was really fast. I would say that hill roll is not free. And that can also make it's a mental game, right? To not get tilted when you lose time in a 7-minute level. Same thing with like something like Jabba's or Hoth.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the levels that people previously felt were just a lot of RNG, like Chancellor and Hoth, do come down to movement and mechanics like a lot more than people think. Because when you are good at adjusting to RNG and like, you know, basically backing up like small mistakes, it doesn't really matter if you get bad luck, which is why like in live events, most of the time you see people place around what their level is because at the end of the day, it's about how good you are. Despite the fact that our game does have more RNG than probably most games out there at the very like top of popularity, like definitely more than Mario or, you know, Super Mario Bros. All those games, but
Yeah, but even then, like Boulder, you know, Boulder is really the only places with RNG that you can think of. Okay, you know, it just ruined it for you.
so I think Justin's run is now dead, basically. Because
Oh,
he
he
just
didn't get
missed
Ghost
Ghost
Hearts, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we
sorry
were
to
talking
interrupt.
About, no, we were talking about that earlier. Ghost Hearts going into especially bunker.
And I missed it
are crucial.
earlier too. And yeah, it's
Okay,
very
so-
bad. But yeah, like you were saying, like Boulder is a giant source of RNG. I would say also ITDS Room 1, but not so much anymore now that we have Tractor Beam. So it's pretty much just that, and like we've mitigated the RNG in Jedi Battle, which I can tell you made the category way more fun to run and just more like stable to play, and it felt a lot more in your control after that. Especially like knowing you can get consistent exits out of the early game makes it feel a lot easier to optimize and to like understand how to get faster times just with the whole game. So I'm very glad that we figured that out last year.
You know, obviously, you know, a lot of this was being a top runner, but how consistently can you actually go like, oh, I'm on C215? Or it's like
Pretty much every time.
Okay.
I think I can recognize what seat it is from the second droid usually.
okay.
And I think it depends, like, some people have spent more time on it than others. Obviously, I think I, like, have a small advantage because of how much time I spent figuring it out. And when you spend that much time, like developing how it works and all this stuff and, like, making an hour-long tutorial on it. It just makes it easier to understand yourself, because if you can explain it to someone else, it's very easy to explain it to yourself. So I think that helped me a lot. I know some people don't really pay that much attention to the specific seed, and they just try to play the same way, like Ginger. I think you guys probably have seen that. Like, he just tries his best to play Jedi Battle the same way, pretty much no matter what seed he's on. And then if he's on a good seed, he's on a good seed, which is a totally viable way to play that level. But of course, if you want to optimize it as much as possible, you can, of course, study the seeds.
Wii Super was really lingering on that super jump for a while. Do you see Chewbacca standing there for like 5 seconds?
Yeah.
Just kind of wobbling in space.
Yeah, unfortunate death there. I want to cut in. We have a donation from Senor, great runner of this game, $15 with the comment, my event prediction with winning time being 2:24.16 was so close. Congrats to the runner. Zach, can you tell us about that 20 flat episode 1?
Yeah, so that happened a little earlier. I think that was in my run, that one, I think. But it wasn't anything special. I mean, we've been on the brink of sub 20 for a really long time, and nothing's been officially retimed, so I'm not actually sure if we have a sub 20 yet. But that did at the very least, tie it, if not. But I did get a 350.5 maul, which is like a 1 second CG.
Wow.
And that was a CG that has not gone, like that has been a 351 since, because I got the first 351 at 2021 break the record, the first break the record. And now over 2 years later, it's gone down by 1 second. But we finally got below a 351. So that was exciting. And yeah, the early game has been something I've been trying to optimize a lot. I think everyone knows that, you know, the episode 1 guy. But I definitely, like, at this point, I understand that Maul is the most important level in episode 1. Like, by far, it's not even a question. Like, I think because at this point, Theed is, it's tricky, but if you know what you're doing, it really should be consistent, whereas Maul is just hard. And it helps that, I think, putting a lot of time into cycle skips in Maul, which is, you know, quadruple frame perfect, I guess, technically, if you want to hit both of them. Although that may not be true, since I went 6 for 6 today, which would be, what, 20, or something like that, 12 frame perfect inputs. Maybe I did, who knows. But getting good at that is like one of the most important things in episode 1, because I think people kind of chalk it up to like, oh, it's kind of random, like, oh, it was 1 frame off, but when you slam your keyboard really hard, it is consistent, so. Yeah.
By the way, with Senior $15 donation, a quick reminder that if you donate $25, you can win a brand new Nintendo Switch. Very exciting raffle there. And in addition, with $15, you can select a beautiful little 85-piece Boba Fett Starship Microfighter signed by all of the runners you've been seeing today for LEGO Star Wars, as well as a signed Super Mario 64 cartridge and a signed Super Mario Bros. Cartridge. So very exciting if you want to put in your donation for that. You were talking about the 2020 BTR, or I guess the first BTR.
2021, yeah.
2021. How do you feel the game has changed since then?
It's interesting because I've not only watched but participated in the game, going from a hobby to a passion almost. But to the point where we now play the game expecting to be an incredible speedrunner. Whereas back when we all started, getting a world record meant, well, it was probably just a bad run. But now it's like, I think we've moved past that stage of like, feeling like, you know, the game is young and the game is like easy almost. You know, no one had really tested whether it was actually hard or not, because we hadn't had a true speedrunner, quote unquote, until we actually got to see Frost play the game. And I think it was probably validating for a lot of people who put a lot of time into it to see it's just as hard for someone who's incredible at one of the hardest speed games as well. And I think since over the last 2 years, it's been like this gradual progression towards us optimizing the game so much to the point where we are masters of the game. And, you know, I think people say like 5,000 hours is the way to master an art or a hobby. And I think at this point, so many of us have probably put 5,000 hours into the game. Like I would say a good number of the people on stage probably have. And it shows because we are so much more consistent, we're so much faster. I mean, even the second place time in this event, which was a one-day event, would have won BTR last year and been a world record.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's pretty cool to see. I'm very glad this community has the people it has, especially Senor. We're sad you couldn't be here, but some of the people like Senor and some of the people at home like E-Roadhouse and Bricko and Bacon Soda and all the people who have contributed so much to this game to help it evolve to the point where we can have an LTA at pace, which personally I didn't think would ever happen, but it's very gratifying.
To me, it was a really eye-opening thing getting the Summoning Salt video, because I would always, watch those videos, and those are like speedrunning royalty. They're the real greats, and like we're not, I would look at like you, and you're my friend Zach, who's really good at this game, but now like suddenly you're in the video, you're the guy that's like, everyone else watching, and like he's the greatest at this game, and I think it's really cool to like be able to put the top runners of this game on that same level.
Yeah. I mean, especially like we looked up and still do to so many of the people in those types of videos, like the top Mario runners or the top runners of really any game like that was popular, and getting the chance to like at least feel in some way that we are worthy of their praise is a really cool thing, especially like to see all the people, like all the people like from the Mario community that wanted to support the game after the or at least support our streams after the video came out was really cool. I mean, it was honestly an unbelievable experience getting to like talk to Simply and just all the people that I looked up to for so long, turning our game into like a real speed game, if you will. And I'm really glad it happened. And I think this is a cool culmination of all those events that happened, because we finally got, what we had been working towards, documenting everything and being one of the communities that cares the most about like being accurate and retiming everything and spending thousands of hours like really just putting in work into keeping our numbers correct and our leaderboards fair and all those types of things. And I think it paid off because that's what Salt liked the most about our community when he was doing it. He was like, well, you guys did all the research for us and made it a lot easier for him. And so if you're a community out there that wants a chance of getting some exposure from someone like Summoning Salt or something like GDQ, I think the best thing to do is to treat your community genuinely, because that's what we did, and to care about the things that actually matter in speedrunning, like fairness and like community and all that stuff, because it actually does pay off, and it pretty much will pay off for whoever you are. So
yeah, I think that's something we were discussing earlier. It's very interesting how like together everyone is in the LEGO Star Wars community, right? With like everything, with going to places. I mean, just as an example, right? It's not like, oh, let's go to GDQ. Okay, well, we'll just all go meet each other. It's like, no, we're gonna like going to GDQ is something you do as a group, right?
Right.
Not as individuals, or like planning all these big events, that type of thing. Everything is done together. Everything's done in unison. Which also goes into everything is coordinated, everything is well scheduled, well documented, and I think it's also been interesting talking about how much we've grown into or I guess you guys have grown into like more professional, if you want to call it that, right?
Right.
We were talking about how with like DV2, it went from a run killer to something that you just kind of do, and the truck didn't get any easier, right? It's not like it's now in
Justin. It's not getting IT.
Oh,
that
yes.
might be the end of his run, actually.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it.
Yes.
I don't know
Didn't
if
see
you'll
that he
continue.
blanked.
Sorry.
No, we're not.
Continue. But you are right. Like, it didn't get any easier.
It didn't get any easier.
We just decided to stop being babies about it.
Exactly. And actually work towards it, and now it's just a thing you do at the high level, and there's no question about it. And there's no like, it's not a run killer anymore, which very, very much was.
Right. And I think that's just a testament to how much the top runners of this game care about, making this game viable and being the best. Like, it wasn't an option to any of us. We weren't going to say, you know what, I hate this trick, I'm going to stop running the game. We didn't let that happen. Like, that wasn't even a possibility. We had to figure it out. We had to get it consistent because there couldn't be anything in the game that we couldn't figure out. And it was true.
Yeah.
Except, well, anyway, you know, with the exception of disco skip, we've pretty much figured out everything. And I think that is because we all know that we are like a group of people smart enough to solve whatever problems in front of us. And I think that is one of the core aspects of speedrunning, to me at least, is just problem solving.
And also, like doing it all in a way that isn't like, okay, we're the top runners and we know all this stuff, and so screw you if you're joining new, like now, right?
Right.
Like going back to the documentation, right? The amount of like resource available for people who are not at that level, right? I mean, as someone who's with a 309, it's still impressive how easy it is to learn this stuff.
Right, because I think we understand that regardless of what your time is in the game, if you understand how to do something, or if you found a trick, like, we are more than happy to accept that into our community. And it's a good example with, like, someone who was basically random found Droid Avoid in Jabba's palace. We didn't even know who he was, but we were happy that he found it, and it was a cool discovery. And that's the same thing happened with, like,
I mean, P53 and I joined because of
yeah, we didn't know who you guys were when you discovered the most game-breaking glitch ever. But I'm not, well, I can't say I didn't complain about it.
It was annoying at the start.
But, I don't complain about it anymore.
But I mean, even then, it was very welcome.
Yeah, I think it's really cool that we have such a diverse set of people who found the tricks in the game. I mean, you probably couldn't name one person who's found a more than like 2 big skips that are still in the run. It's pretty much like, I mean, there's like, you guys have found Pod Fraud and Falconless, and that's pretty much as far as it goes. It pretty much, like, the distribution of people who found things or optimized things goes across the entire runner base. And I think everyone on stage has probably found something at some point that contributed to the any percent run, especially the guy in the top right there, Mr. EJP Man.
Mr. EJP Man going in with a 207 into...
Now, he could beat his time, actually.
Really?
It is doable.
Some Wii Super decided to keep the run going.
I mean, he, that's just how
might
he
as well
is.
do it.
He is a person that would not ever reset a run unless he had to.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a perfect time to not reset a run.
Yeah, I mean, might as well. You're going to be the last one to finish, right? So
you'll get the big camera. Always fun.
Might as well finish it out, and maybe he'll get a nice 313 CCT or something. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, make sure to look forward to Fast DV1 from Wii Super. That's going to be coming up in the next episode from him.
Yeah, he's always very excited to do all the tricks no one else does.
Yeah, it's cool because every time Justin gets to CCT, you're always thinking he could get like an insane CCT here, and he's the only one who's really like
gonna
do it because no one else goes for that trick. And it makes it extremely exciting to watch. No pressure, by the way, Justin.
So we'll have all eyes on him during CCT. In the meantime, EJP going into the first phase of this half battle fight, which again, technically RNG, but in practice, it's really not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, definitely there is RNG, but I think how you react to the RNG is what makes your time on the level, not the RNG you get.
Of course, yeah.
Unless, of course, I mean, sometimes you'll see the worst RNG ever on Hoth Battle.
You'll see the ATs on opposite sides.
Right. You can't find any of the ATSTs, or you can soft lock. Surely that won't happen. Anyway, but yeah, so there are like definitely ways to lose time to RNG in this level, but for the most part, it's in your control.
Absolutely.
This should be the end of the wave for EJP.
Chess Wiz with $20, by the way, sorry to interrupt, saying, "Good job, boys. Proud of y'all."
Thank you, Chess.
Thank you, Chess.
Chess, an absolute legend of our community, one of the best mods we've ever had. Diligent, very focused, and smart person. And always a pleasure to have him in the community. Looks like, by the way, EJP Man got very good RNG.
Oh, he did.
Because I don't know if you saw, but yeah, the AT-AT is right behind that other one.
I don't think he's not 1P2 seeing it.
Yeah, so he's not 1P2 seeing. Now, fortunately, when you get something like this, the 1P2C actually isn't that relevant. Okay, you literally could not see the ship for the entire time because of the explosions. Yeah, and you'll also notice that they are not matte and wrapping.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed. So there is a trick where if you do a flip over the body of the AT-AT, it wraps the entire thing. And I would say doing this one player is about the same speed as doing the 1P2C. So everyone else does the 1P2C. I am the only person to matte and wrap.
Well,
but
you're one of two.
matte and wrap, yeah, he
Matte
does
and
see
wrap.
matte and wraps.
Yes.
That's another example of a skip found by someone completely random. He submitted a Hoth
Yes.
Battle IL that was world record by a bunch, and we were just like, what? Looking for the reason why it's not allowed. Like, he broke some rule,
Yeah.
but no, he just found the skip and used it.
It's
and
crazy that we watched that IL, and we could have just not watched it. Yeah, shows you the diligence of the mods here. We care so much about someone breaking the Hoth Battle Story individual level world record
We
watched the entire thing.
We were about to have a Hoth Battle IL World Record LTA.
Yeah, unfortunately, any percent won by
Yeah.
one vote.
Otherwise, it would have been more exciting.
Yeah.
More exciting.
But maybe we super can pull out some matte and wraps for us, right? No, yeah, maybe shake your head, yes.
hears us.
Maybe
We
shake your
super-
head up and down
Matte and
instead.
wrap.
yeah. I will say, eventually, I think someone is going to do two-player matte and wrapping, but that is incredibly hard.
Maybe I'll
That's
be
ho-
dead
that-
by the time that
That's how he's
happens.
going to get his speed up, by the way.
Yeah.
Two-player matte and wrap, first try TV1.
And Jared going for
Grand Theft
two-player
Auto.
matte and wraps to clutch out top two. Speaking of, this cannot top two. Just
Oh.
thought I'd let you guys know.
right.
Unfortunate.
Thanks for letting us know.
Also, we have a $15 donation from T-Fresh saying, very excited to have been able to commentate. When I started running this game in 2019, I never thought we would get any kind of in-person event like this. So yeah, thank you for that donation, T-Fresh, and good job on the commentary. Both runs today that you, of course, shout out to 5:30 a.m. Chimkin LIJ1.
Yeah,
And that will enter T-Fresh into the raffle for a signed Lego Star Wars set, which he easily could have gotten by sitting in the
asking.
hotel room for 5 minutes, but instead, he's entering the raffle, just like you could if you donate $15. And now, to me, that sounds appealing.
If you want to make sure that T-Fresh does not get this signed
Yeah,
Boba
please
Fett Star Trek
make
microphone.
sure he does not win. I would be very sad. He does not deserve it. I'm just kidding. Great commentary from T-Fresh earlier. I really loved the commentary of this event. I found myself taking my headphones off to listen to Wes and Anonymous commentating because I was just
Did a
it
great
was just
job.
so funny to me. And the things that Wes had to say were just
Thanks to
incredible.
Wes for coming.
Yeah, thank
It
you
was-
so much to Wes.
It was very fun commentating with him because he's been all around the block in terms of commentary. So he really, he doesn't quite have the game knowledge, but I have that. I can supply the game
Yes,
knowledge. He's the good
exactly.
commentator. He can lead, and we had some really good moments
Yeah,
there.
I think it was great, and it's really cool. At an event like this, which most of us didn't even think was going to happen not too long ago. So, okay, I actually did think EJP Man was going to quit the run there. I actually did think he was going to do that. Fortunately, not going to quit the run, and he is in Echo Base, furthest ahead of anyone. I don't think Jared will catch up. Maybe in CCT if EJP loses like 5 minutes.
To
but-
be entirely honest, it's kind of hard to tell if Jared's going to catch up. It's hard to see what's going on in the screen.
Right. Well, he is in Mexico from Breaking Bad right now.
Yeah.
And that I think is a cool homage.
Is it a time save?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't think he's in Hoth Battle, so I don't think there's like a snowy. I mean, I have only been to Mexico once. I don't really know if it snows there often.
They have
They can.
mountains,
Yeah, there's
I'm sure.
mountains.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just pretend that he's on a mountain in Mexico
Okay.
for the next 7 minutes and 12 seconds.
I mean, a cave in a mountain in Mexico.
Yeah, and then he'll start flying over Mexico in an asteroid belt. Or,
Oh,
well,
yeah,
I guess
'cause
that's
what
probably
they
not.
have, yeah.
Yeah, well, I've never been above Mexico, like any sort of. I've never actually been in a spaceship. I know that might surprise a lot of you.
Really?
Yeah, no. Despite the money that I'm raking in from this event, I've actually never been in a spaceship. So
Unfortunate.
maybe on the bucket list. Speaking of bucket, Justin.
Very good segue
Hey.
there. Congrats, yes, speaking of bucket.
Yeah, speaking of bucket, Justin is going to do Grievous now.
Okay.
And hopefully why don't we move on to
To
a different
EJP
topic?
building up here on the ramp.
Yeah, and that is called Falcon Jump,
Yeah.
which is one of maybe 5 times you jump onto the Falcon in the run, but that one is called Falcon Jump.
It's supposed to be the other ones.
As opposed to, of course, Falcon Jump in all mini kits investment, which is equally as hard as Echo Base. Anyway, Jared doesn't go for the small time save at the beginning of Echo Base, just plays it a little safer, only loses about 1 second. And on a level like Echo Base, 1 second can mean a lot, but I think especially in an environment like this that you really need to save 1 second. You're trying to play consistently. And I think even just not going for a strat that has a 5% chance of failing in exchange for 1 second can sometimes be a good risk reward in an environment where your entire goal is to play consistently. So that was kind of my mentality, I think, throughout the day, was really focusing on not going for strats that could end in a disaster.
What just happened for Justin? He was doing easy max strats. He had Grievous down to the last heart, and then he just hit him and
triggered the fight.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So even when he's at 0 hearts, you actually can trigger the fight.
Oh.
Sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes it does. And I actually don't know why. I'm pretty sure it's because when you kill him, if you're like, if you trigger the fight when the EBB is going off, it doesn't matter. But if you trigger the fight when he takes damage, it does matter. Just a weird small thing. But that is unfortunate for Justin. Of course, it's not really going to matter too much. This was not a run worth, trying too hard on. He definitely can't PB or beat his event time. But fortunately, we got 2 people who can on opposite sides of the screen above him.
Yeah. At least it's also nice to see runs continue. We had a lot of runs at the very start, especially with our main man Jared here. Fortunately, he was able to get one in before 7:30.
I'm very glad Jared at least got on this run. Despite how it ends, that's not really the biggest thing. I'm just glad that Jared got the chance to play through the rest of the game, considering
He misses every button. Is he gonna?
Yep.
Okay.
So he drops out and he spawns back in. And that is a backup found by Seedamnastic a little while ago. And, not great, but certainly could have lost a lot more.
We were talking about how at the lower level, the backup there is intentionally, even if you get them all, to roll on off, so they have it as an emergency.
That's
because
right.
At this high level, you can't really do that.
Yeah. And so EJP coming up on Boulder.
You had a very exciting boulder earlier.
Best boulder ever. My best boulder ever by a couple seconds, actually. Definitely was community gold pace if I had just gotten better targeting on the last barrier. So, yeah. I think I deserved that after what the game
After
did
the
to
first
me.
boulder.
Worst segment into best segment. That's a funny one. But like you guys were saying, the biggest source of RNG in the entire run. I think it's no question at this point.
Yeah, and this is the only one that of course, there's some skill to it, but you can't really.
Okay, this could be good.
that was good.
That's it.
I think there's.
No,
Right?
no.
Oh,
Good.
nice.
Great boulder from EJP, man. Not sure what that Falcon flight is. Did have a little bit of trouble targeting before that, but it looks like it's going to be a solid split time. So well done to him. And Justin, meanwhile, in Kashyyyk. And Jared is going to be moving into Falcon Flight, I think, himself. So hopefully Jared can have the same luck that EJP did on that level. Now, I don't know if EJP switched to 50 hertz or not for the button skip. It's very hard to tell based on that reaction.
Is it a 50 hertz dependent jump?
Well, if you're not on 50 hertz, you're probably going to miss it.
Oh, you mean because of the R2?
When you're flying up at the very end with R2, you're sliding up some weird collision and it's actually doable on 60. Like T-Fresh
really?
actually does it on Xbox, which can't switch to 50 hertz. But you have to really be paying attention and focusing on it, and it's very punishing because if you miss it, you've just lost almost 20 seconds. So.
That
Yeah,
makes sense.
it's not ideal. So you are looking to be on 50 because some people like to do CCT on 50. They find DB2 easier. So if you do that, it's only losing around 1 second to switch to 50. Because the interesting thing about refresh rate changes is that if you Alt-Tab to change a refresh rate in a cutscene, you actually don't lose time. Justin is, having some fun with this Stormtrooper here. Meanwhile, we are seeing Jared head over to Boulder. Well, I'm not actually sure if EJP is going to go for Dagobah button skip, despite the fact that he found it.
I mean, it's a tough trick. Right?
It is very
Makes sense.
difficult, yeah. If I was super, super rusty like he is, I probably wouldn't go for it, but, he's kind of a Giga Chad, so who knows.
So one thing I'm curious about, Zach, from your experience here, how hard of an adjustment is it to run on a different setup and like here?
I think it depends on the person, but for me, the most important thing is having my own audio. When I can just use my own headphones, my own controller, my own keyboard, it's fine. It really does feel like nothing has changed. Because I think if I can just hear the game and it allows me to lock in and focus. And when you're really locked in and focused on the game, I think it just doesn't even feel that different. Now this I think is proven by the 231 I got. Okay, yeah. Anyway, by the 231 I got the other day, I think it was yesterday morning. I didn't have my headphones, and it just very difficult to play in an environment you're not used to. And I think it's a big disadvantage having that extra pressure of you have one day, because that never exists in speedrunning. It's one of the things that we don't get to, don't have to experience compared to something like a tournament, where that tournament, yeah, that was pretty good. Where a tournament, for example, it may be run once a month, right? And so you have one day and maybe even a couple hours in that one day to perform. In speedrunning, you make your own time, and I think that makes it, that's the reason why it's so personal, why it's so individualized. But when you are in an environment like this, it's a lot of pressure. It really forces you to play to someone else's time constraints, and because of that, you have to play completely differently. But as for adjusting to a different setup, I think it took me not too long, and I got relatively used to it. But I do think that no question, I think all of us would have done better on our own setups at home. But not exactly as exciting if that were to be happening. So. I don't regret it at all. I think it was a cool experience, and I think being able to adjust to a new environment is part of speedrunning as a whole, anyway. So I think it's a totally fair thing to test someone on.
Yeah, and I think that's also related specifically to this game in particular, as opposed to a lot of other games, because throughout a lot of this run or these runs, we've seen how much this game is dependent on just random hardware stuff.
Yeah, that is unfortunately true.
Everything from 50 hertz is you can do some tricks, 60 hertz you can do some others, different resolutions you can do different tricks. Some people just have better performance on some tricks, not because their computer is better, just because they're for some baffling reason, right?
Yeah, I think Grievous is the best example of that because it just doesn't make any sense. You don't want to have a good PC for Grievous. You actually want to have a terrible PC, because that's what every good Grievous is on someone's 2017 laptop at best. So I don't know why that happens, but I think the hardware dependencies are everyone's biggest complaint with the game, and I think it's great that we switched to loadless because we've got rid of the worst part of it, right? The resets and the preloading, and I think getting rid of that was a good decision that took a very long time that we all wanted to do. It was very difficult to get it figured out, but I'm glad we did, and I think it's going to just prolong the longevity of the game entirely. So I'm glad we did it.
Yeah, and especially I think the best example, the funniest example of that at least is the fact that like, what is it, on your laptop, you need to have Spotify open, otherwise
Yeah.
you lose like frames.
Yeah, so I need to have Spotify open on my laptop, otherwise my game freezes when I reset it. And I also need to be Discord streaming on my PC if I'm recording, otherwise I get bad Grievous quick kill. So yeah, I don't know why that happens, but
So shout out to TT Games for making this game.
they really
so strange.
tried their best to make us not play this game. But sorry, John Burton and Glenn Scragg, you did not succeed. Shout out to Glenn Scragg, by the way.
Shout out.
Cool guy. Can we get a round of... No, I'm just kidding.
Maybe not put a hog in the chat for
Yeah, if you are in the chat, type Pog Glenn Scragg. And if you spell it wrong, you will be banned.
And talking about Glenn Scragg, EJP man here doing...
Yeah, brother of Glenn Scragg, actually.
Little known
fun
fact.
fact about EJP man.
That is it. That is fun. That is fun. Gets it the thing first try. Yeah, good job. Yeah, so he actually could gold this level because this is not a bad opening at all. Probably had a my gold. Oh, and is he dead? No, he's
Nope,
not.
He makes it. That was, I don't know.
So I don't think he does the 1P2C here. Yeah, no.
Oh, he
doesn't.
barely makes it.
Yeah, he did barely make it. Oh no. Well,
Yes.
Oh,
No! He was
Oh, that was
a
so
frame
close.
off.
That was genuinely really close.
Yeah, that was
like,
wow. Oh, now he's just going to go for
honestly
the
kind of
standard.
surprised that didn't work. Dang. Well, you got to respect it. We appreciate your attempt, EJP man. It was valiant.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is what I was mentioning earlier.
Oh, and
about-
Luke died, so he doesn't have the helmet.
How, man, what a dumb AI. I got to say, this game has some stupid AI.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just going to say this right now. These characters, they should know better. Like, it's really not that hard.
Now walk off.
And yet, he doesn't know that he needs to keep the helmet. Like, dude, there's a panel over there. You need a helmet to use it.
You can't see it. He has a helmet on.
Like, what was he going to do if EJP Man didn't call in and help him? Like, he was never going to get over there.
No, you're right.
And that's my case against AI.
Yeah, I think that it's really unfortunate that TT Games not implement rational actors. into
Yes,
their video
that's completely true. And I think it just shows you that AI will not take over.
games. Yeah, because
Especially if it's acting like this.
Yeah, because Luke Skywalker parentheses.
Now, that was not AI that just missed that jump. That was a
EJP,
human
man.
being.
Right.
Same human being right there. So meanwhile, Jared exiting Dagobah, I actually did not see any of it, so I'm sure
It was
Jared
actually-
will.
Sure,
You can
golden.
read his facial expressions.
No, I mean, he
okay,
golden. Look at the-
no,
look
he
at the-
certainly did not gold. You know, the way that he's, it's kind of hard to tell.
All right, let's see EJP
So I think we're looking at like a 28 pace, right?
for
For Jared?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is he out?
No,
Oh,
27.
okay, let's go.
Oh, 27.
Nice
Took a moment.
EJP. 27 barely. Okay, he's gonna. Yep,
That's-
maybe.
That's
okay,
good.
there you go. First try DV2.
First try,
Let's go.
DV2.
Good job, EJP
Congratulations.
man.
Did not
And
get the
let's see if he
cutscenes
can
yet.
get a first try DV3.
I
Great
thought-
first jump. Doesn't hit the second jump. Second try would be.
Bit early on the second.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Jared in the same level. So once that should work. Yeah,
Let's
once
go.
EJP man finishes it up here, we'll have the same set of gameplay to turn our attention to over on the left.
Probably no DV1 attempt.
Jared grabbing the power-up, by the way, does not go for the power-up skip, which is a kind of a new thing, and it doesn't really take that much time, so it's totally fair. Also just more consistent in this kind of situation. But Jared, I think, looking to sandwich himself somewhere between Justin and Frostbite.
Yeah.
If he can just finish this run with no giant time losses.
Yeah, he seems pretty
20.
on pace for that.
$25 are on the line
Now-
in this CCT.
EJP man cannot beat his event time, I think. Oh, Jared gets
First try
DV1.
DV1, pretty good.
Nice.
All right. Let's turn our attention over to Jared's stream as he moves into DV2 skip. Considered the hardest trick in the entire game. followed up by the second hardest trick in the entire game. Gets DVT jump, which is good. Always good to know that your jump spacing is on point in a level that tests your jump spacing above all else. Let's see what the setup is from Jared here. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's just a 5-second time loss.
Unfortunately, losing the helmet will not be able to get the mini kit at the end of the level.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the saddest thing that has happened.
Did you
all
remind
day.
him that this is an all mini kit run?
I didn't.
That might
got
be a
lot of
problem.
work to
That
do.
looks a little early.
No,
gets it
gets
in.
it.
And let's see if he can get the out of bounds movement.
Yep,
that's a little low.
No,
that's
I saw the lightsaber.
Okay,
yes,
let's go.
let's go.
Good job, Jared. And going for a first try DV3, can he finally...
That was
Second jump too early.
Everyone getting so close on
Yeah.
these DV3s today.
That's good.
That's good.
Oh, no, it's not.
Getting the
Bad
juicy
spacing,
first
I
jump edge jumps, but he does have like a minute and a half to do this, I think. Or, well, that's
think it's less
actually
than that.
not true at all.
Actually running low on time
Yeah,
to do
that's
this.
a good point.
$25 are on the line.
Real.
Actually, get it.
There
yeah.
we go.
All right, so this is going to be...
Is he going to go? All right.
Oh,
That was so
that
close.
is actually
That's
very
unfortunate.
costly because if you look at the timer right now, never mind. It's going to be fine. Okay. Oh! Yes! Oh my God! No way, Jared! Oh my God! That is the craziest thing anyone has done at this event. Oh my God!
The whole event. Wow.
Oh,
I'm glad
my
I've been
Lord.
talking that up already. That jump is...
That
you
is
can't
a
make
frame perfect edge boost into a frame perfect jump spacing.
And
It's
this is,
DV3 after an edge boost.
and this is exactly where he needs it to be able to be between Frostbite
My
and Wii Super.
God.
So congratulations to Jared for that.
Wow, that was incredible. I don't even know what to say. I can't believe he went for that. What a mad lad.
You get it and then you got it.
A decent boba fight start for EJP if you can just get one more hit in. There you go. Not too bad of a boba fight. I don't think he can beat his time, but either way,
No,
he'll finish up the
probably
run.
not.
Not too much of
It'll
an
be
issue.
a high 35.
He
probably.
would have needed to beat his event time by 5 minutes anyway to move up a spot.
Yeah.
So it's all good.
Always nice to see him finishing.
But glad that everyone finished a run today. And
Yeah.
in fact, I think everyone finished 2, right? Except maybe, I think Frost's the
I
only
think
one that finished
Frost
1.
lost. Yeah, because he ended up putting this one for. I don't remember.
Yeah. That should work. There you go. First try door clip from EJP, man. Well done. And you know what? I would watch EJP Man stream because we may see a little exciting treat where you would normally, there's someone on your, okay. Where we normally see box clip, we may see EJP Man Sandwich 3, or sorry, 2.
Is this the first? What's the other one?
Well, the other one is Jacob a button skip.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, and then there's EJP Man Jump, which is the jump in Echo Base where you jump from the ground up to the ledge.
No, I thought that was EJP Jump 2.
Well, EJP Jump 1 is where you jump over the
Yeah.
vent before the bomb.
I knew that.
Yeah, they're both in Echo Base.
Yeah.
So why do we not go for EJP sandwich too?
Because it is very hard.
Oh.
And I mean that. It is hard. And also, it's very hard to save time with. I rarely, that's a word. I rarely see anyone save time with it that's not EJP. It's pretty much just him.
It's his sandwich.
And
after
he
all.
did create the strat, so we'll see if he goes for it. Maybe he won't. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe he'll just opt to do box clip, cement a time, and just
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's not getting 235
going.
anyway.
Oh,
so
and
let-
of course he's gonna go for
Let's
it.
go.
Are
Yeah.
you kidding me? You think he wasn't gonna go for it? Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? Of course he's gonna go for it. So the box clip part of this is like actually, well, that's not good. The box clip part of this is really easy.
One heart.
Now,
though,
the problem here is that he's at 1 heart. You actually can die through the floor, and it's probably going to happen. And no.
Oh
No!
my God, he got
I told you.
sniped on the corner.
Okay,
cut.
now that's
can go for
fine.
it again.
He can go for it again because he still has the respawn. Now he's at 3 hearts, so it won't be an issue. You know, we call that an inconvenience. Smart of him to cut the corner. Unfortunately, he lost to the Stormtroopers. You know, people say they have bad aim.
They can shoot through the floor?
They can shoot through a solid, like, granite floor. Oh, does he get it?
No.
So close. That was very close. Oh, wait, he can go for it again.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, he kind of can't do anything else at this point.
Oh, wait.
One heart again?
No,
No,
he's got to push the box in, I think.
No, I think it's...
No, look, he's got to push
yeah,
the box
you're right,
forward, I
yeah.
think. How did that even... Is that even...
Well, he's kind of ruined it for... Oh,
There you go, yeah, he just had to push the box in a little bit. My guess is when he respawned, Chewie pushed the box back, actually, very slightly. Meanwhile, Jared is looking to throw down a 228 here. Ooh, that's a great height. Probably won't even readjust it. Let's see if he can get it this time. That should be it.
Nice.
Nice.
Let's go.
Well done, EJP man. And that's going to be basically the end of his run here. He's just got the end platform to go. Meanwhile, Jared on the mid platform, as we call it. Another execution-heavy platform. Not quite as much as the end platform because there's not a giant ship in the middle of the room. But yeah, it does, test your reaction time and your ability to control where your characters are aiming, which is actually a very big thing in this game.
And also, we super out of Echo Base with
that's
a
right.
210, like 40.
So we super will be rounding out our event here in just about 15 minutes left of gameplay. I don't know if the next event is ready, but maybe start preparing. Anyway, I've had a great time. I'm very happy that this happened, and it was awesome of GSA to give us this opportunity. Make sure to follow their Twitch and all their other socials and donate to Urban Arts. You can obviously enter the giveaway for the signed Lego Star Wars set with $15. Congratulations to EJP Man for finishing out that run. We've just got 2 people left, just Jared and Justin, the Jays.
Congrats to EJP Man for beating my PB by 4 minutes.
Wow. That is very awesome. Yeah. And I guess that's why he's up there and you're down here.
Yeah, that's exactly why.
That's the only reason why.
Also, Jared with 228 coming out of this room.
Oh, what a surf.
A
I mean,
surf.
Jared
Let's
has
go.
just been showing us some incredible stuff.
Good positioning there.
Really putting on a show, I gotta say.
And he's going to be finishing up,
It's
probably with a, 228.50?
So the end platform is like 28 seconds at best. Excuse me, at best. So maybe
No, he might...
228. I don't think he's gonna get in. Okay, he's in.
He'll beat
It's gonna be very.
Frost.
It's gonna be very close. He
Close,
should beat
yeah.
Frost, but it's gonna be close if he wants to get a 228, which would be a nice little clutch to end our event out. The last meaningful placement of the entire event, and this should cement the leaderboards when Jared finishes this run, effectively ending off our LTA here. But Jared is not quite getting a 228, but that's okay. He should be beating Frost. Yep, that's the last one, and he's gonna.
9, 2,
What is? Oh, Justin.
okay.
229.05. Congratulations. Taking 4th place over Frost. That's getting him an extra $25. So
Thank you to everyone who participated. I know I had a great time, and I hope you guys did too. Thank you to everyone for watching as well.
Yeah.
We really appreciate it. This is like a dream come true opportunity. I'm very glad we got the chance to do this, and I'm very excited for SMB 1 tomorrow. Make sure you guys tune into that. I think it's 12:25 is when it's starting, I believe.
I think that's
Don't
right.
quote me on that, but I think that's what it is. Make sure you guys watch that. It's going to be awesome. I'm definitely going to be in the crowd for as much of it as I can. And just all of PACE, I'm having an awesome time here. Thank you so much to GSA and the production. I mean, Milo working so hard to make this event happen. It's honestly like, I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he's still alive, but the amount of work he's put in just to make this all possible is so commendable. And a huge thank you to Milo for helping our event, happen, and just caring so much about everyone participating and putting together an amazing event. Guys, seriously, come to PACE. If you are not planning to come to PACE next year, you are wrong. You're just wrong. You have to come to PACE because it's pretty awesome.
So to explain what is going on here on your screen, back in 6.6, We mentioned that he did not get the infinite torpedoes red brick. This is the result of that. You need to manually farm these torpedoes from the rocks. Very long process.
There's a reason that we get the infinite torpedoes red
Yeah.
brick, especially, so here it's annoying, but in the final boulder,
Yeah.
if
It's
the
gonna get
final
a lot
boulder-
worse.
Yeah, if the final boulder gives you bad luck and you also shoot a torpedo which blanks, it's like rage-inducing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I did miss infinite torpedoes yesterday in our race, and I lost 1 minute and 40 seconds on the boulder, which is like, that's not good. So
Yeah, because even there, I mean,
I don't
he
recommend
got
it.
all of the, he got that fine, but now we need to collect a whole bunch of torpedoes.
yeah,
Bring
so
to
he's
despawn.
gonna need to get 6 of these bad boys, which he can conveniently fit on his 2 ships. Each ship can hold 3, save for the TIE bomber or TIE
This is
interceptor.
the bomber.
The bomber can hold 6 or 5, and then the Y-wing can also hold 5, and it
He's
might be
getting
another
bad
ship.
luck.
Yeah, so this is the thing about this room, is that you have a much lower percentage of the rocks dropping torpedoes than any other room. And I don't know why this is. Like, you're going to see it, look, 1 torpedo. Like, I don't know why this is the case, but they just decided to make this level even worse without infinite torpedoes. So, you know, if you're playing this game casually, okay, that is not fair.
Blanked on
He
midair.
blanked on a rock. I've actually, I didn't even know you could do that. Okay, that should hit. Get
I
that
think-
one, maybe?
I mean,
Oh.
considering
I
the
can't get that one
situation,
either.
he's not getting a terrible boulder.
Yeah, well,
I
it's hard to say
would
what would have happened if he had more than 6 torpedoes.
More than like 1 at a time.
Right. Okay, there you go.
That's not-
Is he
not
on? I don't know if he
complicated.
switched to 50, but hopefully he did. Oh, yeah, I think he does that in the next level. Anyway, that's Falcon Flight for you. Hope you guys enjoyed that one. Pretty funny stuff. Anyway, moving into Dagobah next. I don't know if this can sub 230 anymore. I don't think it can.
I don't think it can. Honestly, I'm just happy that he actually stuck with it.
Yeah, it's cool to finish off the event with one final run, and especially with Wii Super piloting Cloud City
Not
Trap.
any rando here.
Oh yeah, the GOAT of the game. I think we can all agree. Yeah, Wii Super, quite the legacy. Been in the community longer than anyone on this stage, or I think maybe even anyone in the crowd too. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Around the same time as Chimkin and T-Fresh, but a pillar of the community, has the most any percent records by far. I think he's got like 40 or something, and I think I have like 13. So Wii Super, one of the pioneers of Lego Star Wars speedrunning, just, you know, a very diligent speedrunner, someone who has stuck with the game through thick and thin and really helped it get to the point that it is. And I think he does deserve the GOAT status for how long he dominated any percent just as a category, including the entire game. I mean, getting board sweep twice, never done by anyone else ever besides one person. And that basically didn't count. So,
And also, not just a very good speedrunner, but also I think, especially when we started joining, basically the one that was kind of like the figurehead
Exactly.
in terms of like tutorials and guides and helping people
Yeah.
out. You know,
and I mean, he's the reason I started playing.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
loved watching his streams, and you know, I think he's a huge inspiration to a lot of people. So
like the first
glad
time
to see him enter it off.
the first time I streamed, I was like, oh, Wii Super's in the chat. Oh, hold on, this is a big
Yeah,
deal.
a celebrity.
Yeah, celebrity joining.
So yeah, very cool experience. And we'll see how he does on Dagobah button skip. I think he switches to 50 now. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So he drops out, switch to controller, 85 hertz. Okay.
right,
What are we
take a
doing
moment.
here? Not sure what's going on.
Yeah, not used to the menuing on this monitor.
All right, now going for Dagobah button skip. Let's see if we can get it. For those who have not been watching the entire LTA. Okay, that's fine. That is much better than the opposite happening. That should make it. Okay, there you go. That's like a 10, not even 10-second time loss. Oh my God.
Okay.
Okay, no, that's okay.
Oh man.
That's a weird line.
A blind HUD skip. I don't know about that one.
Puts his headphones on just to hear the HUD skip audio cue, and then takes them
them
off
off immediately.
What an alpha male! Oh my
He
God.
does not need sound for this.
Only once the doot from R2, and then that's all he's gonna get. Now going for pickle jump. What was that? Okay, yeah, that's how you're supposed to do it. Created by a member of the community named Pickle Toe. I
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Pretty sure.
I think
hence,
so.
hence the name.
Well, it didn't. I've been told that it's called pickle jump because the thing on the tree looks like a pickle, and I don't know if I was being gaslit or not.
I think
so
you were.
I've heard
I
that.
think you were being lied to.
I don't actually know which one is correct. And
I think it's both.
is the problem with having Australian people in the community. They just constantly gaslight you. Anyway,
Shout outs.
Shout out to all our Australian runners.
Yeah.
Gus, Zentorian, Zoda isn't
Appleman.
almost. Yeah, Appleman.
he kind of counts. Tasmania.
It's close enough.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we love the diversity of our community. We've got some European runners, we've got Australian runners, we've got no Japanese runners, but maybe you in Japan right now could change that. We actually have a tutorial on speedrun.com if you want to get into the game. It's very easy, very fun, and we need Japanese representation. So I don't know how to say that in Japanese, but hopefully you also understand English. Thanks in advance. All right, Justin, almost done with Dagobah here.
But unironically, do go to speedrun.com and check out our guide. It's a very fun run to do, really not that hard to get into.
Yeah, it's really not. I think a lot of people are scared off by one
length,
player, two controller, and the 2.5 hour run. First of all, there's other categories like free play, which is pretty much just one controller and is only an hour long. But second of all, I think it's fun to learn how to do something different. And you don't have to have super high expectations for yourself when you start out. Like my first run was 1 hour and 20 minutes slower than my current PB. And I practiced for it too. And it's just hard. But I think it was eye-opening to get that experience of learning how to do something new. It's like learning a new language almost.
And also, I mean, it's 2.5 hours, but it's not 2.5 hours of content.
That's right.
You have a lot of time
There
to
is an
relax.
hour of cutscenes. I do personally really like the amount of downtime that you have. I
Yeah.
think it's very rewarding, especially something like, let's say you finish ITDS, one of the hardest levels in the game. You get basically 6 minutes of nothing, and it's a nice break. Some people don't like the pacing. I don't love that Coruscant is in the place it is, but I don't think there's really a good place for it anyway. I'm glad it's after like the hardest episode. It gives you some downtime to think about, your mistakes and what you've done wrong.
But again, like as for someone who's new, if you want to take a quick break, do a nice easy level, Coruscant's right there after.
That's right. And you've got 2-minute long cutscenes in some places that are really not intrusive.
And if you don't like the cutscenes, again, free play doesn't have cutscenes. My personal favorite category, I love the movement there. So
Maybe we'll have a free play LTA next week. Who knows?
It'll be you and
us and
You
Natna
and me and Natna.
I don't know who else.
And that's it.
I'll learn free play for you.
And Hop.
Okay.
And that will be the lineup.
Yeah, shout out to
All right.
Natna if you're watching. Please interact with us
Please
at all.
join the Discord. I don't know who you are, but you are very cool, and I want to be as cool as you. All right, anyway, let's move on to the highlight, the main show. Ladies and gentlemen, We Super in Cloud City Trap. Not many get to experience this, let alone live. Because here's the thing. He's going for fast DV1, he's going for DV2, he's going for DV3, and he's going for DV4.
And he's going for this, which he got.
And
Congrats.
he got DV0. Great job. Oh, dude, I thought he was going to get the 249.
Okay. This is actually bad RNG.
This is really bad.
Oh, no.
What is
What's
this?
going on?
Oh, my
Okay.
God, that was terrible. But it doesn't matter because he will clutch it up in the next room. Guys, for those of you who are not aware, the trick in the next room is actually probably the hardest trick in the game. It's probably the most precise trick. Only We Super goes for it. No one
Only
else.
one man has the skill,
The gall.
the gall to go.
The wherewithal to go for it. I don't know where I just got that word from. I just pulled it out.
Good word.
And? No.
That's good. No.
First jump was a little late.
Good spacing, though.
Now,
Very
yeah,
close.
again, very punishing to miss. You do have to go all the way back and get a helmet. If he can get this at all, I would be very impressed. I have missed this for a minute before, and that's why I don't do it. This is truly, you could do this like 7 times, and I would not expect to get it.
Yes.
Oh my God, second try. Incredible stuff from Wii Super. And he's now going to move into what other people believe is the hardest trick in the game, DV2 skip. If you watch the Summoning Salt video, you know that this is not anyone's favorite skip. It sucks. So hopefully, Justin can get it first try. I mean,
He just got DV1.
he did just get DV1 second try, which is, it used to break even. Now it loses like a few seconds to the new strat. Oh, this is very far right. I don't know about this.
Now he's Got it.
Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah. He moves
God,
back.
wow.
Clean, clean.
Okay, and can he get the height? That looks
He's
good.
too low.
Oh, that's it, that's
fine.
it, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, and he gets it first try. Well done, Wii Super. All right, and to end off the gauntlet, can he get a first try DV3? Oh,
And
so
he loses
close.
the helmet. He will not be able to get
Yeah,
the
the
mini
mini
kit. He's
kit.
going to have to come back and
Second try, well done. And that's our last DV3 of the event. Thank you, everyone,
DV4, clean, clean.
for watching. He does get DV4, it goes for fast DV4. It doesn't get the edge boost, unfortunately, but honestly, very clean CCT. Only a couple mistakes. I would guess this is, 15, 20 seconds off of his gold, which is the best the level has ever been done. So not too bad, not too bad.
We got to see a DV1 on the big screen, finally.
We did. A fast DV1 second try, which I can tell you this much, I wouldn't get fast DV1 second try. So much respect to Wii Super for going for like basically the hardest strat in the game in the second to last level when it's already the hardest level.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're now in the last level. We're watching a cutscene. I don't know if you guys have watched this movie, but
This is a pretty important part, I think.
this right here, right here, hold on. It's in the movie. This is canon.
When he hovers in the air for a moment, you mean?
Bang! Sorry.
All right, thank you.
It's in the movie.
Okay.
Anyway, now we're into the final level.
Yeah, because Luke never has any kids, right?
That's
So,
right.
okay.
That's right. Wise observation there, Ron. Saga had a great time with that show.
Very funny stuff. So, anyway, yeah. Betrayal over Bespin, the final level in episode 5. One of the greatest Star Wars movies of all time. Probably my second favorite. I don't know about you guys.
What's your favorite?
Definitely Revenge of the Sith. That's actually my favorite movie ever.
Ever.
Yeah, I just love Revenge of the Sith. A little bit of bias. I don't think it's the greatest movie. but
I
it's
thought
my
you said it
favorite.
was Gummo. What happened?
Yeah, no, I
mean-
did change my mind after I saw the place where Gummo was filmed. You know, it actually is here in Maryland.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think
No,
that makes
I'm just lying.
Because
I mean, Gummo
Yeah.
is a master.
Right.
I think EJP and Chimkin drove through there somewhere in Ohio. They said was
Yeah.
a Gummo. I don't
Well,
know.
I mean,
what.
you'd got to
Gummo
assume it's in
place.
Ohio, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
where else would it be?
That's right.
Ohio, or I won't offend any other states.
Just Ohio's fine.
Yeah. You guys, you
For Gummo's
you got dealt a bad hand. Let's just put it that way. Anyway, enough Ohio slander. Let's get into some Betrayal over Bespin gameplay from Wii Super, our last level of the entire LTA. Once again, thank you guys for watching and being here and supporting. This was a really awesome experience. And anyone in the stream, you have to come to Pace. I am ordering you, and as I'm a world record holder, so you have to listen to me. So
That's
you
right.
have to come to Pace and say hello. Well done, triple shot by Wii Super there. Very, very cool.
all the stuff you've seen before. Hopefully will pop off your first try doors code. You had a bit of a trouble earlier with
Let's not talk about that.
Don't think we have seen the all-skill door yet.
We did. Ginger
Oh.
actually got it. I mean, who else, right?
Yeah.
But
Okay.
the one who
Unfortunate.
had the skill, that was all of
So that
it.
civilian is going to mess
That's
up his
going to
cycle.
mess it up again,
so we-
but this should work. Yeah, there you go. Gets it.
Finally.
All right, and that's our last door clip. We got, whoa, that was very risky. One more trick to go. Ladies and gentlemen, box clip in the next room.
Grand Theft Falcon in the next room.
Well, I don't know about that one.
EJP Man Sandwich 2 in the next room.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll go for it. Who knows? Anyway, our last trick will be in the box clip location. So
Whatever trick
expect a
happens there.
huge round of applause whether or not he does the thing that's actually hard. And we are approaching the end of the run. Just a couple minutes left. Justin, actually one of the better players at this level, has had the community best year quite a few times. And fun fact about Justin in this level, some lore. As you guys may not know, when Chimkin got his first world record of 252.00, Wii Super beat it on the same day. But what a lot of people don't know is that when Wii Super was entering the end platform of this level, he was behind Chimkin. And in fact, he needed the best end platform ever performed by 7 seconds to get world record. And then he did get the best end platform ever performed by 7 seconds to get world record, which is a testament to Wii Super's clutch. Not many can say they've done something like that. Truly incredible.
That's right. So that's why I think he'll be able to get world record here with the best world.
Yeah, I like the way you're thinking, man. That is cool. Yeah. All right, and our last trick gets it first try. Well done. And that is going to be effectively the end of the run. He's got one more end platform to do and a couple of surfs, which if he misses, we will take him off the stream and ban him from all future events. So no pressure, but you really have to not mess this up, man. I have a lot of money riding on this.
Yeah?
After the $400.
Yeah, $400. Yeah. That's right. All right, and steps on the first button. What will the most important surf?
Ooh, nice.
Oh, wow. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. And a second surf.
Ooh.
Oh,
okay.
My God.
He went
incredible.
a little too far.
Oh, yeah, but who cares, man? Who
Yeah.
cares?
I mean,
it looks so much cooler
He
that
went
way.
up in that surf somehow.
And you know what speedrunning is all about? It's not about going fast. It's about looking cool. That's right.
Yeah, not a lot of
And
people
I
know
think
this.
Everyone agrees with that because it's just objectively true. My opinion is objectively true. All right, so coming into the end platform, this is going to be a low 231, like low mid 231. Let's see if Wii Super can execute it cleanly. Once again, thank you guys so much for watching all the gameplay. It's a lot of Lego Star Wars. But hey, if you played Lego Star Wars as a kid, you might like it as an adult. Join our Discord, go to speedrun.com, and I promise it's not pathetic to speedrun a Lego game.
Oh, no!
Insane. Oh my God, I can't believe he did that.
Congratulations.
The Sui at the end. Great stuff to Wii Super. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you, all my fellow competitors. I am very happy to have won $400 and, or like, you know, just one in general.
Thank you, Zach, for coming up to finish this commentary. Always great to have you here.
Great commentary from everyone. Thank you guys for participating. And thank you for watching at home. And come to PACE next year if you're not here. Because if you're not, you're missing out. If you want to talk about the raffles real quick.
Yeah, of course. I mean, as we've seen, some people may be winning this for $15 beautiful Boba Fett Starship Microfighter signed by all the runners that you just saw.
Oh, wow.
Including
This
this
is
one.
your signature,
Wait,
isn't it?
that's me.
Yeah, there you
I
go.
wrote that.
Oh, EJP.
EJT, man.
Here.
Also, his name is on that. So.
Also his name.
Make sure you enter the raffle, because if you don't, T-Fresh might win. And do you really want that to happen?
Do you want T-Fresh to get a
Do you really
signed
want
copy
that
of
to
people
happen?
that he is in a hotel room with?
Like,
It's just lame.
Yeah.
It's just, don't let it happen.
or you could go for a Switch for $25. But
$10 more
mean,
dollars.
I'd rather have that for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
And more importantly, I'd rather T-Fresh not have this.
Yes.
EJP Man's arm makes an appearance in the commentator booth. Anyway,
Yeah, and if you're big fans of Mario, you can also get the Super Mario 64 cartridge, also signed, and the Super Mario Bros. 1 cartridge.
Not signed by us, by
Not
the way.
signed-
Yeah.
no.
That wouldn't be
the
very
Mario
cool.
runners
It would not make
signed
sense.
it, because why would we sign that?
I mean, unless you request, maybe I could
I can
sign
ask,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, if you really want that. I mean, I don't think I'm famous, so maybe don't ask me. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for coming out. Thank you all the people who sat in the audience. Thank you to the people who helped put this together, like Milo and all of the GSA staff. I promise you guys, if you haven't seen them working behind the scenes, they work incredibly hard. So seriously, thank you to them. And
We'll pass it off back to the staff.
yeah,
Thank you.
Take care.